Hey y'all, how you doing? The official temperature is 40 Celsius, and it is fucking blistering out there. It's just fucking humid, just humid. I don't mind heat, but humidity fucking sucks, and that's what it is. It's humid. So, okay, so let's see who's in chat here. I want to give a shout out to everybody. Hey, Liam. Hey, Daniel. Seth, good to see you, buddy. Cal, Dazzy, Barry. How are you, Barry? Liam. Did I say Liam? Liam. Well, hey, I said it again. Green Diesel. How you doing? And who else? Let's see. Mark, how are you, buddy? Good to see you. And I think that's everybody that's in chat. If you're not in chat, if you're not chatting, come on in. Come on in. Make yourselves known. Let us know who you are. Yeah. So, anyways, I wanted to come on today. Well, today is a holiday here, Labor Day, long weekend, and well, I figured, hey, I had a few hours. Let's do it. Let's do it. And as you noticed, I was out for a hike. Yeah, it is hotter than a mofo, indeed. Green. What's it like there in the UK? Is it like fucking pretty hot there too? Is it humid, hot? Oh, Barry says 30 Celsius. I guess you guys don't get much humidity there. Do you guys get humidity there? Like, does it get really humid? Like, is that 30 degrees with humidity, or is that just straight 30 degrees, period? Because here, I think it says 36 feels like 40. 40. Oh, fuck. 40. Well, I can handle a dry heat, but fucking humidity, oh, it's just brutal, man. And just trying to go out for a trail run, toppled with the heat, the humidity, the humid environment is too many people. There's way too many people. Your humidity is 47% of what 30 degrees. So 47% of that 30 degrees is humidity. Hey, Jordy, how are you? Here, I don't know what the percentage is, but like I said, it is I think 40 degrees Celsius, with that's including the humidity. It's always humid in Northern Ireland. um yeah, so anyways, cheers guys. If you got beers, as Gareth used to say, top them up. Let's go. And this one's horrible. Ugh, just horrible. Ugh. Yeah, it's the Canadian heat, indeed. Okay, so collection thoughts here. I just wanted to say one thing. We did start a yeah, well, I had to, man. I didn't feel like getting my fucking dome fucking burnt, Daniel. I had to protect it somehow, and I don't like using sunscreen because just the thought of that shit being baked in your skin. No, just to me that seems worse than fucking having no sunscreen at all. On top of the radiation or whatever else that's baking in your skin, you want to bake it in with a fucking layer of fucking sunscreen. No, it no, just doesn't seem ideal. I mean, yeah, sure, people will tell you to use. Oh, the experts will tell you use. Ones that are mineral based. Okay, maybe if I was to use it, maybe mineral based. But for the most part, I don't like sunscreen. You might as well just do it the old fashioned way and get some fucking vegetable oil and just rub that all over you and just fucking sizzle. Sizzle. Because that's what you do out there. You would sizzle. Um, so anyways, exactly. Um, what I was going to say was we had a thing going, the DeForest Cemetery, Pioneer Cemetery trail cam. And well, I don't know. It's hit a roadblock. There hasn't been many donations, so I don't know if I'm going to go forward with it. But what I'm going to do is I will probably give everybody a refund for those of you who have sent money already or donation. I'll probably return it to you guys. Hold on. Hey, Matt, how are you?
Oh, all right. Not too bad, thanks. And yourself?
Good, good. Can't complain. Just hot and hot. It's just
Oh
good to get
yeah,
indoors, though, man. Holy crap, it's
yeah.
brutal out there.
Oh yeah. I was hiding away from it. I did a little bit of work this afternoon. Was come back in and sit down for a minute in front of the air conditioner. I'm like, yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's brutal. I think, like I said, it's like 40 degrees with humidity. It's brutal, brutal.
We're only doing about 25, I think, here. But yeah, thank God it's not any hotter than that.
Yeah, yeah. So what's new and exciting? How have you been?
Not bad actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Went to a festival. Saw this bloke here who's up in the background. Apex
Apex
went.
Twins. Yeah, that would have been pretty
Apex.
cool.
It was absolutely mental.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was berserk. I went there specifically for him. It turned out I felt like I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Like when he goes to the police conference, and he's like he's on drugs and he's like there and all the police are staring at him and he's like, what the fuck? What am I doing here? It's like that's what it felt like to me because it was all this bollocks and propaganda about climate change, which I don't hold any weight in at all. It's all
Mm,
bollocks.
yeah.
And then you had Greta Thunberg up on the screen, and they were all saying like, what are you doing? Are you doing enough? And I was like, yeah, no, there's diesel generators out the back, you wankers. This fucking festival is not being run on solar power. Piss off, you know.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of it. You just, I mean, really. Let's be honest. How much of this impact is man? You know,
Well, it's very
really.
little to do with us. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's natural climate change. That's what happens on the planet. We're in a cycle. We have 11-year cycles for sunspot activity. We have 1,300-year cycles for other stuff on the planet. And we're traveling through the universe. So I mean, like we're crossing through the universe, and we're actually not traveling around it. We're actually going down through it as well. And it's like when we hit other sections of space, time and space will change as well, and there's fuck all we can do about it. You
I
know.
know. I know.
Hmm.
But it's a money grab, though, right?
Yeah,
It's
just
a
like
money
this.
grab.
Just like they're setting up COVID things in California right now. They're setting up testing centers, even though it hasn't happened yet. But they're getting ready, and they're getting ready with all the jabs because it's all. We need to ramp this one up again, and stir the pot again. Yeah.
Yeah, really. Like, I'm done with that stuff. I really am. I don't.
Mm.
I just I don't want to go through that again. It's a shame because really, in this round, I mean, how many people who went through the first round, they're like diligent, okay, look at, I better get my jab and blah blah blah, got their jabs, got sick,
Ah,
whatever, and then all of a sudden,
ah.
they're like, whoa, and now they're saying, what is it? If you had the jab, if you had the jab in the past, it opens you up for being, I guess, vulnerable to this new whatever
Yeah.
new strain, or but it's not a new strain, it's just a variant,
Yeah.
apparently, just a mild variant.
We're all immunized because people have all had it so many times. That's the whole point. I mean, it's
Mm.
like if you want to immunize yourself, much better than a jab, you're better off catching it and letting everyone else catch it. I mean, let's face it. Unfortunately, it's a sad thing to say, but those who were most vulnerable, Gareth included,
Hmm.
although it might have been the way he was treated in hospital, which
It could
they
have been.
worked out it wasn't a very good way to treat people.
Hmm.
But yeah, those people are no longer with us. So everyone who was left is stronger, you know?
Yeah, 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 it's a shame how some people
Mm.
we're lost to it. You're going, wow, just
Yeah.
makes you wonder on certain level, but still, yeah. I do understand people who have a illness and underlying condition that they know of. Okay, fine. Then you might want to take care of yourself, obviously.
And stay indoors whilst the rest of us can keep going out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're sick, don't go out.
Oh,
If you're sick, you're sick, don't go to fucking work.
I mean, you could catch a flu and die from it. You could
Well,
catch
that too.
COVID and die from it.
Yeah,
If you're ill, if you want to go out there in the shopping centers and do all the things that put you in contact with people that are going to make you ill, then you can do that. That's up to you.
absolutely. 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 So you were at this concert. So how long was the concert for? Like how long was this festival sort of
12
concert?
hours. It was a
12
two,
hours.
yeah, 2 days of 12 hours, but I only went for the Saturday because Aphex Twin was on. Yeah.
And that was the only, yeah, okay. So what was this festival? What was it?
The festival was called Forwards, which is
Oh,
like sort of
forwards.
moving forward, like
Hmm.
moving forwards whilst actually moving backwards. That's what it's really about. Because I mean, all this stuff about climate is get rid of your car, get rid of your heating, don't use electric, don't do anything, don't go to work, stay at home, work from home, don't go anywhere, don't eat food because you can't afford it anymore because it's so expensive. Everything's like astronomically through the roof. And every time they keep locking shit down, all the businesses are going under. So basically, it's just a way of destroying society. So they can go, well, we feel better about ourselves now. Oh, what? You mean the top tiers who will still be using jets and still have cars, and all you people at the top who've got money so it won't affect you? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just tell all of us to fuck ourselves up so you can preach to us. No, no, I don't like that very, very much, to be honest. I think that's bullshit.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that going on. I mean, here I don't know if it's there, but here there's a concept called the 15-minute, the 15, I think, what is it? The 15-minute city,
Mm.
I believe it's called. And basically it's just an environment where people don't have to go outside a 15-minute radius to get what they need.
But that's what
So
they say. That's what
yeah,
they say. But the
that's what they say.
reality,
Yeah.
what the reality of it is you're living in a town.
Hmm.
Nothing has changed in the town. No
Yeah.
shops are closer.
Hmm.
Most shops are closing because they can't afford to stay open, because of the cost
Yeah.
of things, and
Yeah.
people have got less money to pay for it. So
Hmm.
nothing has changed. So if your supermarket was half an hour drive, it's still half an hour drive, but they don't want you to drive there. They want you to stay in the 15-minute city. So therefore, you can't get the food you want at the price that you need it because it's going to
Yeah.
be more expensive because you're already meant to buy it locally, and they haven't got all the stuff you want. So you can only buy a limited amount of stuff because
Yeah.
they want you to stay in and don't go out and stay in, stay in. And it's like, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And a lot of places said you can shove this fucking bullshit up your ass. And the council's like, we'll fine you, we'll fine you. And it's like,
Okay.
well, okay, you do what you got to do. We'll do what we got to do. Because I tell you what they're doing in London right now with the ULEZ cameras, the
Mm.
toll cameras.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I saw that. What
they've
are they
been
called?
ripping them down. They're
Blade
all being
runners,
ripped
right?
down. Yep,
Blade
they're all
runners or
ripped
whatever they're
down.
called.
It's unworkable unless he
What
wants to
was
spend more public money, to put more cameras up that'll get ripped down again and thrown in the River Thames. You know,
so they were saying what up to what 90% of the cameras are like destroyed, something
yeah,
like that.
yeah, yeah. It's all gone.
And
So,
this is all because of what is it, low emissions area, or what's that all about?
well, the whole idea behind the low emission zone was to stop central London from
Yeah,
having so many cars. If they didn't need to be there, what they were saying is, well, the public transport system is really good in the centre of London, so you can
yeah.
just get wherever you need to go. And it's pretty good on the outskirts of London as well. But again, a lot of people have got businesses. Some people are disabled,
Hmm.
elderly who are going to have to stay at home and they can't visit family and friends and they can't meet people because they can't use the vehicle. So they're saying, oh, no, you don't need a vehicle. You got buses and you got trains. Well, the trains are actually dirtier than sitting in your car using the trains because they run in the underground and all the
Hmm.
particulates are much worse in the underground than driving in your car. But this is all about keeping your lungs safe. So they want you to do the exact opposite thing of common sense. Well, if the underground is dirty, It's cleaner to use your car. Yeah, but no, they want no. You'll do what you're told. You'll use what we tell you to use. It's all this bollocks, so they can shove it up their fucking arse. And I've never paid a fine in London for anything.
Yeah.
Never.
So when are you gonna buy? When are you gonna purchase your first Tesla then?
Well, yeah, like it's ever going to happen, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, Teslas are for the rich. They're for people who got
Yeah.
their own land outside their own house, which has got a land around it, because then they can charge the Tesla up. I mean, like, where are you supposed to charge a Tesla if you live
Exactly.
on a terraced road? Where are you supposed to charge these things?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
you want to do a small shopping trip, you've got to spend an hour sitting there like this, waiting for your car to charge around the corner somewhere. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge problem, and it's not just Tesla; it's every other electric car that's going to be coming out in the next few years. It's just there's no infrastructure for it, none.
Mm.
At least currently, there's none.
Mm.
And I think what is it, California that wants to by 2025 they want you to all transport trucks have to be electric.
Well,
I'm
that's
like,
going to work out really well, isn't
good
it? For
luck with
long
that. Yeah,
distance
exactly.
trucks. Yeah, that's going
Yeah,
to work out really well, isn't it?
And I mean, it's a major hub. It's a major shipping hub. California, like Los Angeles.
Well,
Major.
you know what'll happen? You know what'll happen? All the ships will stop going to California and they'll go somewhere else. And then Californians will have to pay more money to ship stuff in, because they won't, the people who said, well, hang on, we just can't do business in California now. It's just too awkward. Nope, we'll go somewhere else.
It's already an expensive state to live in and to visit and everything else. It's fucking expensive there.
Yeah, and it's just full of homeless people, because they all go there because it's nice and warm. So they all migrate to California, and California just lets them live in the streets, taking drugs, and like they're literally standing there next to you whilst you're waiting in the bus line, going, I guess, shooting up and fucking, smoking crack pipes, on the streets.
It's getting bad everywhere. Even here in Canada, a lot of the Canadian cities are getting so bad with these encampments. It's fucking ridiculous. But I was watching a vid there on Portland. I mean, Portland was the first, like Oregon was the first state to legalize all drugs. Really, so you can legally take any drug in the state, and people are openly taking drugs like fentanyl. So what's happening is it's becoming like a virus, if you will. People, these encampments are growing, and people are like fucking, it's just gathering like the masses, and they're all fucking zombies.
Yep.
Because there's nobody stopping you. These people, they don't want help. And they've tried to get help, and there's no proper fucking help there. There's nothing set up to help these people, wean themselves off these fucking drugs properly.
Well, people are living on the streets. Why? Because there's no affordable housing. Why is there no affordable housing? Well, because it's more important to get immigrants into housing. Certainly in the UK, they're given priority. An immigrant who's never paid into the UK tax system or the European tax system or anything is given priority to get a house over somebody who's lived here, paid the taxes all their life, and can't get a house. So people are homeless. So people from other parts of the world who don't have any real reason to be coming here can just sort of sail straight in and be guaranteed benefits. Whereas if you live here, you're going to like prove, well, why haven't you got a job? It's like, well, because I'm fucking homeless. Well, why are you homeless? Well, because you fuckers have given all the houses to other people. Oh, that's not an excuse. No, that's not an excuse. It's like, well, it is a fucking excuse, actually. It's a very good excuse. Yeah.
So do you guys over there in any of the cities, do you guys have those huge problems as well, the fentanyl and all that kind of shit?
Not so much fentanyl, but heroin and heroin, crack, various other types of drugs, but methamphetamine a bit, I suppose. But yeah, we're not heavily into the fentanyl yet. It'll probably come.
Yeah, I mean, fentanyl is a big thing that came out of Kensington and Philadelphia, and has spread like wildfire across the U.S. and into Canada now, in many parts of Canada, small towns. Like, I mean, it doesn't matter where you are. Fucking, the people who are heavily affected by these by that drug in particular,
Yeah.
and it's fucking amazing how how bad certain people are, and yet they still fucking go.
Yeah.
Their fingers are falling off, their teeth are falling out. It doesn't matter. They still gotta use it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's just addiction for you, and yeah, mental health is another thing. I mean,
Yeah.
people who are seriously mentally ill have been
Mhm.
turfed out of the hospitals. All the asylums have been closed down, so there's no like sheltered accommodation for them. And they
Yeah.
say, well, oh, what we'll do is we'll stick you in this little village, this quiet little village in the middle of nowhere. And then this
Mhm.
person is going fucking crazy, and all the neighbors are like constantly ringing the police and constantly ringing the ambulance, and the police say, well, we can't do anything unless they ask us for help.
Yeah.
We can't help them unless they want help. And it's like, yeah, but they're driving us fucking crazy with the shit they're doing. Like, screaming, shouting, music blaring at night, fucking naked, walking down the fucking street, getting their tits out of the windows, with, having like, 50 dogs in a house, and fucking stacking shit, like in fucking boxes, stacking shit in their house, taking a shit in a box. They got a toilet like 10 feet away from them, but no, they shit in a
Doesn't
box
matter.
and
Yeah.
start stacking the boxes in the fucking house. Absolutely fucking cuckoo. And it's all the locals are supposed to be the ones that are going to take care of these people. Well, the locals don't want to know. In fact, the locals want to fucking kill the fuckers.
You know, th- you know, kind of adding to that, Mac. Because a lot of the places that you've gone into, like Urbex,
Mm.
you kind of think about the mental state of some of these people that lived in some of these places, the way they left them.
Yeah.
You know.
They're probably better off, even though there was a lot of abuse used to go on in these institutions. They were
Yeah.
probably, a lot of them were better off,
Yeah.
because they were in one place. And if they flare up, it was less likely they were going to be off their meds. Because that's another problem is like, like one lunatic that's been stalking people recently, like off his meds. You know what I mean? Fucking, what can you do? Yeah.
It's amazing what people will be addicted to. I know there was in the state of Kentucky, in fact, there was one of the craziest fucking addictions. What is it? Was it Nestle coffee? Had a syrup, a coffee syrup, and people were drinking it and drinking it and drinking it like there was no tomorrow. I guess getting some sort of a high off it, the caffeine high, whatever. Until the point where Nescafe had to ban it, or the state had to ban it for sale in Kentucky.
Yeah.
So of course people are, well, yeah, it's okay. I'll just go into Tennessee or Ohio or wherever and just fucking stock up on it and bring it home. I mean, that is just fucking stupid. Banning something like that, people still, are able to get it. What's the fucking point? You drive it underground, it's going to be more accessible to some of these people because I mean, you look at when pot, marijuana, illegal, still
Yeah.
illegal in certain spots, but here it's legalized, controlled by the government regulations. They have their own government fucking grown herb, if you will, and medicinal. They call it medicinal, and they charge a fucking arm and a leg to get this shit. But people who buy it are they're like, this stuff is shit. It's garbage.
Yeah.
You know, but they love the control. But the thing is, you still have your black market pot going around,
Yeah.
and people prefer it because it's like that old, like old times, the big skunky, whatever pot
THC
residue.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
love it. And it just, I don't know. And what they're talking about, going with Coke, legalizing Coke, heroin, legalizing heroin. And they
Well,
figured this is the best remedy.
over here we have buses that go around and like outside nightclubs. Like I saw one in Plymouth, and it's sat in the square where all the nightclubs are around the square. And if
Yeah.
you're a heroin user, you can go over to the bus and they'll give you fresh needles and you can shoot up in the bus. Yeah, and they have medics there, so if you collapse, they'll fucking revive you. And it's like, but like it's not legal to have heroin, but if you're addicted, then it suddenly is kind of legal, because it's like, well,
Yeah.
you're addicted. So they don't seem to do much to wean people off it, but they allow them to take it. And it's like, if you want to come off it, they'll give you substitutes, but then people get addicted to the substitutes and they just keep whacking up the substitutes and still doing a bit of heroin on the side. So now they've got two choices. It's like, but it doesn't really fix things.
Yeah, there's that gray area with a lot of stuff. And
Yeah.
something like that would, yeah, there's a huge gray area. Yeah, I don't know, man. What do you think? What do you think is the best sort of scenario for this kind of shit?
I don't know. Alien fucking war on planet Earth. Thin out the fucking herd. I don't know. I think pandemics are doing a pretty good job of that. But is this what our masters have got planned for us? Because it's like, well, they say there's too many people and they're using too much energy. Well, it's like, oh, let's just thin the herd then. Maybe we just release something and like, oh, there we are. All our problems have now gone away. You know, people have just gone away. Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't that be something else if that did happen though? I mean,
I think the
and it
governments want it. That's what they want.
well, yeah, but I mean, it's not out of the question that that will happen, like an alien invasion sort of thing.
Mm,
It's not out of the question.
yeah. And can we even believe that it's a real alien invasion? Because it might be the government just fucking staging it just to lock everyone down again. Oh, we can't let you out to go and see the aliens. Or no, 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 we've got to lock you in now. Special reasons. Just don't ask questions. Just do what you're fucking told.
Do you,
Yeah.
do you think a lot of the incidents that have been witnessed throughout the years, stuff like, the Phoenix Lights and area, Roswell, whatever. Do you think that was government controlled?
No,
Or
I
or
think some of that's real,
yeah,
but I think that the government have kind of monopolized upon the way information has been disseminated about these
yeah.
real events. They've just tried to kind of steer it down a particular path, and I think we are at the point where they're trying to find ways to kind of stage things. They're actually wanting to do it. Because fear is the mind killer, and fear is what makes people listen and do what they're told. The whole pandemic was a big example of that. You just give a few little drops of fear, drip, 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 and then everybody's like, I'll do what you say, I'll do whatever you say. And it's like, and then the people at the top, they're all partying, and going
Yeah,
off, and because they know it's bullshit. They're not listening to the same rules they tell everybody else to follow.
exactly. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I mean, I uh I've witnessed things myself personally, but you know, obviously I question it, but I really
Mm,
do think
mm,
that there is something going on. I really do.
mm,
It's all a matter of patching into it properly, but I don't know. Well, you like you said, you keep going back to when you were doing the crop circle thing, and the things that you sort of experienced while doing these crop circles. You felt that there was something much higher going on.
mm. Yeah. There's definitely some sort of telepathic messages getting through, from somewhere. But from where? That's I've seen UFOs, so I believe in that. But kind of wondered to myself, like, was that a real UFO, or was it some sort of like government, sort of doing something to, project these things into the air, or what. I've seen them being helicopters chasing balls of light, and I've seen some crazy shit out there, and I do believe people have real experiences with this stuff. And yeah, so I mean, I'm a believer, but I mean, I know that they're also fucking with our heads, because they're not telling us the truth. They're hiding a lot of it. They have done for a long time. Yeah, Tim the puppy master says Project Bluebeam. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm,
Project Bluebeam, yeah. But I
mm.
mean, why do you think there is a like a select few that are in the know though? Like, why is that?
Because they want it all for themselves. They want technological advantage. They want to get a heads up before other governments do. Because if we've retrieved technology and found things, then other governments are capable of doing it, and whoever gets the biggest weapons first might be able to, start some sort of apocalyptic war. That maybe that's what it's about. It's about getting the technology first, developing it, putting it into a secret arsenal, which nobody gets to know about, and they really don't roll out unless it's a very, uh, very dire situation. Like, I mean, they the first SS, or not SS 71, the F-117
Mhm.
Nighthawk, the stealth plane, the triangular looking one, that was first flying in 1975.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't. There was no glimpse of it for about 10 years, and then it was a bit of an accidental one. And yeah, that's been flying all over the world doing secret missions in those 10 years. People didn't know about it. Stealth
Yeah,
technology.
most people have no clue exactly. Stealth technology, exactly. I mean, then okay, so you have your stealth technology. What's next then? I mean, come on, what can they think of next when it comes to this kind of you know?
Well, interdimensional time travel. You know,
But
being able to.
time travel though, isn't that's kind of far off still, don't you think?
Well,
With our
I mean, did some of that happen with the Philadelphia experiment? I mean, a lot of
true,
people say like, "Oh, that didn't really happen." It's like, there's things like, a guy was talking today on a channel called, Professor Simon Holland, and he was talking
mm,
about whether Rendlesham was just some sort of like radar experiment which went wrong, and sent the beam into Rendlesham, and that's why they were all hallucinating that they were seeing UFOs. What about they just saw UFOs? That's a simpler explanation.
exactly,
You know what I
exactly.
mean? It's like
Yeah,
you're jumping cartwheels to make up like these really complicated explanations. Well, maybe they saw UFOs. I
cr-
mean, the UFOs were beaming lights down into the nuclear bunkers, which they still don't like to talk about. Like Nick Pope goes on
mhm.
television all the time, talks about Rendlesham, always forgets to mention about the nuclear weapons they had there. Weird that, isn't it? Yeah, so he's not telling you everything because he's still a little bit loyal to the government, and
Yeah.
they're not supposed to talk about just how many nuclear weapons the United States have got in the United Kingdom. They don't like it being talked about. So yeah,
Um, Green Diesel says, "Are we really in the year 2023?" No, I don't
yeah.
think so. I mean, the current calendar system that we're using now, but if you go, what is it? The Gregorian. Oh, you're muted, Matt. You muted
I
yourself.
know, I know. I muted myself because I just
Yeah.
did a little advert for you that I'm
Oh,
going to
okay. Sorry.
upload. Yeah.
Thanks,
So I
brother.
thought you don't want to hear me say that.
um, I mean, what is it? The old Gregorian calendar that we used?
Gregorian.
Gregorian, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're in. I think we're using the Gregorian
Yeah,
now.
we're using that now, right?
Yeah.
Um, and I believe even with the even the correct zodiac, there not 13 signs, not 12, right? I
Um,
believe.
well, they used to worship. They used to worship things in 13s.
Yeah,
So the
yeah,
calendars used to be 13
yeah,
because of the moon, because it was
yeah,
mostly about moon cycles they were more interested in,
yeah.
not like circling the Earth and circling the sun. It was all set up to be about the moon. So that was what was, used before. But I mean, the Jewish calendar. I mean, Jewish people to this day still use the Hebrew calendar. What's the name of it now? There's a name for it, but I was looking it up the other day, and I was looking up the fact that, certain days which are important to Freemasons
Mhm.
actually line up on the Jewish calendar, not on the Gregorian calendar. So people need to kind of like not be using the Gregorian calendar to look up stuff for significance, because it's So Jewish calendar. Is it called the Talmud or something? What's it called? Uh, what's it called? Hebrew calendar. Yeah, they call it just the Hebrew calendar, but it's got
Oh,
another name as well. I'll
I'm
look it up now.
not familiar with that.
Yeah, I was looking it up the other day, and there's like calendar converters, so you can put like our date in, and it'll convert it to the Jewish calendar, and they're on about like year 5,000. You
Wow.
know, so we're on 2023. They're on 5,000. So, yeah.
But it
Mm,
also leads to down to human civilization too, like intelligent human civilizations
yeah,
here on Earth, being a lot longer than what they are saying they were.
yeah.
You know,
We're in year 5784 on the Jewish calendar right now.
5784. Wow.
Yeah.
So technically, how old are you then? Technically.
Well, yeah. That's so if we were to subdivide it, we could probably work it out, couldn't we? It's probably
Hmm.
like if we said 5784, and if we could get a factor then. So if we said like 5784 divided by 2023 would be a 2.85 multiplication. So my age would be 51 or 52 times 2.85. So I'd be 145 now.
So we really do live to 100.
Yeah. Mm.
Technically. Wow. Wow, I'm actually 100 years old.
Yeah.
So, Matt, how's it feel to be 100 years old?
Wow. I think I've been around the block, so yeah, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. But then in a Star Trek universe, then Scotty, who lived to about, was it 150 or something like that? He was one of the oldest. Was it
Something
Scott?
like
No,
that.
Bones, I think it was.
Was it
Yeah,
Bones? Yeah.
Bones. Yeah, and yeah. So I mean, what would he be then? He would be about like 280. You know, so in Jewish calendar.
Green Diesel saying our spirits are older for sure. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, okay, so going down this path in terms of uh you know being the calendar year being so 5,000 whatever it is in the Hebrew or the Jewish calendar. um so why was it, like, I've got an idea, but why was that we started following this Gregorian? Because I mean, this is when we're like, we have all these calendars now, we time zones, times, 24-hour time periods, a days, 24 hours, you know, sort of thing. And is this not like sort of a domestication of how we live, how
Well, I
we're
think
running our lives?
some of these old calendars don't take into consideration things like leap years and the fact
Yeah.
that we're not always going symmetrically around the sun. Like there's extra time and loss of time. It's like, so it didn't take into consideration. So I think these newer calendars kind of take into consideration those sorts of things, but I could be wrong. So yeah. Why did they change Jewish calendar to Gregorian? See what this Google says. Um, in 921, Aaron ben Meir proposed changes to the calendar, though the proposals were rejected. They indicate that all of the rules of the modern calendar. Let's have a look. Right. Um, yeah. The Hebrew calendar, also called the Jewish calendar, is a luni-solar calendar used today for Jewish religious observance. Um, and it also has the dates for Jewish holidays. Um, yeah, but it's used for religious purposes, provides the time frame for agriculture, and is the official calendar for civil holidays alongside the Gregorian calendar. The present Hebrew calendar is a result of the process of development, including a Babylonian influence. Until the Tanaitic period, which was approximately 10 to 220 CE, the calendar employed a new crescent moon with an additional month normally added every 2 or 3 years to correct the difference between the lunar year of 12 months and the solar year. And the year in which it was added was based on observation of natural agricultural related events in ancient Israel. Yeah. So it's to do with, like not having to have these weird kind of like, let's add a month. Like one year, you have like 13 months in this year instead of having 12 to
Mm.
make up and catch up for, the mistakes that the calendar was making. But I mean, that's weird, isn't it? They go like, oh, this year it's 13 and this year it's 12, you
I
know?
mean, it kind of works obviously when you're living in a part of the world that have seasons, like as opposed to somewhere, there are seasons, but they're not noticeable.
Mm,
You go into like a tropical area, there's not really, you got monsoon season and whatever else, but you don't really have a winter or a fall or whatever. You just have, it's just hot all the time.
yeah.
Whereas
So
if
yeah,
you're, go
the
ahead.
current the current Hebrew year, which is 5783, so I assume that's roughly where we are. It says
Yeah.
began at sunset on the 25th of September 2022 and will end on sunset at the 15th of September 2023. So you see, that's not a whole month, is it? 25 to 15 on the next month. You're missing 10 days there. See, so you can't start adding that up. So 10 days by 12. So it's 10, 12. So 120, 120 days. Well, 120 days in a year different, So if you add it up, so 10 days per month. Well, no, sorry, 10 days per year. Sorry.
Mhm.
So 10 days per year. So you add that up between 2 or 3 years and you've got a month. So you have to add in a month every 2 or 3 years to kind of correct for the the actual cycle around the sun, whereas they're like working lunar and solar. So it's weird. It's a very
That
strange
is
system.
that
Yeah.
is weird. Yeah, very weird. Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about that. Obviously, will probably change in the coming years because I mean, what is it? We're losing. What is it? We're losing seconds. How's it going now? We're actually losing seconds or gaining seconds in a year or whatever, or the 24 hour. Forget it how it goes, but there's actually I believe we're losing split seconds out of our day because of the rotation of around the sun or something to do with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's like leap years and
Mhm.
leap months and things like that, So yeah, but I mean, the time. If you think about we're rotating on the planet,
Yeah,
well, that's a speed. So we're running at a speed.
yeah,
And remember, relativity says the faster you go, the more time slows down for
yeah,
you, for you. So therefore, to everybody else, time is still running at the same speed, but for you, it's running slower. So the faster you go, the slower time is relative for you. Yeah.
yeah. Hmm.
So okay, so all right then, if you're up on a tall mountain, the highest mountain, or if you're flying in an aircraft, well, you're much higher than everybody else. So you're still moving relatively with the Earth, but you're higher. So your actual speed further out on that circular curve is more. So a person in an aircraft is their time is running slower. So they might lose a second on their watch if they're up there for like a day or something. They might lose a second perhaps. And then imagine if you're on the North Pole. Well,
Hmm.
you're spinning, but you're only moving in a small area
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
North Pole. So you're spinning around a small area. So the distance you're traveling is not massive. If you're on the equator, it's bigger. So time is running differently at the North Pole than it is on the edge of the planet at the equator, or up in space, or in an aircraft. And people, don't seem to realize that like we're traveling through the universe on a solar system that's traveling at a speed. So if we meet another solar system coming the other way at a different speed, yeah, its time may be different relative to ours. So if you send them a message and they receive it, then the message from us might be a bit slower because we might be moving faster to them. So they'll receive it and it'll be stretched.
yeah. Just
Weird, huh?
just very very weird, but I mean, just a thought though too, how you put it, how, these, galaxies are moving, and just imagine if I mean, it's very possible that a galaxy can collide with another galaxy,
Yeah, can.
causing
To
chaos.
obliteration, yeah.
Wow, just imagine. That's
Well,
that's ins
well, I mean, the Earth could get thrown out of its orbit and would take up a new orbit. And if there was a sun came through, so you have two suns, well, I'd probably fry everybody on Earth. But
yeah.
and if we got swung out, we might be swung out in an ellipse then. So we'd become fried cold, fried cold. As we could end up being, it could be something like that. Everything just gets thrown out because the equilibrium we got now has taken billions of years to settle down so that it's nice and uniform. And there are some people believe the moon wasn't there back in history. There's ancient man says there was no moon. The moon arrived, and there was a time when there were no tides, apparently, because the moon creates the tides.
Yep.
So having that effect there is pulling the water towards the moon. And then when the moon goes around the other side, it pulls the water to the other side of the planet. So it's constantly being pulled where the moon is, and that's what creates tides.
Imagine, life without a moon.
Yeah.
Wow,
And
insane.
some people are sort of thinking, well, the moon is there as a hollow thing. There's a lot of NASA scientists who talked about the moon being hollow.
Mhm.
You know, because when they set off a bomb up there, I think it was, or they crashed something into the moon, and the moon started ringing like a bell
Mm,
for a
yeah.
long time.
So why do you think that is? I mean, do you think this is something that was created? Well, like, I mean, I wanna say man-made, but by an intelligent civilization, what do you think? What
Maybe there's something inside the moon, and all the dust on the surface is people talk about, like, when you look at craters on Earth. If an
Mm,
asteroid hits the Earth, boom, you get a nice big deep crater. But when
yep.
asteroids hit the moon, it goes flat. It goes flat, and it just plops out sideways, like as if there's something harder under the surface of dust.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
So
Crazy.
you know,
It's the way they keep an eye on us. Is that what it is?
yeah,
Some advanced civilization out there, alien culture keeping an eye on us. Maybe our creators.
yeah.
But then again, it wasn't there in the beginning. So then why send it later on?
Well, you're on about the moon now. Why send it? Because
Yeah.
maybe it's keeping tabs on what's going on the planet.
Mhm.
Maybe that's where the UFOs are coming from.
Yeah. We're not alone. Yeah. We're not
Yeah,
alone. We're definitely not alone. There's a lot of stuff going on.
yeah,
A lot of stuff going on. Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. I have to freshen up.
Yeah,
So,
man.
do you want to hold it?
I might go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hold it, and then I'll
Yeah.
go and get one because I'm just drinking water at the moment. But I feel like something now. Yeah.
Okay. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, doke. Hmm. Did they really land on the dark side of the moon? Well, I said they flew around. Flown around it, but I don't think they've landed on it. So they tell us. But I mean, would they admit to it? Because how would we know? Maybe that's where our bases are, around the back of the moon. If we've got moon bases, you're not going to build them where people can look at them with a telescope. So maybe that is where it all is going on. Yeah. You need a matching do rag that Steve's got. What do you mean, a head rag? Yeah, to cover up my slap head. Yeah, yeah. Well, I like to show it off, actually. I think you should, let the air get to it, and don't cover it up. Yeah, don't do a Nick Redfern. He's always wearing thing. I think he doesn't like seeing himself as a baldy. So
Howdy.
All right. How are you doing?
Good, good. You know what I wanted to ask you? Budget 4K cameras.
Mm.
What would you suggest?
Depends whether if you want a 4K camera, GoPro is 4K, but of course it's got
Yeah,
a lot of bend on the image.
yeah.
So I think it's actually they're more like 5.8K or 6K, and it just
Yeah.
crops in on the image. But you only get a really sharp image when you're using more of the sensor. So you might want to check. You could change out the lens so that it's a slightly more telephoto lens, and then they're okay. But I mean, it's a GoPro. It overheats. It runs through batteries like
It
crazy.
does. Yeah.
You got to keep them charged. They corrupt the files a lot. They fuck up.
Mm,
There's all sorts of weird shit going on with them. But more expensive than they should be as well. They're ripping people off with them.
mm.
I don't know. I mean, I've got my Sony A7S, which is great for the dark, but
Yeah.
it hasn't got a great pixel count. I picked up this one because it's got night shot, and it's
Yeah.
okay, 4K camera, big thing, takes big batteries. It'll film for 4 hours on one battery, so
Nice.
not bad. But yeah, I mix and match cameras. I've got two Sonys. I've got an A7S and I got the 3000 or something. I can't remember. Can't remember what it is now, but it's a small sensor, so you can use the smaller lenses on it,
Yeah.
or you can use a big lens, and then you're going to get the edges are going to kind of crop, so you can crop in. But yeah, I like the A7S for a night camera, and it can be used for live recording. It's not bad. But I mean, if you want ultra sharp 4K, you could go for the A7, which has
Yeah.
got more pixels, but it's not good at night. And if you want to go ultra resolution, very, very clean, you go for the A7Rs, which you've got like 60 megapixels and higher, so
Nice. And
pretty
that's the
big.
Sony, right?
Sony, yeah.
Yeah. They've always had really good night vision IR technology. I mean, I'm not so worried about the night vision, but I mean, because I mean, you can always get a half decent light and mount it on the camera, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a good enough light, you can use a shit camera that's only good in the day, but you've got to have a big light. Whereas
Hmm.
with the A7S, it's a big camera. I mean, it's heavy to carry around. Here it is now. It's like Samyang lens, and that's the body. There's my hand.
Yeah,
And it's quite weighty,
yeah,
but good piece of kit. Very good. In
nice.
fact, I'm wondering where my memory card is from it. Shit. What have I done with that now then? Disappeared.
Yeah, I haven't been too happy with the GoPro.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got the God. I had the 3 for years, and then I upgraded to 9.
Yeah.
And I'm like, do I even want to bother going for another GoPro?
Yeah, they're just
No.
minor incremental changes, and then
Yeah,
they take something away, and then they give you something, and then the next one they'll take that away and give you something else, and then the next one then they'll give you two things back, and then they'll give you three things back, and it's like, yeah, but we had those. What are you taking them away for?
yeah. I mean, it's. Hold on, let's see. Where is it?
This memory card won't go in anymore because a piece of plastic sort of chipped off the side, and now it won't go in anything anymore.
Really?
Great. Yeah.
Some of the footage. Do I got the footage? Hold on. Oh, let's see. Do I get the footage? Just the. Where are we?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. This one must be 128. Yeah, it's 128. I'm gonna put that one in my A7S because it's a fast card and you can shoot at 100 megabits with that one. You can change the bit rates. Like whether got a high bit rate,
Yeah.
cleaner recording, or lower bit rate, and you can switch it to various different modes. But I like shooting in XAVC, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
And this one shoots in XAVC as well, which even though it's like not a not an A7S. It still shoots in the XAVC mode, and I think it's got the D-Log color profiles as well. So
And what's that? Is that it? That's Sony as well?
yeah, it's an
Yeah.
AX100 or something. I think it is. Yeah, AX100, but it's an American one because
Mhm.
I didn't want the UK one because it only shoots at 25 frames a second. I'd rather shoot
Really?
at 30 frames a second. Yeah, but with the expensive Sony cameras, they allow you to switch it between American mode and PAL, so you can switch it, and then the camera just reboots and it shoots at that frame rate. But like with the domestic, what they class as prosumer or domestic type cameras,
Yeah,
they fix it so that you can only have it American or UK. And there's tax reasons why that is as well. It's to do with tax.
of course. Of
Because they
course.
charge you more money if the camera's transportable all over the globe. They go, oh no, we want more tax for that now. So yeah.
Go figure. Go figure. And so what about this I know we've talked about it a few times. What is it? The Doogie?
Yeah, I mean
Doogie, Doogie.
that's okay as a night vision camera.
Just strictly night?
Well, yeah, it's not brilliant in the day. It's okay, but it's not a brilliant camera in the day. But it's got the thermal imaging and the night vision. Which is unusual for a phone to have night IR night mode. And then it's got thermal, which is like you don't need any light at all. Seeing a completely dark building with no light, it just sees thermally. But I mean, it's not as easy as it sounds to navigate around places looking thermally because there has to be some heat. If all the walls are cold, you're just looking at black. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've used a lot of thermal cameras before, and some really good ones. But I don't know. I mean, I like them. Don't get me wrong, but after a while, just it gets monotonous.
Mm,
Shooting everything in thermal.
mm. So
Um,
good for ghost stuff, though. I think.
sure, it's great for ghost stuff. And I've got a few altered um what you call it oh god, I can't even think of the word.
Think a bit,
Oh
Bob's.
my god, think my god.
Bob's your uncle.
It's one of those
Annie's your aunt.
crazy. Oh yeah, the all spectrum cameras.
Mm.
You know.
Like the psionics and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they look pretty good. The psionics, a bit noisy,
They're
but
not noisy. They're okay, but again, it's just. I think. I'm done with all that shit. I'd like to just document in low light. Just, just straight document. 4K if possible.
yeah.
You know.
So this would be the puppy for you then because it's got the IR filter that moves out of the way so it can shoot at night. It's got an infrared thing, but look, the lens they give you, the cover covers up the IR, so you can't use that
So you got to
because
take
that
that
gets in
cover
the
off.
way. You've got to take it off. That's a great
Oh,
design, but then again, it's got a hot shoe. But of course, it's a Sony hot shoe,
yeah.
so it looks like a hot shoe. But then when you go to put something in it, it doesn't fit. So you've got to get a hot shoe adapter to give you the old-fashioned hot shoe. Then you can put things on it. It's because it's a special, intelligent Sony incompatible hot shoe. So yeah. But I mean,
Why?
Sony used to really piss me off because they used to put noise on the audio channel, so the internal mic would be completely clean. But if you plug an external mic in, it would go, psss, and they put that on. That's actually added,
Yeah, but you know what else?
bastards.
You know what else noticed about old Sony's too? The inner mechanisms.
Mm.
They would pick up the inner mechanisms, the movement, and it would drive you fucking insane. You watching. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then sometimes I remember shooting in this one area, and I'm watching the footage and going, I don't remember a fucking church close by. And I'm like, what fucking church would be chiming their bell at 1 o'clock in the morning? And I'm like, because that's what it sounded like. It sounded like a church bell chiming in the background, in the distance. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense at all. And then, I had to write to Sony and say, hey, what the hell's going on here? Why do I have this? And of course they said, well, it's the inner mechanism, the gears. And I'm like, oh, that makes total sense. But why?
Mm.
Why? You
Yeah,
know?
well, Canon lenses, like shit plastic cheap lenses that if you
Yeah.
try to grab them to focus them, they go clunk and the image goes chunk, chunk. Yeah. Well, but they'll sell you a real lens made out of metal, but it's just cost you about £1,000 more, instead of shitty plastic, you know?
Yeah.
And they want £1,000 for the plastic lens, and they want like 2,500 if you have it made out of metal or something that doesn't move when you touch it. You touch a Canon lens, the blip, blip, you know. Yeah,
Can't win. Unless you have, you know, thousands on, hundreds of thousands of dollars and you can buy a nice red camera or something like that. But even so, you're shooting perfect 4K and more, but low light, then it gets to be
yeah,
a different story.
yeah. They've got a lot
Even
of
with those
noise.
guys.
Red camera's got a lot of noise.
Uh-huh.
And Black Magics, and
Mhm.
the only one that works really well in the dark without freaking out are Arris.
Yeah,
Yeah,
oh, fuck, they're
A-
great, man.
Arri cams.
They're so great. I love those cameras. The
But once
film
you
cam
they're huge when you build them up, though.
Airy BLs were the best. I,
Mm,
I used to love those fuckers, and of course that's film. But you know what? When they transition them into digital cameras,
yeah.
they were great.
Yeah, I mean, Arri were always one of the best for
Yeah.
the Arri Flex and stuff, their
Mhm,
film cameras. But now the Alexas, Arri Alexas, and they say
mhm.
that the very first Alexa is still on par with some of the new ones. It's just the new ones see lower light, but the quality of the image really hasn't changed. Like every Alexa is matched so that you kind of like the next one is still as good as the next one is still as good as, because they don't want people freaking out when they take their footage away and they've learned how to set a camera up. They don't want them going like, well, I got to learn again now. A new camera's come out. I got to learn it all again. You know.
So
So
what do you think about all these? I see a lot of these cheap knockoffs from China.
well,
The
mm,
4K ones, like, and a lot of these people are going, well, they're actually not bad for the price that you pay.
well, a lot of them are not really 4K. I
Yeah,
mean, most people have got a really great 4K camera in their phone.
yeah, yeah.
Absolutely superb, most of
Mhm.
them.
Yeah,
The only thing I think you tend to notice the difference between a bigger camcorder and phones is when it's low light, you tend to get streaking. So lights will
yeah,
sort of streak and do a lot of this crap, which you don't get on like high end cameras because a lot of that's filtered out.
yeah.
But I mean, global filters like global shutter as well.
Mhm.
Like Red doesn't have a global shutter on a lot of their cameras. I don't think they have a global shutter. So I mean, you get jello. So if you move the image quickly like that, it tilts and it tilts because
Yeah,
it's scanning the image down instead of taking it as one photo and then storing it and then taking another photo. So it's global shutter. Click, click, 1, 2, 3. It's going scan, 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 and like the Black Magic big beast of a camera I've got in there has a global shutter.
a global shutter.
It's a
Yeah,
global shutter, yeah.
yeah. It's I don't know. I always, and I think a lot of it too, with a lot of the stuff I've shot in 4K, it just sometimes it doesn't transition great to. And I think a lot of it has to do with the program I'm using. Like I was using Premiere,
Mhm.
but I started using Corel, which I don't think I think I'm going to go back to Airy. Sorry, to Premiere,
Yeah,
because Corel just doesn't. It's not great. It's not a great program.
no,
Video Studio is not great.
yeah. And I mean, some people talk about using Vegas because that Sony's offering is
Yeah,
actually, and it was a piece of audio software
yeah,
which they bolted on video to, and then they tried to make you edit it like as if you're editing audio, and it's like that's weird, but it's slow. I mean, like I've noticed that the thing is so slow rendering and
hmm,
pain in the ass. But I mean, I shot a load of 3D footage the other day. I shot the Aphex Twin in 3D, and the pretty much the only software that you can get that will handle it native in 3D is the Sony Vegas software.
yeah.
which is oh god, you don't want to delve into that world. It's a nightmare.
But you
I'm gonna get a
see,
beer. I'm gonna get
yeah, yeah,
beer.
go
Yeah.
for it, go for it.
Cheers.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a lot of free or subscription based programs out there that you can use. Like what is it? Da Vinci, I think is one of them. Da Vinci is one, and was it Pixel, something like that? I don't know. I think it's Da Vinci. Hold on, let me look. Vinci. Resolve. That's it. Da Vinci Resolve, and you can use it free. Let's see. Let's see here. I'll share the screen. Where are we?
Well, hey.
Hey.
Oh,
And again, this here is DaVinci Resolve.
yeah.
Have you ever experimented with this thing?
Yes.
And
Really, really hard to use.
yeah,
Really hard.
I know. I found that quite hard. I mean, I was working with it, and I'm like, wow, it's just insane. You know?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when I think Lightwave came out, and Lightwave was an early video editing system, and Avid and Premiere kind of followed pretty much the same sort of like layout. So they've made things very simple and very easy, and most of the good video editing software, even all the cheap knockoff clones, they kind of try to emulate the sort of the type of thing that they're doing. And yeah, then you get like Final Cut comes along, and it's like then they want to do it the Apple way, which is like weird, and then you get Da Vinci comes along, and it's like, really, who wrote who has this guy who wrote this shit ever used video
Yeah.
editing stuff prior to making a very powerful piece of software? But has he actually done real world editing? Because this is not how it's done.
Yeah, but Matt, I always remember using the Avid machines back in the day to splice film and edit and shit like that. But I'll tell you, it was a pain in the ass.
Mhm.
It was a pain in the ass. I hated it. I hated editing. I couldn't stand it.
Yeah.
And would stay away from it as much as I could, let somebody else deal with that. But I'm telling you, yeah, I tried using their digital sort of format now, and it's not bad, but yeah, I think Premiere to me just seems to be the easiest, user friendliest, and I mean it's still an industry kind of wide program, right?
This is my current big cam.
Wow,
Bit of a beast.
that's
SDI
yeah,
docked on broadcast lens. It's got smooth. It's
wow,
metal action focus.
yeah.
Metal zoom. 20 times zoom.
So did you buy that new or used?
Used.
I was
Yeah.
going to say because that's
Yeah. And the memory
wow.
cards, like half an hour is about 200 quid for a memory card. Yeah.
Because that was basically we're talking about that camera was that's at least what 15, 20 years.
No, I think it's
No,
about 10 years
is
old.
it 10 years old? Oh
Yeah.
wow.
But the reason I like it is
Yeah.
because look at the size of the
Look at that. Look
screen.
at that screen. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And it's got 3 screens. It's got this one, and this one, which you can monitor on all 3.
Yeah.
But I've adapted it so that the memory card is now replaced by a wire, which gives me cheap SSDs I can plug in and record.
Look at that. Look at that. He's employing the old firewire technique.
Yeah. Kind of get around it that way, cheaper
Wow.
SD things. But
Remember those days, the firewire?
oh yeah, firewire, man. Jesus. Yeah. It sort of came around with DV.
Yeah.
And then it was like kind of Sony's kind of format. And then Sony brought out HD cameras, which weren't real HD because they were only HD horizontally, vertically, but they were only 2/3 resolution vertically. but they called them HD, and then they brought out full HD because it
Yeah.
wasn't real. So they're fucking lying wankers.
They
You know,
caught on to us. They caught
yeah,
on to us. We have to release the full HD now. Yeah.
yeah.
Fuck. Yeah, Sony iLink. Yeah. Yep. That was wow, those days were something else. But yeah, I remember because like I said, I was yeah in film school, I think, when DV finally started to come out. And I can't remember. I remember using an old Panasonic DV camera, and I can't remember the model name, but it was a really good camera. Oh man. But all I remember using the Firewire for that fucking thing, it took forever, forever for it to download.
It was one to
Um,
one time.
yeah, holy crap! And the rendering, it was horrendous.
Yeah.
Again, you if you didn't have enough space, you were fucking screwed.
Mm.
You
Well,
literally had to have terabytes of space.
well, it depends because if you take it out in the native format it was stored in,
Yeah.
um, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head now.
See, but I always like to have that
I can't.
the original format because that way you can play with it a little bit more.
Yeah, DV wasn't too bad. I mean, it might have been
Yeah,
like 50 gigs for an hour or something like that,
something
and
like
then
that. Yeah,
but a lot of people didn't know what they were doing, and they
yeah.
weren't taking it in digitally and storing it digitally. They were taking it in and converting it to
Uh-huh.
a higher res format, an intermediate format. And
Yeah.
yeah, 1 hour would be at least 500 gigs, just 1 hour. And it is that way to this day, actually, with a lot of Apple formats, like the Apple,
Mhm.
like, oh, Apple's amazing format, like, oh, what's it called? Final Cut
Um,
uses it. What's it called? I forget what it's called now. What the fuck's it
the
called?
the format name? Oh, I can't remember.
It's shit.
Like, I don't even use it, so I can't even remember Apple format.
ProRes. There we are.
Oh,
ProRes.
ProRes. Okay.
Yeah, ProRes. Now, I mean, ProRes gets absolutely stupid when you get to 444 quality, and then they go 444 HQ, and then they go 444 XHQ or something like that. So like actual real no loss quality, but it is still a compressed format. Yeah, it is
Hey man.
still compressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can imagine what it would be if it was uncompressed, like it was full, like full 12-bit uncompressed raw
Oh,
coming off the camera. And that's
insane.
it's just like it's crazy. But the thing is,
It is.
they designed it to be iframe, interpolate iframe format, not IBP,
Yeah.
which is the compressed format which most consumer cameras use, is IBP. And so each frame is stored. So when you put it on a shitty old Mac laptop, it can run the frames bang, 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 so it can play back quite well. Yeah. But of course, if you try to play IBP shot on like something like an A7S or most things that actually give you a good file size and a pretty
Mm.
good file,
Yeah.
the Mac can't even load up. The Mac couldn't even load them up. It would just be going. So you'd have to create a proxy file, a low-res proxy file to
Yeah.
run that side by side with the original file just to get it to play on the timeline.
And that would just drive you nuts.
You've got to wait for it to process it. It'll
Oh
take an
man.
hour, to process the bloody proxy file or more. Yeah, before you can really start to work properly. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, cheers, Matt. Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah. So yeah, Apple created that format so it would allow shitty, low-powered Apples to be able to edit. But of course, you had to have terabytes of drive space just for 1 hour on this terabyte, another hour on this terabyte, another hour on this terabyte, and it would just get crazy. You need fast drives as well. They have to be fast terabyte drives. You couldn't use the slow ones.
Well, you literally have to have like 50 million of these. Terabyte fucking external drives.
Yeah.
But like I said, back in the day, I mean, you really didn't have that. I mean, you had external drives, but they're big honking clunks.
Yeah.
you know, and thank God they're able to make them small now. But holy crap,
Mm.
you know, they're the size of your computer hard, like regular hard drive.
Yeah, but it was the Apple wanted everyone to use FireWire, and
Mhm.
then even though it was invented by Intel, so it's
Yeah,
like Apple are going like FireWire, FireWire, use FireWire, and then it was like Lightning, again Lightning invented by Intel,
yeah,
and it's like, but nobody really, well, not many people used it on the PC. They would just plug the hard drive physically in on a
yep,
caddy,
yep.
physically plug it in, but yeah, these drives were like really expensive. These Apple drives, they really screwed people for the money on them. Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you mentioned to most people, do you have a Firewire? What the fuck is that? What Firewire? What do you use that for?
Mm,
So yeah.
mm.
Well, I'm not gonna explain, and it's if you don't have it, you don't have it. So there's no
Yeah.
point.
And SCSI and RAID, SCSI
Yeah.
drives,
Oh fuck, SCSI drives.
fucking expensive. Why?
I haven't heard
Why?
that. I haven't heard that name.
Because, that's why. Because normal hard drives are slowed down for the consumer market. So that's consumer, so we'll charge you less money. SCSI just is unlocked, sped up. So the interface is fast and it's not slowed down.
Didn't they?
You know,
Didn't they use that? A lot of people who were storing porn use those.
Scumsy drives, yeah.
Scumsy drives.
Yeah.
Scuzzy drives.
Yeah. And then
Uh,
you got SATA, but then you
yeah.
got the professional version of SATA, which is well, you can use RAID, but there's what was it now? There's the server class SATA is called something else. You got ATA and then SATA, and then you got another one. I forgot what it. Yeah, hang on. I'll look it up now. Types of SATA. Hang on. Somebody will probably put it in the chat. Hang on. Types of server SATA. SATA SSD. Yeah. Yeah, you can have NVMe's, which obviously runs on the PCI bus. Really,
Yeah.
it's more of a PCI bus technology. But
Mhm.
SATA 2, SATA, PATA, SCSI, and SSD. SAS, that's right, SAS, which
SAS. Yeah.
is a version of SATA, but it
Mhm.
just has a different shaped port, so you can't bloody use it. It's SATA, but it's just fast SATA. So they make you have a different port, so you can't bloody use it. Yeah.
And I mean, a lot of people would just use sort of have the PC format because it was cheaper, always
Mm.
cheaper. Excuse me. Apple was always too expensive for a lot of
Hmm.
people. So I mean, a lot of people weren't using that technology or using that sort of format um to sort
Apple
of
always wanted you to pay 10 grand for a
yeah,
machine that was good enough to really edit properly with 10
yeah.
grand. Yeah. Now it's more like 20 grand.
20 grand, yeah, 20
Yeah.
grand. It's fucking ridiculous.
Mm.
It's it's like going from it's like going from this
Mm.
to this. Not really much of a difference.
No.
God, except for one's thicker than the other.
Mm.
This doesn't shoot 4K, but
Yeah.
wow.
I remember when GoPro brought out the Hero 4, which I think did shoot 4K, it
Yeah,
had
the 4 did.
real problems with overheating. The memory cards were incompatible. It's like, and then you try a memory card after memory card after memory card, and everybody's going like, well, which memory card actually works? It's like, well, good luck with that.
Well,
Yeah.
the 9 overheats like crazy.
Mm.
It just, you'll be shooting for a while and not even a while, and it's still you pick it up or you grab it to take it off your stick or whatever you're using, and it is fucking hot. It's just so hot. And you're like, why didn't this explode? At times you kind of think it's going to explode. It's so friggin' hot. It's ridiculous.
Well, Sony had a problem with the A7S3 got hot, but they mitigated it, and they always used to say if you open up the lens thing here, then that's the surface which is getting the heat. So if you can keep that cool, but they reckon they got around it sort of on the the A7S3s, So hey.
Matt, I'm gonna go back to audio wise. I'm gonna go back to the good old days.
Yeah.
Uh, and
I
even
really don't understand why compact cassette was so shit compared to reel tape. Why did they not put the quality in to compact cassette? Because you could have 8-track. Remember those 8-track cartridges?
oh fuck yeah, they
They
were
were good
great.
quality,
Yeah, they were
but
great.
then they went compact cassette and they went, oh no, you're just going to put the shittest circuits in known to man. We're just not going to do it. It's like the speed of the tape was moving fast enough to be higher quality than that, and you could run reel to reel big things. You could run the tape slow on those, and it would just sound so much better. But they're just like, well, why doesn't that translate down into compact cassette?
Well, I mean, look at the battle. Look at when TVs started to evolve. I mean, look at when they brought the DLPs out,
Yeah.
and they were so phenomenal. They were great.
Mm.
And then I think to me they were so ahead of their time, and then I guess because they were so expensive, they just disappeared.
You mean video disc? You said DLP
No, DLP. Remember
projectors,
the
projectors.
light projected the
Chip.
digital light projected televisions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they just disappeared. I remember when they first get, because obviously you had the rear projected, rear
Yeah.
projection, and then of course when digital TVs evolved, you had the DLPs that came out, and I remember watching one and going, wow, this is phenomenal. The picture is so fucking clear. This is
Mm.
incredible. And then you looked at the price tag and go, wow, that's never going to sell. That's
Mm.
never going to sell. And yeah, I think they're on the market for maybe a year or two, and that's it. And they just disappeared.
Yeah, it's like plasma. Remember, everybody was going crazy with
Plasma. Oh my God.
plasma, and the amount of heat that used to come out of a plasma TV, they used a lot of heat, and but they had good black. That's what everybody said, good depth of black. Whereas LCDs and a lot of things. I mean, I've got an OLED now, and the black's perfect on that. But
Well, it's like that.
yeah.
There's an old Samsung plasma. And I remember when those things first started coming out. Oh, they only last 5 years because you got to get the fucking tubes filled again.
Mm.
They had that problem with the
Yeah.
tubes,
And
and
they're
like,
very susceptible to be vibration. So if you
yep.
if you transported them and they bend a little, they would break. So.
And they were horrible for ghosting.
Mm.
You'd have a lot of ghosting on the screen, especially if you're watching. I don't know, say like example here, guys, Fox or CNN or whatever, some local that has like a situated fucking sidebar, and then you go to another channel, you'd have that sidebar
Oh,
burnt into the
burn
fucking.
in, burn in,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, it was horrible. It was so bad.
Mm.
And the plasma was bad for that. I know LCDs were bad like that in the beginning too, but then they took care of that sort of
And
as they.
OLED as well. They've got a calibration thing for OLEDs where after a certain period of time, a lot of the OLEDs will say to you, "I need to do a calibration," and it will just basically flash images on the screen. It will do it
Mm,
for like 5 minutes,
yeah.
and then it kind of resets the screen so you don't get that ghosting or artifacts and dead pixels and all sorts of things. So it's kind of
Well,
works itself out.
this plasma, it has a mind of its own. I mean, I'll be in bed, wake up in the middle of the night, and this thing will be on. It'll just turn on by itself. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And because they don't have it hooked up to cable or anything like that, it's just snow, right?
Mm.
Cable, snow, whatever.
Yeah.
But you're
I
like, are
mean,
you trying to tell me something? Maybe I should record this.
I mean, it made me laugh in the UK when I'd been to the States and I knew that you could get like 100 channels on cable in the States, and you come back to the UK and they were going, "Oh no, 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 we can't give you that many channels in on the UK in cable. We just can't do it. It just can't be done." And it's like, well, it can be done because I've just been to fucking America where it's like they were telling us black and white TV. They said, "Oh, color, no, 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 you can't, you just can't do that." And it's like, no, they've actually got color TV in the States right now. They're fucking watching color TV right now. And they were going, "Oh, yeah, that can't happen," until somebody went, "Oh, go on, let them fucking have it." And then it's like, boosh, all the color TVs came out. It was like, we're just fed like, we were drip fed like idiots, like, you can't have this. You shouldn't have that. No, you know.
Must have been a Commonwealth thing because it was the same here too.
Mm,
We got fuck all here. I remember when I was when I was a kid and cable was starting to be a thing, and watching local cable channels, and they weren't local. I mean, you had one or two local channels here, but most of it would be local channels across the border. And because I'm close to the border with Buffalo, New York. So I would get like more than half the channels, if not a majority of the channels, were from, Western New York. And so I grew up with a lot of shit that was being shown in Western New York. I'm like, it was like that in like school, same thing. History was American history. Why the fuck am I learning American history? I live
mm,
in Canada. I don't get it.
mm.
Why am I not learning Canadian history? I don't get it. TV was the same way. You had one or two channels that were local to our area, but everything else was fucking, US.
Yeah. Because they probably weren't producing enough stuff in Canada to put on
None.
the, you know,
Nothing.
yeah.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, you had because in the UK you have BBC. Here we have
Yeah.
CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Same shit, right?
And we have CBBC, which is for children. Children's BBC,
Yeah.
CBBC. Yeah.
And basically controlling your fucking viewership. Well, what we say is the truth.
It must have only been about 20 years ago, but I mean, BBC used to shut down. They would just be like, "Oh, we're shutting down now." It's like, you got a fucking archive of material going back like 50 years, and you're just saying that you can't pull a fucking tape out and stick it in a machine and press play and let people watch movies through the night and watch telly through the night. Oh, no, 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 no. We're shutting down.
Did you
Fucking
guys
test card, test card. And then the image would go off. It's just like, shh,
you guys
fuck
you guys
me.
didn't have any pirate stations there at all?
No, no,
Nothing, really.
no. They would have come and stamped on those within a day.
Oh wow, that's too bad. I remember, and I know they'd probably do it here too back in the day, but I remember in the U.S. Oh my god, the amount of pirate stations were just incredible, and some of the shows on some of these, the big networks were like, oh fuck, we gotta pick it. Look at how many people are watching this shit, and of course they became commercialized and became like shit. But I mean, for the most part, some of the shows that were on some of these, I mean, you know what it is? It was like YouTube in the beginning.
Mm,
When YouTube first started up, you'd have all these people just coming in and creating content, and you're like, hey, this is pretty cool. That's what cable was back then. Well, pirate cable, anyways. People would
yeah.
patch in, figure out how to patch into a system and broadcast whatever.
Mm,
But some of them were just so creative and so unique. It's almost like creepy pasta visually sort of thing. It's like, wow, holy shit, where's this guy? It
yeah.
just think of a guy like yourself with Secret Vault. Secret Vault, and going out and urbexing at some abandoned place in the middle of the night or whatever. It's like, hey, this is cool, man.
I
You know,
remember you'd see a lot of like two seats, a studio, at a cable head end or whatever, they'd have like just a room,
Mhm.
and then they would shuffle these people in, and then suddenly it would be like crap titles, like
Yeah.
like Commodore 64 titles, like the
Yeah.
show is coming on. They would be like, and they would just cut to like two people sitting in chairs. It would like bad audio, hum, like really washy colors, and they'd just be sitting there for an hour just chatting, and then they would switch to VT, every once in a while. It was like cheap shows, but I mean, it was interesting content. Some of it, like a lot of things, UFO stuff. I got recorded from the States that was just on broadcast on cable channels, and it's like, yeah, we never
And
had
that
that. We never had that
wow,
in the
that's
UK.
yeah, that's too bad. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I always equate it to say something like, when I was a kid growing up, I'd always watch Doctor Who. And of course, I'm
Mm,
sure you did as well.
mm,
You watch Doctor Who and nowadays you're like, holy fuck, man, this is so cheesy. But you know what? It's because they didn't have the budget, they didn't have the creativity that they do now, CGI and everything else. They had to really make the stories work.
yeah.
They were so creative with the characters and the stories, and that's why people are so intrigued with this shit. And
Mm,
it was the same with a lot of the pirate shit. I mean,
yeah.
they had no budgets. They were fucking couple fucking video cameras here and there, and in some cases in the studio or out in the field and recording this shit and just up, putting it up and playing it for whoever might be watching. And in most cases, you might have like maybe no more than maybe 20 people watching,
Yeah.
if you're lucky. Hey,
Amateur
Steve,
radio.
how are you?
Yeah, amateur radio TV is the closest thing we had in the UK. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I tried really hard to get in with a cable access channel, and
yeah.
you have to jump through the hoops, and like because they have to kind of say to Ofcom, which is like the licensing authority, they have to kind of like like approve you to kind of put the material out there, and then trust you that you're not going to cross any lines, like with what you're saying,
Mhm.
and you got to jump through the hoops, and it was just such a pain in the arse, to do it. I mean, there was no broadband, so you had to physically go there with a tape and put it in and press play. There was no way you could like send it to them and put it on a server and just let it go. You literally had to drive, like hours to get to a thing and hand them a tape, and then they press play. It just didn't seem worth it in the end. It was just like, nah, and who's it going to go to? A couple of hundred houses around like Swansea or something, It's just like, because that was all their cable cashment was just like, a small town, and it was like, what's the point?
Yeah, but with that all being said and done, think
Mm,
about years later, and people are going, "Hey, do you remember there was that little show that used to? Do you remember that?
mm,
Yeah. Whatever happened to that?" And trying to find those archives,
mm,
and imagine to find those archives of some of those shows. You're like, "Oh, this is gold." Because there was a show here, well, not here, but just south in the US in Western New York on one of their pirate stations. I can't remember the name of the show, the title, but I remember there's just like they were in this fucking guy's basement. In the guy's basement, there's a camera and two chairs, and these guys are bantering back and forth about all these UFO incidents
mm,
they're talking about, and going on, what the possibility of it being real, and stuff that we kind of talk about, whatever.
mm, mm.
But back then it was like, fuck, they were talking about this shit 40 years ago,
Yeah.
45 years ago, 50 years ago, whatever.
The only way you'd get that would be a book or a magazine, that would be
Yeah,
the only way you could get it.
yeah, a
And
book. Yeah.
And then when the World Wide Web came out, you get web pages, and people would be enthralled by web. And
Yeah.
then it became more pictures,
Hmm.
then it became video.
Video.
And it was video attached to a website. So it was like a little clip, really low res, because they didn't have the space or the bandwidth, and you'd have to wait for it to buffer up, to watch that little clip, and you'd be like, oh yeah, wow, you know. And then it's like, look at us now, 4K, 8K YouTube.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's
I
like,
mean, think about when you first, like, how long when did you first start up the Secret Vault? How long ago?
Well,
originally?
Truth Seekers magazine was like 1990s, you know,
Yeah.
and it was a paper magazine, and because the internet was very new and websites were kind of just starting out and shit, so you had to handcraft the code, you know, and all this sort of stuff. There was no like WordPress back then; it was all
Yeah.
like handcrafted, and you know, people have mocked the fact that I cloned our old pages as they were, and they mock me and they go, "Oh, what's this shit?" You know, it's like, well, read it. It's the content is more important than the format, you know, because it's like this is all we had back then, you
Mhm.
know. So, but now I think things are a lot better. But of course, now you've got the censorship,
The
you know,
censorship. That's
like
the thing. Yep.
if you own your own website, you can say what you want. Nobody gives a shit, like, you know.
No.
But I mean, now you've got to go through this whole filtration system of don't say this word, don't mention that. Oh, we don't like you. We're going to ghost you. We're going to hide your content. We're going to make sure you don't succeed. You know, all this type of stuff that's going on now. Yeah.
And that's the huge thing, obviously, is the censorship. I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous. And yeah, but even when you do have your own website, yeah, sure, you might have a certain angle or certain view that people may not like or agree with, and then you have all the Karens out there going, "Oh my god, we gotta take care of this, take down that shit," you know.
Yeah. Why not just turn off? If you don't like the channel, turn off.
Exactly. But people just don't.
They
They
camp on your
can't.
channel so they can complain, you know?
Yeah, or record it or whatever, and screenshot. Oh, look what he had on this guy. This guy's a known conspiracy theorist or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Oh god. I love it. And
And I
then
mean, you go to some country, oh, sorry, I mean, as I say, you go to countries like Greece, for example, right? And I could not believe it. It blew my mind, right? It was not illegal to have a pirate radio station or a pirate TV station. And I was
mhm,
like, hang on, what? Because I was tuning on my radio and I was like, all these, there was a radio station that played nothing but Pink Floyd 24 hours a day
yeah.
with no adverts, just Pink
Yeah.
Floyd all day
Mhm.
long, the Pink Floyd channel, you know, and it was like, I was like, how do they do this? So I said, and they said, well, it's nothing unusual because we don't consider it to be wrong, you know, we don't, it's not a thing, like, you know, we don't care, you know, and it's like as long as you're not stamping on somebody else's frequency, we don't care, you know, just you know, respectfully, you know, transmit where there's a blank channel and go for it, you know. And then I went to a shop and they would sell you TV transmitters off the shelf. You could go in there, I'll have one of those, please. And I could take it back to the UK, press it on, and be transmitting like the BBC. And you just buy
Yeah.
it in a shop, like as if you're going down the road to Lidl's. I'll have a TV transmitter, please. Yeah. How much power do you want? Oh, real a load, mate. Yeah. Oh, well, have this one, sir. All right, then. There you go, then. Right. Thank you very much. You know, and it's just like the whole mindset's completely different because, like, some places in the world are really uptight and up their own asses about controlling information, and some places are like, fuck it. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, it's really too bad. It really, yeah. I mean, you look at apps like Tuned In, for instance. I remember when that first came out, and you could listen to internet radio, no commercials, and it would be just, wow, this is great.
Mm,
It's incredible. Channels from around the world,
mm.
just poof, bang, play. You can play it, knock, boost it in or not boost it, whatever, but hook it up to your car stereo and listen. It was great, and now it's commercials here.
Oh,
Now they're saying, oh well, look at you can only listen to stuff out of your own country, and which is not a thing yet. Hopefully will never happen because it's fucking ridiculous.
yeah. It's like DVD discs, isn't it? The
Yeah,
regions.
the regions, exactly, man.
You know.
I remember back in the day when I had my webzine, Cinema Nocturna, and a lot of the movies that we were reviewing were European cult and horror. So a lot of them were being released over in the UK and in Italy and so on and so on. I had to get a multi-region player to play these fucking things.
And it's funny, isn't it, that the £20 DVD player would do 20 times more than
Yeah.
the £400
Yeah.
Sony player, which would
Exactly.
only do US or only do UK, and lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. So the more money you paid, I always said this to people. I said, you're thinking wrong about this, because they were like, oh, why do I want to buy this cheap 20 quid? It's not going to be any good. I'm like, no, the 20 quid player is going to give you everything. The,
Exactly.
the, the 500 quid player is going to give you nothing.
Yeah.
And people are
Yeah.
like, that can't be right. That can't be right. It's like, no, it doesn't need to cost 500 quid. They're producing it for 20 quid. If you can buy it for 20 quid, they're 20 quid. That's the real cost.
I'm guessing, because over there you guys had the video nasties. So there was a lot of movies on the video nasties hit list. A lot of movies that the only way you're able to fucking watch them was from grabbing a disc or whatever from another country, so to speak.
Or an old dodgy copied VHS with all the
Yeah,
color, with
yeah,
color flicking in and out.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, one of the more notorious ones was Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange. I
Oh
mean
yeah, yeah.
that was what banned until what just the late 2010s, I believe it was, when they finally showed it in its entirety at a theater.
Well, no, they only banned it in the UK
Yeah.
because at Stanley Kubrick's own request, he
Oh,
thought,
really?
yeah, Stanley Kubrick himself was morally, he had misgivings about taking the piss so much out of what was the UK in the Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
So he said, no, I don't want it being shown in the UK, but you could go to any other country. You could go to France and watch it. They would have special like evenings, like Clockwork Orange, and people would go over to France or the Netherlands and watch it perfectly on film, proper rented, you could do it. But he didn't, he just said, no, I'm not going to allow it in the UK. And it's almost like gave it a cult status, because it's like, well, this is the movie you're not allowed to watch because the
Yeah.
director doesn't want you to. The director doesn't want you to. Everyone thought it was like the government. It was actually the director himself
Oh, wow.
restricted it.
I had no idea about that. Wow,
Yeah, yeah.
that's cool to know.
Mm,
Great film.
Get down to the Morocco milk bar
Yeah, the milk
for,
bar. Yeah,
for
a little bit of the ultra violence.
yes, and was it we can have some milk velocet?
Yeah, Velocet.
Yeah, yeah,
Such a classic flick. But even the book is incredible.
yeah.
You know.
Milk Drencrum and milk velocet. Yeah.
Steve Ellis says Cannibal Holocaust and Faces of Death. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Two
Which
video
was usually
nasties.
on the same tape as a very notorious bestiality movie.
Yeah,
It was
and I
usually
mean,
on the same tape usually.
what is
Yeah.
it? Because they were using stock footage, probably, right? Because both of them use stock footage.
Well, they were fake snuff movies, but
Well, yeah.
they did have some nasty sort of like killing animals things, but
Oh,
the human killing scenes were fake.
mhm. Yeah.
But they did put some horrible animal stuff in there. But yeah, pirate VHS. I don't know whatever happened to my copy of Animal Farm. I think it was.
Oh,
Yeah,
animal.
Animal Farm
Yeah.
and I learned that it was actually more of a it was actually more of a documentary in the country it originated from, because I think it was like Sweden or somewhere, where this woman actually did just live out like that, doing things with animals, and it was shown in Sweden, like like, oh no, we'll put that in this, we'll put that on television. It's like, it's a documentary. This is what this weird woman does. But like everybody else is like, oh god, this is so bad, it's so bad. It's like, well, this weird woman that's how she lives. She's fucking obviously a bit loopy, but it was more of a documentary than meant to be an actual horrible sort of thing. But people don't get that. I've actually watched Channel 4 did a thing on like the remember the dirty VHS tapes that used to go around. I do. And they said, well, let's demystify it, because a lot of people have got the wrong idea about what all this was about. In these countries, this was not considered too bad. They're much more kind of like, liberal attitude about like weird shit like that, which is weird.
Yeah.
Like when I went to Germany, and I went into a porn place just to see what they had, you
Mhm.
know, and they had loads of Lolita and young girls. So Germany has a taste for underage, yeah.
You got a
And
taste
I
for a
went,
lot of weird things, man.
yeah. So I said to the guy, I said, all right then, okay, well, where's all your really hardcore, like, where's all the like animal things then? And he went, oh no, we wouldn't touch that stuff. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, you just like you're like the little kids.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
then I just come from Amsterdam where literally it was like all the naughty animal things, and the kids was considered nasty. So it's like,
Yeah.
really? That's why I went there, because it's like, well, I've just come from Amsterdam and just seen all this fucking horrible stuff, which is like, and but they consider the children stuff bad, and then you go to Germany and it's like, oh yeah, children, yeah, children. You want the children? Like, I show you the children. Yeah, I got the children. You want children, children,
Oh
children? It's like, yeah, and
god.
it's like, what the fuck? It's like, Italy. The pornography magazines and books were on the ground because it was usually the stuff that kids wanted to get hold of.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
when I went to Italy, I literally just off the ground floor picked up this thing and was like, look at this hardcore porn. Can I buy this? Yes, certainly. That'll be £1, please. Great. Fucker, now look at this. This is fucking you get in trouble for this shit in the UK. You know what I mean?
I remember in high school, you used to have that. There'd always be that one guy that would go around, and he'd have like a bag full of porno mags and going, "Hey, a buck here, I'll sell it to you for $1." And oh yeah, no problem, right? You're looking at this, and you'd get in shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck.
Oh yeah. Poo eating. I remember they were putting eels up somebody's backside and things like that.
I
Horrible.
I saw an Asian one like that,
Yeah.
and she spat them back out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh god. Yeah. It's probably
yeah,
too early in the day for
yeah.
some people are
Mm.
probably eating their tea. Yeah. Remember something, and all I'm going to say is, and then afterwards, like they made some beans and ate them. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, ooh,
That's all I'm going to say. Yeah.
beans.
Bad, 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 bad. And the thing is now, you look at like the human centipede, and I'm thinking like,
Yeah,
well, this is pretty much as bad back then, but like without it's implied, but
mm,
you know what it is. It's just
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
all these other things did is just actually show it to you. They don't imply it; they just show it to you. But like the human centipede was horrible,
Hmm.
but what that was implying was not good.
Jordy, yes, Japan has some pretty. You know what? Even their fucking regular movies in the '90s, during their straight to video years, because the recession that they went through, Japan was literally pumping out movie after movie after movie after movie, just so many. In fact, guys like Takahashi Miike would be like throwing out a movie like
Yeah,
sometimes 2 or 3 movies a year.
yeah,
But again, I think a lot of their mindset was, here's a generation, a couple generations later, after say a major event like Hiroshima,
mm,
and what they went through, what they dealt with, they saw everything, and they saw the after effects, and after that you saw movies like Godzilla and all that, all that shit, and the anime, well, the manga, whatever. Their imaginations had no boundaries
no, that's
because
right.
they had witnessed it firsthand.
Mm,
I mean, when you look at their you look at their yokai system, their ghost system. They literally have a fucking a character for each fucking element on Earth has a fucking ghost image,
yeah,
like a yokai monster, if you will. There's a big series out of the UK or Japan, the yokai monsters. But I mean, they were like, I mean, you sit down and you watch, say, something like Takahashi Miike's. I can't even think of it now. One of his more popular ones, like Ichi the Killer.
yeah, yeah. Mm,
And that whole scene where he has him above that pot of oil,
mm,
and he's chained up with his skin, with hooks in his skin, and he's pouring the oil on him and everything else, and you're like, "Holy fuck, man!" You know, you
Yeah.
don't see that fucking every day.
Yeah,
But
like
that
Old Boy was a good one.
Old Boy, well, yeah,
Wow.
Korean, but yeah, same thing. You
Yeah.
know, like I mean,
Yeah, extreme though,
yeah,
extreme.
extreme.
But I mean, the Japanese, again, the Japanese very much they like their, and I disagree with this, but it's part of the culture. So you have to go, well, like, I can't not watch some amazing movies just because there's an element in it that's a bit like off, because it's like in their culture, it's not considered wrong. It's like in Muslim culture, the age of consent is really low. I think that's wrong.
Mhm.
Like Japanese people seem to be infatuated with, like, prepubescent fucking girls, like with their clothes off, like when,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
all this fucking stuff, and tentacle monsters, like literally shoving tentacles up people's butts and everything like that, tentacle porn. I mean,
Mhm.
Japan is just off the wall for like its crazy violence, crazy underage sex, crazy everything. It's all really madness out there, but it's
Well,
considered normal, you know?
yeah, they have this infatuation with the little well, I don't want to say the little, but the schoolgirl.
Schoolgirl. Yeah.
You know, they have this infatuation with the schoolgirl uniform, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah. Well, they
And
play they play up to it because all the schoolgirls go to school to
yeah,
accentuate that because they know that's what's kind of
yeah,
required or wanted from them. So, but I mean, they would sell like this stuff, like the soiled girls' panties, like
yeah, yeah,
in like machines on the street, so you could like go and sniff them, and girls would like, like you have a paper round, like paper boys. They would be chucking out paper, delivering papers and milk and stuff, in the mornings. Well, very different in Japan because,
mhm,
like, if you were a girl, the way you made pocket money was by weeing in your knickers, sealing it up, and sending it to a factory, which would then package it and then put it in a machine so old blokes could go and buy it and sniff it, you know,
that was the thing. It was in a fucking automatic dispenser.
automatic dispenser. Yeah,
You know? You
yeah.
got your cigarettes, but you can get used panties and everything else in these
Oh,
fucking things, man. It's
oh.
just
I mean, yeah, they're really
uh,
weird. And do you know something that freaked me out was because I really like Beat Takeshi. I like all
oh
his
yeah,
stuff. Yeah,
great. I love them. Yeah.
great guy. And
Yep.
he was on a TV program talking about the crop circles we did. And there's Beat Takeshi, and he's going like, "Yeah, the crop circles, yeah." And I'm like, "Fuck off." Beat Takeshi
I
is
gotta get
going.
that guy over and do one.
I made that one. I know my mate made that one. Fucking hell! And Beat Takeshi is there, fucking talking about crop circles on Japanese TV. I'm like, fuck me. Did I die and go to heaven? I'm just like, what is going on? Yeah.
See, Matt, that's when you say, "Hey, man, hey, find
Mm.
out his handler or whatever else, his media dude, and say, hey, come on over, and we'll get a Japanese
We'll
interpreter,
show
and
you how it's done. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be
Yeah.
pretty cool. Yeah, that's neat when something that you've done all of a sudden there's kind of notice to it, especially you know that far away. You know,
Crop circles have gone right around the planet. People are
yeah,
still
yeah,
still talking about them today. Like, they're real, made by aliens. People couldn't do this. They're like still in that mindset. And that's fine. Because it's a nice world to be in. It's a nice little
yeah,
bubble.
mhm,
To be in. But I was saying today to people, there's a series. I put it on the Facebook page. I just
yeah.
said, hey, if anybody's not seen this, you need to see this. I said to Dinkum Ozzy, have you seen this? And he went, I'm not sure actually. I went, oh, you really need to, because right from the word go, the TV series had Brent Spiner, Peter Dinklage, from Game of
Yep.
Thrones,
Mhm.
is in it. Yeah.
The new
Loads of,
Toxic Avenger.
yeah.
He's gonna be the new Toxic Avenger.
Shit.
God, believe
Jesus.
it or not.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this thing Threshold is called,
Yeah.
and it starts off with people getting like mesmerized by a UFO when they're on a ship out at sea, and then like I won't say what happens, but like shit goes down, like shit really goes down, and it becomes a big major emergency,
Mm.
and it's all based around a crop circle. and I know who made the crop circle. So the logo of the
Wow.
TV series is the crop circle. And Brent Spiner, Data is in it. Peter Dinklage is in it. You know,
What was the name of the movie?
it's a TV series
Oh,
called
TV series.
Threshold. It's a
Thresh.
TV
Oh,
series.
you know what? I do remember that.
Yeah.
Threshold.
Now
Yeah.
I tell you what, it's actually I found out because I was looking for it on Amazon and Netflix, and none of them have got it. You could buy it as a DVD box set because it
Yeah.
only went for one season and they cancelled it. But guess what? It's actually on YouTube, free to watch.
Oh, wow.
Let me just get it for you, and
Yeah,
I'll put
yeah.
the thing in the
Throw it,
chat.
throw it up there. Throw it up there.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I've got it here somewhere. Where is it?
I don't know if I've actually seen the series, but I do recall it. I do recall the series. I do.
Yeah, I know where it is. Hang on. Dinkum said to me, he said, "Oh yeah, actually, mate, it's actually on YouTube. You can just watch it on YouTube." Right. I'll bring it up now. Here we go. Right. So check this out, folks. This link here will take you to the series that's made around the concept of a crop circle and shit going wrong. Yeah. And it's like, you know what? I mean, that is just the weirdest shit in the world. It's like art influencing reality, and you know, can you imagine like if you did something, if you had a really weird ghost piece of footage and it got a bit viral,
Yeah.
and then somebody made a movie about it, and then somebody made a TV series about it, you know, but they weren't saying, oh, this is the ghost, but you know it, you obviously know it about what you did, you know, it's your thing, you did that, and now suddenly bang 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 bang, movies and TV series being made about it. It's like, what the fuck? That
That
is
is
like
so.
fucking. That's a weird feeling to have. Like,
Yeah.
fucking,
Exactly. Did you put it in chat? I don't see it in
yeah.
chat.
It's Matthew Williams B-roll. I didn't log in as Truth Seeker. Sorry. Yeah.
Where the heck is it? I don't see it. That's weird. Maybe it's coming up. I don't know. I don't see it. Oh well. But I'll definitely check that out because I'm
I'll switch to Secret Vault then, and I'll repost it under my name on that then.
that's probably why, because I don't think you have B-roll as the
Yay! Here we go.
as a moderator.
There we
You
are. Ah, yes, because it's not moderating. Probably. Yeah,
That's
you
right.
can't
There
have
we
the
go.
list.
Awesome. So I will definitely
Yeah.
put that oh yeah. I'm that's marked. I've got it marked. Awesome.
You will enjoy it. And it's just such a shame they cancelled it after the first season. I mean, it's got higher reviews than an Apple TV series called Invasion, which I was also recommended to. So I
Yeah.
looked at it, and that had 6.2, and this had 7.2. So it's actually higher rated, but the Apple TV series is now getting its second season, and this one was cancelled. Go
Yeah.
figure. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, well that's so cool because I mean when something that you're attached to in a way is shown like that and a part of a TV show or a movie or whatever else, you're like, wow. And especially if you had no idea.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it's like, oh, wait a second. Hey, I know who did that.
Yeah.
I know.
It's a bit like the old Peanuts, the Peanuts
Yep.
thing with Snoopy.
Yeah.
There was a quote from that, and it says, "Happiness is like peeing yourself in a dark suit. It gives you a warm feeling,
Yeah.
but nobody notices."
Yeah.
That's what making crop circles is like.
Yeah.
I have a warm feeling. Everyone else is getting a good time, but not many people want to notice who the real authors are. It's like, don't talk about that. Shut up. Shut him up. Shut him up. Beat him up. Kick him out of his house. Kill him.
So what else?
Yeah.
What else like crop circle I guess oriented? Like, I mean, is there any good like movies that
Signs?
you would recommend? Signs? Really?
Well, no, I wouldn't recommend it. It's just about crop circles, though.
No, I know it's about
Yeah.
crop circles, but I mean something that you would.
They had to turn it. All I say is they had to fucking turn crop circles, which are actually quite positive, into something fucking dark and alien invasion and monsters. They had to fucking, M. Night Shyamalan, you naughty boy, M. Night Shyamalan. Yeah, fucking hell. I do like his movies sometimes. There's been some clangers, but on the whole, I think he's pretty good.
On the whole, yeah, I agree. On the whole, I mean, I kind of think he's lost his sort of vision, um, for the most part, and I think he's just trying to calibrate or rediscover himself, I suppose.
Yeah.
He is a good director, and I think what he wants to sort of convey is a little hard traditionally
Mm.
to convey, and that's why I think a lot of people are having a hard time with a lot of his later flicks,
Yeah.
you know, which is too bad. But
Like glass and all that stuff,
yeah,
broken and glass and
yeah,
all that sort of stuff. Yeah,
yeah.
brilliant, brilliant. I love it.
Look at this guy. This has got to be the first time this guy's ever popped in here. Hey, Brady, how are you?
Brady, I thought you looked like a police officer. Then you look
Yeah, I
like
was
the
gonna say
body
you got a
body
cop
stuff
here.
on. Hey, look, he's working. He's at work and he's in his
He's
chef
working
mode.
in
Yeah,
chef mode.
I'm working.
there's his.
Wait
There
a
he is.
sec. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. I think I see Lieutenant Brady on his breast there. Wait a sec. You sure you're not a cop?
No.
Oh, it's his apron. I get it now. Right? No, I see what it is. Yeah. Okay.
So how's everything going, Brady?
I'm all right, mate. I'm just, keep myself busy. You know. It's hot in here today, man.
Oh, it's hot today,
I
period.
bet it is in a bloody kitchen. Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
I'd never like to be a chef. I got a lot of respect for people who can handle the heat of a kitchen.
Yeah.
Do you want to see what I've just made?
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, fuck, man. I'm hungry now.
Oof.
Oh, wait.
Bloody
That looks
hell.
good. That corn on the cob.
With various dips. He's a very good chef. I mean, like I've had a burger in a lot of places, but trust me, his burger was just like, oh my god, you resets your mechanisms. You go like, this is the standard. This is what now I have to kind of aim for to try and find a place that's as good as this. Yeah.
But that's the sad thing though. We have to find where Brady works, and there's only one location.
Don't say that. Yeah. Find him. Find
him.
They don't want the
Wait a
building
sec.
bombed.
Do
So.
you do special requests halfway around the world?
Yeah. Service, please.
Krabby Patties.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
mute me camera a second. Okay, man.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
he's
so
probably got to be doing stuff with his hands.
yeah, he's
so,
got shit going on. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Well,
He won.
He turned the camera off, but he didn't mute him.
Yeah, check this out, right? His restaurant won best small restaurant in Wales.
Oh,
and
wow.
I think he kind of got like one of the best chef type of things in Wales.
Yeah.
It was like something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I mean, that's no small feat. You're not looking at some amateur here. This is the fucking real deal.
Well, that's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. I mean, I do like to think I can.
Sorry, I've just given away the address of his place by saying that because you can Google it now. Yeah, right. Go there, folks. Go and eat some food.
Go eat some food there in Wales.
Yeah, somewhere in Wales.
Somewhere in Wales.
Somewhere in Wales.
Somewhere in Wales.
Just type in your sat nav. Somewhere in Wales, you'll get there.
Where do I eat in Wales? Where's the best place to eat in Wales?
Yeah.
Where can I get some corn on the cob in Wales? Uh-oh, here we go. Hey, Rick. How are you, man?
Oh, yes.
Hello.
Very good. Thank you. How are you? How are you?
How's
all?
it going, Rick?
Good to see you, Matt. Good to see you, Steve. Good to see you, Brady, but I can't see you.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
hear him.
Oh, you're here. Excellent. Good.
You
news.
might want to turn Brady up a bit because he's running a bit quiet.
Yeah, hold on
I've
a
got a
second.
loud voice anyway. So.
Sorry, I'm just.
That's all right. No, it's just the way your headphones are kind of
Just turn
working.
it
a bit.
down.
Rearrange my gubbins here.
But Steve, we love movies, and I tell you, somebody else who used to love movies, and we used to chat about a lot on his show was Gareth.
Gareth, yeah. I've talked hours upon hours with him about movies.
Yeah.
One of the
So
funniest you remember? I don't know, Matt. Did you see that Mindset Morning when Gareth did the thing about him making a movie in America?
Right.
Did you see that?
Well, he actually made one, or he was thinking about making one?
He made an amateur. Oh, okay. So him and some friends, they made a movie. It's in one of those Mindset Mornings, so it's still there on his channel, right? And he's there with. Anyway, it's very funny. I won't. There's no spoilers. Just go and check it out. Everyone, go to Mindset Central and relive the funniness.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bring it up because you brought it up. I want to see now.
Yeah. But I'm not sure which episode it is. I can't remember. It's something to do with his home videos or something. Yeah.
Give me a sec here.
I've got to finish this bottle before I start the next, if you know what I mean.
Well, it does tend to go in that sort of order, doesn't it? Yeah.
Mindset Mornings. Let's see.
Well, if it went in any other order, that'd be out of order. And I'm not paying part to that.
Mindset. Where are your mornings?
I'm just wondering.
Well, anyhow.
Go on. Yeah.
Sorry, Matt. No, you were saying.
I was just wondering whether or not, just for shits and giggles, I can bring up a little bit of Aphex Twin, because I
definitely
do it,
man.
You know, I don't know whether, because it's all new stuff that hasn't been released, so therefore it's just in messing around. So therefore, I don't think you're going to get a copyright thing from it.
Oh, there's this new Aphex Twin app thing, isn't there? Yes.
You know what?
A friend of mine showed it to me the other night.
If I do get a knock, I get a knock. It's fine.
I retorted with the AI Biden Trump Twitch thing, which is quite fun. I think it's still going, and they're still calling each other all sorts of things.
Because it's 3D, it won't play it through StreamYard. So what I can do is I can share my screen and play it with VLC Media Player, because that will play it, because it'll play 3D footage. But
yeah, well, I mean, if you can get it on the screen, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Even if it's 3D on 2D, I think it'd be even cooler.
2D.
Yeah. Let's see how the algorithm deals with this.
Hold on a second.
See if this will play.
Brady, are you there?
Oh, hold on. He might be there. Hold on.
Hello.
There he is. There he is.
Excellent. Good news.
I'm here, sir.
Excellent. Marvelous news.
Speaking beyond the grave.
Speaking beyond the grave with Brady.
What's it like?
Oh, wait. Cooking beyond the grave with Brady.
Yeah. Here you go. Do you want to see how crazy Aphex Twin was? And trust me, this is near the end. And trust me, it went a lot faster and a lot harder towards the end. Right?
Okay. Let's
people are you're going to go, what is this? What am I listening to? This is not going to make any sense. But here we go. Here we go. Ready?
Here we go. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. He's up there. That's him there. He's hidden in the background. Look.
Does he have his own little window?
I'll fast forward it a bit.
I lost a bit of cider there. Never mind. It was worth it.
What the? Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense? It was an hour. It was an hour.
Dude, tell me
of assaulting my senses.
Tell me he did.
Well, gunboats on the coastline.
He did do Rubber Johnny.
No.
No,
it was all experimental, all live.
Wow.
Yeah,
I love Rubber Johnny.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Yeah, it's like we're going to give you this now. It might sting a little bit like a bee sting. Now you're going to be all happy.
Yeah,
Rubber Johnny.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. I found this. This is interesting. Hold on.
I'm finding it very difficult to control a camera. I've drunk so much cider.
I found this there.
When you said that, then snot
came
out of my nose.
Shame you didn't get in there, but
it
was a nice little ending to it when it was like. It was. I think Jordan was the one who spotted it first, right? He was the one who spotted the thing. But when you zoomed in, it was like, beep, 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 beep. There it is, BBC.
Both guys had BBC lanyards on. Jordan said that his ID card said BBC, but one of them flipped it around so I couldn't see it. So there's something going on there. They don't want, like they've been told specifically, don't talk to people about this being the BBC. Why? Weird. That is so weird.
That's what I was thinking. Like, why would they? I mean, who gives a fuck? Why would you lie about it? Who cares? Yeah. All right, it's the BBC. So what? Why would you lie about that? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, they're selling the place, because it's obviously surplus to requirements. It was stolen anyway, kind of stolen, requisitioned by the British government.
Classic, man. Classic.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, we got in there and they were like, fucking, yeah, no, we're not the BBC. And it's like, you fucking lanyard. Oh no, I'll turn it around. No, yeah, we're not the BBC.
Like, brilliant. That was when you visited the old BBC.
The old BBC
in Reading, Caversham Park.
The guys, that's it, man. And the guys are hanging around, and they were just, they were very kind of loose, polite security. The kind
John. Are you standing?
The kind of loose, polite security you'd find in the city of London, around
decorating in the middle of like
sort of private security kind of police. Very polite and very well versed in being nice to people.
When they're drunk.
But I'm very drunk. How are you?
I need to get more drunk. I'll be back now.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, do so. Yes.
How's it going, John?
Not so bad. Pretty good.
Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you.
Hey, John, you look like you're like 9 foot tall in that angle.
I'm sat on a pair of ladders, mate, because I've just been painting the.
Oh, right, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It looks good.
Yeah. Yeah, they're starting on the lounge now.
Yeah.
Oh, I've just come in.
What angle are you at, man?
What angle? Like the camera's at the lower on the floor, and I'm sat on the stool.
All right, I got you, man. Yeah. So the ceiling is above you.
There's a fucking cat in the background. So look, I get a quick scope of the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you going all white? Are you keeping the black?
No, I'm going the color that's behind. That's gonna go over.
So that's gonna go right across. So you're gonna have black. What is that? Black?
No, it's
mold.
That's blue.
Oh, mold.
Bluish.
Blue.
That's a blue color behind it, and this is white. It's white architecture.
So the beams are going to be white, and the pockets.
The beams are going to stay white, and the walls are going to go the color that's above my head.
Oh, yeah. John looks like he's got gigantism.
Yeah, I'm just sat on a fucking stool. I ain't got the chair over, so I'm sat on the stool here. A quick shot. Look, sat on the stool.
Camera angles are great.
Yeah,
especially
move the camera around all the time, it's brilliant, isn't it?
So where are you now?
On a tour of my beard.
Yeah, I was
can't
gonna
really,
say.
I can't really show the entire room because then everybody will know what my room looks like, won't
Yeah.
they?
So
There
where are
you
you
go.
now? Where are you now, Rick? Where are you?
Where am I?
Yeah,
I'm on the Fire Island.
On the
in
fire. What are you doing on the
Top
fire?
Nest.
Like, watch out.
Yes, I'm here accidentally. Through no fault of my own, I'll have you know. But, yes.
I say,
Anyway,
say, dear chap, like, watch out with that.
it's not the worst place you could end up. There are some rather funny people here, though, with some rather funny ideas about retardation and stuff. But I mean,
what a great word, isn't it?
Retardation.
It's like the word
just let them
imbecilic.
go.
I love that as well.
I've got other things to do. Yeah.
Hey,
Yes.
Safari, how are you?
So it's quite good fun here, taking the piss out of the well, they used to call them normies, but I call them the retards.
Normies.
No,
The
they're the retards.
normies.
They used to call them retards. Then they used to call them the normies. Now I'm going back to calling them the retards.
I just call them imbecilic people.
There are scientific
imbecilic
terms.
people, or people of no inner questioning.
I love that word. I love imbecilic. I think that's a fucking brilliant word. Can't spell it.
I think imbecilic is very good. I also think the word Bert is a great insult, being as though it comes from the old Berkshire hunt, and likewise in the old Cockney cant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
so
can't.
Yes,
you fucking can't.
So if you call someone a Burke,
Cockney.
If you call someone a Burke, right?
Yeah. No, just put the word. Oh, you fucking
genomes.
That goes down.
It's
really
in their
badly.
RNA. It's deep down in their ancestors. It's been passed on them. It sends a shiver through their bones.
Yeah, there are actually terms. I worked this out, because there was a very creepy movie where they had like circus freaks. I think it was called Freaks.
Yeah,
it is Freaks.
Yes.
Film.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah.
It's the 30s. It's black and white.
30s film, black and white movie, like
That's right.
And it was quite scary, like seeing.
And there is some real fucking freaks in it as well, like
Yeah.
Well, there certainly is, John. What about mate?
That guy was walking on his hands with no legs.
No, he hasn't even got any hands. He's just a torso with a head, and he wobbles along the floor.
That's right. Yeah. He was the snail, human snail.
Yeah, you know that one. And he just wobbles along the floor like a tortoise.
Yeah. Well, I thought he was a slug, the human slug.
Yeah. Better than being a human centipede.
That film is fucking mind bending. That film.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe not quite as bad as the Serbian movie. Have you seen that?
Serbian movie. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's called A Serbian Movie.
Yeah, I don't want to see it.
Yeah,
pretty fucked
Should
up.
I see it? Or shouldn't I?
Well, yeah, just rack it out, Rick. Go on.
Well,
not literally, like just
thanks, John. And likewise to you. But sorry, I've got no camera control. Anyway,
camera control,
no bowel control.
No, the bowels are doing okay just now, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
How are yours doing?
All right, I just emptied them now, so
as
long as you keep emptying them, you're fine. Yeah.
Have you grown any new stones recently?
I'm doing all right with stones. Yeah,
that's good, man.
Yeah,
very
not
good.
Too bad at the moment, but I still have to. There's one blocking on one side, but the other's going. So I just have to, wait to see what they say they want to do. If they, I'm going to tell them.
One.
Well, yeah, there's two sides, two tubes from two kidneys.
Right.
And so like one was broken up with ultrasound. They managed to break it up apparently, but the one on the other side is they've been in and lasered it 4 times. Operation knock you out, and do it 4 times. It's not really coming down in size. So they said, well, we can leave it. We can leave it, which doesn't sound good because that's going to block the kidney. I'm going to get infections. Or we can go in and operate and take it out. I was like, yeah, that sounds a bit better.
Don't go in and have it operated. My father had that. He never got out. Like,
really?
Well, there you go, John.
Well, they were like that. They were like, oh, we'll just move behind here a minute, and next thing you know, they seen the shadow on the stomach. Like, oh my god.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Just keep getting them laser it and that.
Yeah, lasering, like, because
one day they'll break through the shell and enter the core, you know, and then on that day you'll be a happy man. You'll be able to pass them little like shattered particles.
Then they used to give you tablets
just insist they keep doing it, right? You want
Yeah.
the old analog way or something. I mean, this is not medical advice, YouTube, by the way. But I would just say back it up with an old analog tank, right? Sort of laser sort of treatment.
I've had Apex Twin treatment on the weekend. Yeah, I think that might have worked.
That concert looks like the concert he's doing at the moment. Mate. In this, he was out in Europe somewhere just recently. I think he was in Amsterdam or somewhere, wasn't he? Or Sweden, somewhere. He's just done that gig where he stands in the box and he's just basically doing the fucking light show, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah. I've just seen that on YouTube.
Yeah. Where's this Fire Island then? It looks quite nice. Was it on the Thames or something?
No, it's
my back garden. He said.
Right. Okay. So you've got well, here I am on Fire Island, which is in Totnes.
Bear Island, you're on there, yeah?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Bear Island.
Bear Island. Didn't Agatha Christie go on there?
I'll be back, guys.
Here's the proof. Right?
Agatha Christie spent some time on that, didn't she?
Yeah, Totnes is down near Cornwall, isn't it? So
it's sort of Devon, sort of South Hams.
Yeah. Taunton.
Yeah.
Totnes.
Island Devon.
But anyway, well, all I've got to say is, like, you know, do encounter some.
Burr. That's the one with the little. That's the one where you can go out.
People here.
The Burr Islands.
That's got the little hotel on it.
Yeah, you go over on the. You go over on a cart.
On a cart, that's like walking.
You can walk over. You can walk over it when the tide's out.
When the tide's down,
No, I've been there. No. This one is you've got a bridge that goes from Totnes over the River Dart, right, up to Bridgetown, that's Bridgetown, right? That's Bridgetown.
Burr or Bear?
Burr or Bear?
Via V-I-R-E.
Via
Bear.
V-I-R-E. V-I-R-E.
Oh yeah, no, this is different. This is different.
That's a different one. Then. Right.
That's right up an estuary, isn't it?
Yeah, basically. But my battery's going to run out very soon. But basically, that's where I am, and it's a little island you can access from a ramp type thing, from a bridge that crosses from Totnes over to.
It's a road bridge, isn't it? It's a road bridge, but I can see the ramp down. Yeah, I can see the ramp down onto it. Yeah, nice, man. Nice.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah.
River Dart. River Dart.
Yeah, and that's where I am. And here's the boats to prove it. And the cut down trees and all that.
24 degrees out there.
There's my real evidence, and I'm not.
Why are you dressed like?
I am not a deep fake.
Rick, why are you wearing a hat and suffering in this hot weather?
Sun? Yeah. Protect his head.
24 degrees.
Protect the president.
Have you heard the temperatures in the UK are going to be hotter than Ibiza for the next?
I had a lot of thinking to do today, and so I had to keep my brains in my head.
Okay.
That's why I'm wearing the hat.
A nudge is as good as a wink to a blind bat. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, nice to bring a bit of genuine horror to a live stream.
Well, it's good. Yeah, it's nice to know where you are. You get the stalkers come down now and what a photograph.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I doubt it. And anyway, I
don't know. One of them's in jail apparently.
Doing other things.
Well, he was temporarily for 14 hours, although he denies it. But yeah.
All right, he's back out, is he?
Yeah.
Who's doing what?
Well, never mind. We're not going to talk about it.
Okay, well, I want to know.
Stalky prick. Yeah.
Well, if anyone comes up to me with any bad word about anyone, I'll just put them right. So there you go.
Chin him.
Yeah. DJ fuck him. Bend him over and DJ fuck him.
That's right, mate.
Yeah.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw old Arthur Brown. If you go to the real Arthur Brown YouTube channel, you'll see he's been putting out a couple of little things recently.
I've seen him live.
He's still live, is he?
Yeah, he's brilliant. Yeah. Check it out. He's
much.
you work. Come on, man. You know, how
Fire.
much time have we all got, my friend?
I take
how
you
much
to
time?
burn.
How much
Fire.
How much?
Remember that he did that on live on stage,
Put
didn't
your
he?
hand on my hand.
He had a
How
thing
much
on his head on
time have we
fire.
got?
Mm-mm.
Do you know what I mean?
King
So
Arthur Brown.
anyway, yeah, Arthur Brown. I don't know how much time he's got, but he's
Oh, I don't
certainly
know.
doing
He must
things
be
now.
must be in his fucking 80s, isn't he? Or night?
He's certainly getting on a bit, but he's
the
actually
crazy
very
world of
sprightly.
Arthur Brown,
I
wasn't
think
it?
he'll live to about 110.
The crazy world of Arthur Brown.
Yeah,
It was, wasn't it?
The crazy
Steve dropped
world of
out.
Arthur Brown.
Oh, here he is. He's back again. Brilliant. Excellent.
Yeah. He did a
Yes,
he always
so
did a famous
no,
Top of the
it's
Pops
the
appearance.
real Arthur
His head
Brown
on fire.
YouTube channel.
Right.
I recommend you all go there. Yeah,
Okay,
keep up with Arthur, and Arthur
yeah.
will keep up with you.
Here's a quiz question for you guys.
Okay.
What 70s paranormal TV show am I thinking about from the UK?
Are you thinking about it?
Oh, you
70.
think about
I was trying to find the
Not
box set.
fucking
I
mine.
can't-
Like, give us some hints.
Oh, man. The lead guy, the lead character was mid to late.
Oh, hang on. Strike at Night.
No.
Sapphire and Steel. No, that's what you got to say. That's what. No.
Nope.
But hang on a minute.
Think
you
psychic.
asking us, are you
Have we had this on before? This fucking thing.
We did.
Bringing it,
to
and
predict
it's an
in your brain
obscure.
already?
It's very obscure.
Obscure
Hang on a minute.
670s
Is this an
one.
experiment?
Yeah.
It was only out for one
Okay,
season.
brilliant. Steve, can I clarify?
Gareth and I
Is
would
this
talk
a
about it
YouTube
all the
experiment?
time.
Yeah, we talked about it recently, but I
Yeah.
keep forgetting the fucking name of it.
I'm happy to partake, but I have to know if it is an experiment. Do you know the thing you're thinking of?
I do. Yes.
Oh, he knows,
And
right?
you have it in your brain.
I have it in my brain. Yes.
Strike at Night.
And it's a mid-70s. What?
Mid 70s paranormal based
The Sixth Sense.
investigative
The Sixth Sense.
sort of TV series.
The Sixth
Psychic.
Sense.
US or
The
UK?
Sixth Sense.
I'll tell you. It has. Okay, so it has the initials OF.
Yeah, the
TOF.
TOF.
Yeah. No, it's not the Out Limits then.
Nope.
No, because that's
UK
TOF.
based.
There's 2 out of 3, right? TOF.
TOF.
Top of. No.
No, you don't know. I don't know. What.
Anybody in chat? Nobody in
Oh.
chat. Come on, nobody in chat.
Well, no, because everybody forgets it because it's only one fucking season. Like,
TOF.
It was only one season, exactly. Only one season.
That's why
The old
everybody forgets
fuckers.
it.
Yeah, the old fuckers.
The old fuckers.
That was it. I remember it well.
Yeah. I mean, there was the Tomorrow People.
No,
it's
not the
that.
Tomorrow
No.
People.
It's not the Tomorrow People. I've even talked to you about it, Steve, a few times, haven't I?
Yep.
Yeah, because it's so obscure, it
Camera
doesn't stay in the
sky
head.
when I open another bottle of booze.
Okay, nobody in chat. Okay, so the series is called OnlyFans. I like that, Vic. The Omega Factor.
The Omega Factor. That's
Omega Factor, right? Yeah.
Such a great series.
Damn it, I know.
Yeah.
No.
Next time I'll just think of a watch and then it'll come up in my head. Like,
Yeah, the Omega.
Think of a
Omega.
watch.
Omega.
Think of a watch, and the watch will think of you.
I tell you what, there was a TV series which, if anybody remembers this one, it's very, very vague, but it was a comedy, but a guy, right, was working in, I think, in a TV repair place or something like this, and he found a bottle and he thought it was beer, so he took the top off and he drank it. And it was so like fucking rancid or whatever. He tripped out and then appeared on a UFO, which was out in space. And they went, "Fuck me! How did you get here?
Hell?
How the fuck did you get here?" And he's like, "Well, I was just drinking this thing." And they went, "Oh yeah, your dad drank that too." And he came up here with fucking and the thing is, and he's traveling around the universe. Every time he drinks from this bottle, he fucking appears on this UFO, and they take him around the fucking universe. Yeah.
That almost
Very,
sounds like
very
something
bizarre.
you'd find on. Oh my God, what's that other UK? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah.
I got
Brilliant.
that on DVD.
Well, it's a
Brilliant.
philosophical tome, isn't it?
I still got to sit and watch it. Like I always put it on and fall asleep through it. Like.
Oh, you haven't watched it?
I've watched it years ago when it came
Oh,
out.
okay.
When it came out on TV when in the 70s, I remember watching it.
So classic.
And I've never been able
the
to
nature
find
of Douglas
any copies
Adams'
of it.
writing is very philosophical.
You've never been able to find copies of it?
Nope.
No. Wow.
No. And it was it's one word, and it's the guy's name is the name of the.
Anybody know of any copies of Equalizer 3 with English subtitles? Please.
Starring Iwa Wuwa.
There's loads of them out at the moment, but there's nothing with English subtitles. Like,
if anyone would, Iwa Wuwa Woo.
Was it the other one was well, I mean, did you guys like Blake 7?
Yeah,
I loved it.
Yeah.
I've met one of the stars from that at a con. One of the female stars, and she was chatting about
Ursula
being on there.
Yeah, she
What
was in
about Servalan? She was sexy.
Servalan, that's it, Servalan.
No,
Yeah,
God,
she's a very sexy lady.
Yeah,
But
cheeky
do
she
you know
wasn't she?
Captain Zepp, Space Detective?
She was in the porn magazines, like, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, John.
She reminded me of.
If we use the name Servalan, we can say she was
Servalan. Like there is a porn.
She was
there
the
is
king.
a section of
The
I
king
reckon
and
she was a
queen
female version of
the
Mark
porn scene.
Almond. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never watched Sapphire and Steel though, the one that you mentioned.
Greg
You know,
Almond, Mark Almond.
Weird.
That's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. Great series.
Well, if I drop out any minute, it's not because of lack of love. It's
David
just because
McCallum
of
was
lack
in,
of battery.
Men from
Oh,
I think it was Sally Nivette I met, who was Jenna Stannis. Jenna
Stannis.
She was Jenna. Yeah.
hey, Louise, how are you?
Unfortunately, Paul Darrow, who played Avon, he passed away. He put on a lot of weight. He just put on a hell of a lot of weight.
He was a very,
I'll tell you a story.
very cocky individual. When he never got into anything else, did he? After like Blake 7, he was just too
John,
he was just too full of himself, wasn't he?
No, he was after dinner speeches after Blake 7. Right, look,
After
I'll tell you a
dinner.
story.
That's right.
I'll tell you a story. One story is this: Paul Darrow played the seeker of a scrying mirror in Hammer House of Horror episode.
That's right. He
I
fucking
can't
did.
remember
Yeah.
the name
Yes.
of it. It was John Dee's scrying mirror.
Yeah.
Paul
I
Darrow
remember.
played the seeker
Paul
of
Darrow,
it for the
yeah.
Corazon Society. Right.
Yeah.
Now, also, my mother interviewed Paul Darrow's wife as part of a kind of a questionnaire thing. Anyway, I won't go into it. But she gave my mother two of Paul Darrow's signed photographs as Avon. And because we were in Blake 7 at the time as kids, and basically, yeah, it was great. We can't find them now.
Yeah. Oh dear. It's like my photo with Will Smith. My mate's dead, and somebody nicked my photo. So yeah.
Will Smith,
shit, man.
What you met him or you're?
Well,
I was on a TV show
booze, mate,
where he was on the same show. Yeah.
Oh no way! Cool.
Yeah.
What show was that, Matt? If you don't mind me asking.
It was early morning television called The Big Breakfast. It was.
Was he on that episode? Was it with you? Was he?
Yeah, Men in Black. He was promoting Men in Black.
Yeah, get some better angle.
I used to watch Big Breakfast all the time. It's the only time I ever really got up early in the fucking morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, The Big Breakfast with Johnny Vaughan, Dennis Snowden, and all the others.
You have that segment up on Secret Vault, don't you?
So what?
I
was talking about Mindset
I think
Breakfast,
yes.
obviously.
I think I remember watching.
It's already
that
on
segment.
YouTube, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's already on there.
Yeah.
I think I remember watching
Look
that
at the sky.
segment. But not obviously not the
Did you ever remember the episode they had on there with Randy Man, Macho Savage? Randy Savage.
Randy Man and
Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan on there. And they had Paul O'Grady on there.
Funny.
Macho Man's like that. This guy's dressed as a girl.
Hey, what about this one then? Manimal. Remember Manimal?
Manimal.
Yes,
Manimal.
Manimal. He used to change it to first a leopard.
Yes,
that's right.
Tim, I think
A cheetah. A cheetah. It was debatable, isn't it? Debatable.
Yeah.
Certainly wasn't lynx. It didn't have long ears like that.
Here's a really random one. I do remember seeing it, but God, I've forgotten about this. Benji, Zax, and the Alien Prince. What the fuck?
The Alien Prince.
What the fuck is that, man?
Yeah.
Excuse my language.
Fuck's sake.
Go on, then. Yeah, what was it? Benji, Zax, and they met. Is that
Alien Prince.
Is that an anti?
Was that an 80s cartoon by any chance?
Yeah, 1983. It's an real action sort of thing, you know, with real characters, but it's got a dog, a robot, and a kid.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, now I get it. Yeah. 1983, I think it was, wasn't it? Something like that.
God, there's some stuff here. Automan. I don't remember this, but he had
Automan. I remember Automan, yeah.
He had a Tron.
Automan.
Yeah.
Motorbike, didn't he?
Automan.
Was it made by the same people who made Kit?
I remember V when V came out, and it was like they discovered they were reptilians, and it was like, oh my God, it was it was a shocker.
Do you remember the Martian Chronicles that came out around about the same time?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, Ray Bradbury.
Rock Hudson.
Yeah.
Well, Leonard Nimoy.
That's one of those shows that just lays by the wayside.
Yeah, I've got it on DVD, man. I still got to sit there and watch it again.
On 1974 vinyl album too.
Yeah, the ships that went through the desert, which were like, was it ghosts were operating the ships?
Yeah, ghosts.
Yeah.
And a cafe in the middle of nowhere, like.
Did you guys ever see?
Got a cafe in the middle.
That's the future of Elon Musk is like the Martian Chronicles.
Yeah, the Martian
Chronicles.
A TV series called Star Loss.
No.
Kerr Della was in it.
What?
Canadian production.
Delia, you mean?
Yeah, Delia. Sorry.
Yeah.
He was in it. Barry Morse.
Wow.
Robin Ward, and I'm just trying to remember.
Is it Star Lost?
Star Lost. Yes.
Yeah, all right. I'm looking at it now. Yeah.
And I don't know. You might be able to get it on YouTube. I don't know. I know there's a box set out there. Really, really cool. They're all stuck on this arc, and they're just like stuck. And basically, it's like every episode is like, you know how Space 1999 was. They were like,
great show.
Yeah, great show. It's kind of like that, but on an arc. But they can't leave the arc.
Yeah.
Remember the good old like Jerry Anderson like UFO.
Yeah.
Wow, man, how scantily clad those women were dressed in those days. Like
UFO, man, fucking hell.
You can get the episodes on YouTube. They're available on YouTube. They're about 50. They're about 50 minutes long. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 50 minutes.
Oh, here it is. I found the name of this fucking weird series I told you about, which is like rocking or shit.
Right.
Oh my God.
That was a little while, right?
I found it. It's like 1980 ITV comedy from 1981. It's called Kinvig. Kinvig. Kinvig.
Kinvig.
Not like Kinvig of the Viking or anything.
It only ran for 7 episodes and it never repeated. And it's a little gem, it said, Nigel Keel of the Quatermass fame. And it was intended as a sci-fi send-up of sci-fi programs.
All right. Taking a piss out of it, was it?
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
Kinvig. I wonder if it's on YouTube now because I've looked for it over the years and I've not been able to find anything.
It wasn't like really bad like racism.
It's on here. It's fucking on here. Somebody's put 11 months ago. 11 months ago,
greatest and final achievement.
Oh my
out
God.
of control, drifting through deep space.
But
over
Matt, what about
800
Ace
years
of
into
One?
our future.
That's
Its passengers, descendants of the last survivors of the dead planet Earth, locked in separate worlds, their destination
Don't
long
film
forgotten.
models with TV
Heading
cameras.
for destruction,
cameras.
unless
Whatever
three
you
young
do.
people can save the Star Lost.
What did you
Wow.
do? Don't look at people.
It is like, isn't it? He's got the start on him like 0.
Kia Delia after he did 2001.
Yeah.
Oh, Douglas Trumbull was the producer of it.
Sterling Hayden.
Yeah. Who's that fucking special guest star? Never heard of him.
Sterling Hayden. Come
Douglas
on, you don't know
Trumbull was a
Sterling Hayden.
producer. Instead
on.
of special effects, he was a
2001.
All right. 2001.
producer. Yeah, he was. Hello, Dave. Remember, he was the
Yeah.
guy who got fucked over by the spacecraft. You know,
All right. He played.
Dave.
He played Dave.
He
Yeah.
played Dave.
All right.
He also he
played
was also
Dave.
in
He was the only person to survive, and he went through the
Yeah.
wormhole into
Yeah.
God or whatever it was. Yeah,
yeah,
Oh yeah. Crazy ending of the film.
yeah.
yeah. Kia Delia, man. Fucking
It
hell.
had it was co-produced by Canadian and UK. I don't know UK wise. I don't know who. It
So that was the American version of trying to go against Space 1999.
Canadian. It wasn't American. No, it was Canadian.
Canadian.
Kinvig is on here. I've
Yeah.
been looking for this for like 15, 20 years.
Okay, so let's see
somebody's
it, Matt.
uploaded
Come on, let's see it, Matt.
Oh, Jesus.
Ah, you gotta show it. Matt.
This is going to be a trip down memory lane. I'm fucking right. Okay, I'll share it. Share screen. I'll put it up on the other screen. So let me just bring it over so there's no mistakes. Right. Okay, and then I'll get rid of this one out of the way. It's just a chat, and then I'll stream that screen and share system audio, and then right. Okay, let's go for it.
Oh.
Copyright
straight away. Like,
Stay.
Quantel. That was a Quantel effect. Quantel paint box.
Oh, Patsy Rowland. Carry on, play.
It's got that
No, hang on a minute.
80s, 70s sort of
It is.
synth.
Fucking hell. I don't remember this. I don't remember this.
Nor do I.
There he is. There he is.
Comedy actor.
Yeah. Hey, you know why they're doing that? You know why they're doing that? That's a homage to Quatermass in the Pit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a homage to it, isn't it? Because he was in Quatermass, so they're obviously
And he
paying a
was.
homage to
And he
Quatermass in the Pit. Yeah.
There's Patsy Rowland's coming in as well.
Oh, folks, I'm gonna fucking watch that later on. Fucking hell.
Oh man,
that is cool. So
that's
what year is
literally-
that from?
That's about
1981.
81, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, Jesus, that's gonna be a
Gonna have-
catch-up, that is.
Gonna have to
How many?
What's
7
that?
episodes? That's a bit like curry and chips, isn't it? 6
Yeah.
episodes, like, you know.
so that
Yeah.
that's available on YouTube as well, Matt.
It's on.
Yeah.
Somebody's uploaded all of them.
Oh.
Nine episodes, 25 minutes long. Or there's a clip. There's clips as well, which must be something off TV. So there's probably eight episodes that are up here, which are 25 minutes long. Yeah.
Wow.
So
So
thank
now,
you.
Threshold, and now this one. I'm gonna. Wow.
Yeah.
Threshold. You know, I did see a thing on that for Threshold.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about watching that.
Yeah.
I'll have to watch it. That looks pretty cool. Threshold.
Yeah. I've seen something of it, and I thought.
I tell you what, it starts off like bang, 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 bang. You're fucking into it within like 5 minutes. You're like, fuck me, what the fuck just happened? Shit. Oh my god, what's fucking happening? It's like it gets you in there. It's like you just immersed, and then it just opens up. But the characters, there's great wacky characters like Brent Spiner is a geeky nerd,
Yeah.
a geeky nerd,
Yeah.
right? And then there's Peter Dinklage is playing like a sex crazed like linguist, but he's like into like bars and drinking and drugs and.
You know, with him, Peter Dinklage, I always revert back to an old flick called The Sinful Dwarf. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. It's a Swedish flick, man, and I always think of Peter Dinklage playing that fucking dwarf dude in that.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's well, we lost Rick.
Oh.
It's quiet. It's quiet now.
Yeah, the birds were fucking tweeting in the background like nonstop.
Yeah. But yeah,
Jesus.
Yeah,
I get to see it again finally.
I'll have to watch. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I must admit, like I do now with Patsy Rowlands in it, I do remember it actually appearing.
Yeah,
because of Patsy Rowlands.
I seem to remember that there was a follow-up series, but it wasn't Kinvig. It was another one where the same character went to heaven.
Oh God, no!
And it was like, oh fuck, and he was just being tortured in heaven by people he didn't like, who were correct to being all nice, and he was like, oh fuck off.
That's going to be around this.
Why
you know what grabbed us at the same time, because I think College Sandwich was the one that grabbed me with Mel Smith in it. Like that was the one that sort of grabbed. We were watching that more than stuff on ITV, because it was.
Remember that? Was it? Truckers from Space or something?
Yeah. What the fuck was the name of that show? Oh, I know what you're talking about.
It was a movie with Mel Smith, and it was like, fucking.
Oh, you mean Space
Truckers?
The Space Ball.
You're not talking about Space Gordon.
Not Mel. Not Mel.
Stuart Gordon, right? Space Truckers?
No, I know what you're on about. It's Punks from Space or something, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, no, not Mel.
It's got Mel Smith in it, Griff Reeves Jones, Jimmy Nail, and I think Pamela Anderson's in it. Not Pamela
Anderson.
No, not no. I'm getting that mixed up with Billy.
Now we know what John's thinking about here.
Morons from Outer Space.
Morons from Outer Space.
Yeah, it's Billy Connolly's wife who's in it. Pamela Stevenson. That's why I'm getting mixed up.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
And there's he gets picked up by a trucker who's just a skull, and he's like,
yeah. That's fucking brilliant, that film. Jimmy Nail in it as well. Jimmy Nail.
What? Okay, so what the hell's the name of this show? Was it a show or a movie?
Which one now? Morons from Outer Space. No, it's a movie.
That's the name of it. Morons.
Morons from Outer Space.
Morons from Outer Space. Okay.
Yeah, it's Mel Smith and Griff Reeves Jones, which is just doing a comedy film, because they've got something to do. I think it had something to do with I can't remember the company they sold. They had a company that they sold not so long, like a company, they made that film. It's a good film. It's great. You've got to watch it.
I didn't realize they set up the company Talkback.
That's right, Talkback Television. Talkback Television. That's what they did, and they made a fucking hell of a lot of money out of that as well when they sold that.
Yeah.
Talkback Television.
Yeah, Mel Smith. That's why Mel Smith died at an early age. He had so much fucking money, man. He was drinking red wine and smoking big fat cigars, And then of course he made a ton of money off of Bean, did he? With what's we call it? Rowan Atkinson.
Not on 9 o'clock news.
Yeah, Rowan Atkinson with Bean, Mr. Bean. He made a fucking hell of a lot of money off that.
Yeah,
and me, they ended up dead with what? I think he was about late 40s. He died or something. Something like that. He died.
Late 40s.
Yeah, Art Attack, like
Mm.
gone.
So come on, John. There must be a show that you remember when you were like a kid or something that you haven't seen in years.
Metal Mickey.
Metal Mickey.
It's
Metal Mickey. Metal Mickey.
Yeah, but there's loads. Like, you know, I could list so many, mate. There's loads. I could.
Was quite funny.
Tiz was. I'll always remember as it went. You know, Saturday mornings.
And
I used to be a big OTT when my old dear wouldn't let me watch that. I've only in the
20s. Tiz was. Yeah.
No, over the top. The top. Yeah. It was basically.
It had two names, didn't it? It was Over the Top or Over 20s. Tiz was. It had two secret names.
It was basically like when Central got the rights to broadcast for Midlands, they took over from what was the originally ATV, and Chris Tarrant said we want to do an adult version of Tiz was because loads of adults watch Tiz was on Saturday morning. It's supposed to be a kids show, you know.
It's funny,
he even says it halfway through the morning one day. He goes, "This is a kids' television show." There's loads of adults watching it, like, you know.
That's the case with a lot of these shows, though, man. A lot of the adults were like, "Hey, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I love this show, man."
Chris Tarrant couldn't believe it until they went out and they did the Bucket of Water song tour, and they were doing nightclubs, and they had all these kids, all these lads coming up to them and adults going, "We watch the show every Saturday morning." We go, "But it's a kids show."
I thought it was disgusting. You had Lenny Henry doing blackface on like, you know, the morning TV. Like, I mean, it's fucking, you know, you can't get away with that these days.
Well, Lenny Henry doing people. What was it? Who was that?
Racist characters. Yeah.
The gardener bloke. I'm trying to remember his name now. The bloke who was the guy with the beard. I can't remember who he was now.
Oh, David Bellamy.
David Bellamy. Yeah, black.
Like,
David Bellamy. It all over. He's doing the Frank Carson on there every week. If Frank Carson used to go on it every week, and he was never paid. He just turned up.
I seem to remember Roy Chubby Brown turned up on some of them, but as a kids entertainer, not an adult entertainer.
Yes, he went on before to entertain the kids.
Yes, he was a kids entertainer prior to being a rude entertainer.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah,
he did that, and I can't remember. I think he might have even done it on OTT. I think.
Yeah, and then the BBC said he's a banned character. He's too rude. So, League of Gentlemen named the town Royston Vasey, which is actually Roy Chubby Brown's real name. Royston Vasey.
I met him in Plymouth in the Cockburn Hotel. Yeah, funny guy, real nice guy as well.
Seems like really a nice guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, really nice guy. Yeah, he even said to one of the girls in the lift. He said when she was taking all the breakfast tray down, he said, "Take those biscuits off. I'll have them in a fucking minute." I'm a fat bastard, don't you know that?
Fat bastard.
Yeah. You fat bastard. You fat bastard. That's what the crowds used to always shout at him, his live shows. Yeah.
Funny guy, like, really nice guy.
Trying to find there's another TV series that literally fell off the face of the earth. I'm just like scouring YouTube to see if I can find it.
Literally fell off the face of the earth.
Literally, it's
so
from
many of them.
I know it's always great to find them.
Tim the Puppy Master says Alf, which is an amazing one. Yeah,
Alf is pretty modern though, isn't it? That's 90s, isn't it? What is it? Late 80s, 90s?
That was late 80s, early 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, what the heck? Okay, this is no, that's not it.
Well, you know one of my favorite sci-fi movies of all time, Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension.
Classic.
Yeah.
Classic.
Buckaroo Banzai. Yeah.
Classic. I have not seen that in years.
We will fire a particle beam weapon from Slovensk in Russia to Well, Clancy Brown, who's in that, right? Clancy Brown appears in the latest. Clancy Brown appears in the latest Disney Star Wars thing called Ashoka.
Watch that.
He's in that. Yeah, it's looking fuck. You
I don't know. I don't know. Some people are saying it's all right. Some people say
it's fucking
shit.
good, man. It's like it's like
right.
old school Star Wars with a bit of grit and fucking not afraid to kill people and be a bit dark, yeah. Mixed with a bit of Indiana Jones. Gotta say.
Yeah. The guy who was in Shawshank Redemption's in it as well, isn't he? You know, who used to play the fucking arsehole fucking.
Yeah.
And so he's in it, and I thought, I seen that the first role was that with him.
Oh, am I still sharing? I'm still sharing. Sharing is caring.
Grow on you.
What do you guys think about Disney after taking over the franchise? I mean, do you think
making them all, wasn't it?
I like Mandalorian, and I liked the one that came afterwards where they were all in the prison thing. You know, that was quite
yeah, that's all right as well. That's coming back next year, isn't it? 2024. That's coming back.
Yeah,
they said about it just recently.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they can be gritty if they try, but I mean, as long as Disney are not trying to be fucking woke, they're actually not bad.
Yeah.
You know? It's the
if
woke
they go,
shit you've got to watch out for.
If they stick with the battles and the load of lightsaber and fighting, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The sound effects on them are fucking fantastic. Especially on the first episode of Enoska. It's off the fucking shit.
Abdor is best.
Abdor.
Andor's all right as well. Andor's pretty fucking good.
Andor.
Abdullah. Yeah, that's the one.
Abdullah.
There's so many of them too. Like they're really.
You have to say, I heard Lucas wasn't happy about it, and he was going to remake everything like that. I don't know how true that.
Yeah, you can't change the past. I mean, he's put a lot of scenes. He remastered scenes into the Star Wars movies and re-released them.
What I dislike.
It's the old originals are actually quite good. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Why is he obsessing over like, oh, I've got to fucking.
The one thing I got really pissed off with was the end of the Return of the Jedi. He took the Gadget out who played like an old Anakin Skywalker, and they put that fucking idiot in from the fucking the first three.
Yeah,
Christian fucking what is his name, Aiden, isn't it? You know, they put him in, and I said, why the fuck did you do that? But the guy who was the fucking who played him in Return of the Jedi. He was a great English actor, and he should have been at the end. He should be still in the end as Anakin getting old. That's how he should be.
Yeah,
And they fucking took him out and put fucking Aiden Christensen in. Like, well, what?
Plus, I mean, one of the worst crimes was changing. Not Luke Skywalker. What's his? No. Pilot guy. Fucking.
The Australian Gadget who played.
No. Main character. They killed him off, didn't they? In like the newer ones, he got killed by his son. Like fuck me. Hang on. Let's bring the chat up. Somebody's going to say, pilot. He fucking landed in a wrong fucking airport, didn't he? Landed on the fucking on the run, not on the runway, on the fucking taxiway. Harrison Ford.
Oh, Harrison Ford. Yeah, well, but he always wanted to get out of it. It's like in Empire Strikes Back. He said, "I don't really want to carry on with this." That's why they killed him off, and they thought, "No, we won't kill him off. We'll just carbonate him."
In the originals, where he's under the table and he's got a gun pointed at the fucking alien.
Oh, like, you mean the blue fucking alien, like?
Well, no, the little alien with black eyes with like pointy mouth, I think it was, and it's who shot first. Remember the controversy about who shot first? Well, it was not Luke Skywalker. It's fucking Han Solo. Yeah, Han Solo. Well, Hans shot first. He fucking shot him before the fucking alien could get it. And Lucas changed it so the alien shot first, and then Hans fucking shot him, but got him back. And it's Greedo.
He came back, didn't he? Greedo, that's it. Greedo came back, didn't he, just recently in one of the other ones, isn't it? He come back as a young.
Originally, Hans shot first, but Lucas changed it because it was like, oh, but Han's supposed to be a nice guy. Well, he wasn't. He was a fucking bounty hunter. He didn't give a fuck. If you were fucking pointing a gun at him, he'd shoot first. And that was why it gave it a gritty edge, because
what scene did that come from? That was a copy of an old spaghetti western. What was it? The good and the bad and the ugly, isn't it? Where he's under the table.
Yeah.
That's why Mandalorian did so well, because they copied the spaghetti western format.
Well,
that
was Lucas's original thing with Star Wars.
And guess who another one who did
with
it as well?
Once Upon a Time in the West. He wanted
Ridley
to
Scott
make
also copied it as well in Blade Runner at the start. With
spaghetti western in space.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do, and that's what I like about what's his name, who directed the
Jon Favreau.
Yeah, Favreau.
Favreau.
He took that same element and said, "Hey, look at this is successful. People love this shit. Let's follow the formula.
Build the tension. Instead of all multiple characters, multiple worlds. No, let's just have a good tension build. You know,
the good and the bad. The good and the bad. That's it.
That's it.
It works so great.
It does. Yeah, it's a great bit of filming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people, you know, in the beginning they were going, Lucas is ripping off, Once Upon a Time in the West. No, he wasn't ripping it off. He was paying tribute to it.
It's a homage.
Yeah, it was a homage. He was just fucking modernizing it.
Yeah, it just made it modern times.
Bounty under the table. Fucking opera, for fuck's sakes. Yeah. And he did a great job, man. I mean, think about it. When you were a kid, when you were a fucking kid in that theater watching Star Wars, you're in awe. You're like, holy fuck.
Me. I remember, I never forget watching it.
Oh, it was incredible.
I watched it in Plaza in Chorley.
Best fucking feeling in the world, man. When you're a fucking kid watching that in the theater was incredible.
Took us 2 hours queuing out in the fucking rain.
Yeah, man. The queues for fucking watching Star Wars were crazy.
Yeah.
I watched it in Barry, in the Theatre Royal in Barry, which is now houses. It's gone.
My mother forced me to eat. I'll never forget it because my mother forced me to eat.
He did, but I remember him talking about solely basing it upon the old fucking I can't even think of the director's name who direct sorry? Sergio
Leone.
Yeah, Sergio Leone is the Once Upon a Time in the West.
Once Upon a Time in the West. I can't remember who did that now. That wasn't Sergio Leone, was it?
It was it was Leone.
Might have been.
Was it Leone?
I think it was.
Yeah, I think you're right. Sergio Leone. Well, he did alone, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost certain. But I remember he paid homage to it because, I mean, he absolutely loved that movie.
Well, everybody loved those movies. Everybody should love those fucking movies, man. They're classics. You know, The Man with No Name. You know,
Sergio Leone, yeah. Henry Fonda, Charles Bronson, Jason Robards, and the list goes on and on and on. Woody Strode. You know, like, it was such a, the fucking harmonica character of fucking Charles Bronson.
Yeah.
Like, come on. And I mean, when you and that's Ennio Morricone's fucking score.
Morricone. Have you ever heard it? I got an album of Morricone.
It's fucking classic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, great music. Get the album, Eric and Marconi, everything he did.
Yes, he did. Tim, I remember him talking about Kurosawa's fucking samurai films.
Some of the stuff he did
was a major influence as well.
Major dance, major.
Yeah, but I also, because you got to remember, when you think of Morricone, or sorry, not Morricone, but Leone took inspiration from the Kurosawa films.
Yes.
Right. And made his fucking like a samurai movie in the West, a cowboy Western. And then it was Lucas who said, "Oh, wow, this is cool." He took inspiration initially from Leone's fucking classic film and later educated himself, and knowing that, look at Leone was taking inspiration from the Kurosawa films.
Yeah, but Lucas took his time though. I mean, he did a couple of films before that. They were corkers as well. I mean, don't forget American Graffiti is still a fucking great.
Well,
film.
yeah, classic.
An absolute classic.
At the time, people are like, "Holy fuck!"
Yeah,
I mean,
you know,
Ahsoka is making references. I've seen graphics making references to anime now. It's like in the background, like backdrops and things like that.
Yeah.
So they're trying to sort of like bring in that subculture. And yeah. But John, you were saying your mum forced you to eat something, or
yeah.
when I
went to
what it was.
I remember going to see like Star Wars, and my mother said we're going to go and watch Star Wars, and she force fed me scampi and chips before we went.
Scampi and chips.
Yeah, right. And she'd made scampi herself. That's why I didn't like it.
So for those John, for those who are watching in the U.S. and Canada, tell them what scampi is.
Scampi is like scampi fucking fish bits, like made with batter. So she forced me to eat it. I was like feeling physically sick, so I put it down the waste disposal unit, and she forced me to get it out of the waste disposal. Right, and I had to eat it before we went to go and watch it. Yeah, and she said, if you don't eat it, we're not going. So and that's why it took us 2 hours to get in the fucking place as well. Like
I had experience with my mum fucking making me eat like fish and things, which is
liver
now I can't eat fish to this day, like because it's fucking
liver was another one. Liver and kidney was another one that she forced me.
I hate liver. I hate liver and kidney. I can eat fish. I only like fish and chips. So I'm a fish and chips guy. Halibut or haddock. That's it. I can't handle fucking.
Can't eat steak and kidney pie.
When we got a dog, it was like legendary because I just used to fucking throw all the food to the dog. I finished my food now. I finished the food. Look, and she'd be like, "Okay, cool." And then
I actually threw it down the waste disposal unit, and she said, "Get it out."
So how did you literally have to climb in?
I had to go and get my hands in it. But fucking thank God it didn't go off, like, and pick it out, and then put it back on the plate. And there was about 4 pieces left. And she made me eat it before we got in the car.
That's some sick shit, man.
Yeah,
fucking right. Like you're eating that before we go out. I don't like it. It tastes awful, like because they did. She made fucking burgers once, like handmade fucking beef burgers, and they fucking were horrible.
Maybe if you're on the East Coast, Desi, I mean the East Coast of Canada, fucking those newfies, they love cod. I don't mind cod. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind cod, but
scampi.
I prefer halibut. I fucking love halibut.
Oh, I like halibut, man. I love fucking sea bass.
I love halibut.
Well.
My mum tipped a tray of food over my head once, she tipped the food over my head because I didn't want to eat it, and I said to her, I said, "Well, that's really fucking original, Mum. That's really fucking original. The only reason you're doing that is because you heard that Matey Boy's mum did that to him, and you fucking heard that on the grapevine. So now you're doing it to me. You're so fucking original. You can't even come up with your own ways to fuck with me. You're fucking somebody else's fucking ways."
When my mother was growing up, she used to have her mother used to put food on the table. If you didn't eat it the first day, it went back on the table the next day, and it went back on the table the next day. So if you hadn't eaten it in 3 days, it was still on the fucking plate.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's torture. That's torture.
Well, that's dangerous as well, with fucking food
dangerous.
Well, food poisoning.
If you didn't eat it the first day, it was there the second day.
You know what? One thing when I was a kid I hated, I could not stand was shepherd's pie.
Yeah.
I hated shepherd's pie. Could not stand
it. I didn't know the way lamb would cut. It was like all stringy. Yeah. Blup, blup, blup. Yeah.
It's either give me mashed potatoes and beef or whatever else, but don't
cauliflower. There's another one that I was force fed.
Which one?
Cauliflower cheese.
Oh, now I'd love it.
I fucking love it. Yeah. For years, man, I couldn't eat it.
That's foreshadowing. You know that. I know you're gonna like it later on in life.
Yeah.
Not now. I'm not.
Freak me out. They would put like a plate of like fish, like plaice. And it would have bones in it.
Ooh.
And I would be like, I can't eat this. I get fucking bones in the fucking. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this? Like, you know,
I nearly choked to death on that. Like, and I remember they were banging me on the back of the neck and chucking milk down me and everything. Like, yeah, on a fishbone. Like, yeah, I nearly choked.
I would never eat peas. I hated peas.
Minted peas.
I hated peas.
Yeah, helipois.
Peas.
Yeah.
And
well, I'd rather eat peas than mashed peas.
Oh, even worse.
No,
Yes.
That's another one. That's another one that I was force fed as well. And I stayed away from it for years, mashed peas. And then all of a sudden, when I got older, I was like, oh, this is great. You know, put a bit of vinegar with it. Fucking great. You know, never when I was a kid, I fucking ate it.
I remember my uncle gave me, he said, oh, where was it in the rugby club? He said, oh, I said, what's that stuff? He's like, it's Guinness. And I was like, what does it taste like? He goes, you can have a bit if you want. I was like, that's fucking horrible. And I've grown up to love Guinness. Your taste, there you go. Your taste change from being a child to being an adult. They click, you know, and your taste change.
Yeah. Definitely.
Well, it's like I think beer in particular. It's like either when you're a kid, you're like, "Ooh, this is disgusting," and then you get older, you start drinking it. And it's like, "Oh, hey, this is."
I'll tell you what, another one is liqueurs as well. Like I remember
liqueurs, yeah. Oh,
liqueurs when I was a kid. Like I nearly smashed my front teeth out, like getting pissed at. And yeah, liqueurs. Just drinking all these weird ones like blue balls. You know, like the balls.
Blue balls.
You get different flavors, different colors. Like they got purple one and fucking orange and fucking.
I remember having a bad experience with peach schnapps.
Peach schnapps.
Ooh, fuck.
I've had a real bad experience on licorice, like the one that was the licorice one.
Oh, Zambuca.
Pernod.
Yeah.
Pernod.
Pernod's fucking great. I like Ricard more than Pernod. Pastiche, I got me and my sister-in-law. I got pissed up one morning on that when we were about 12.
Come on, you guys had a couple experience on absinthe. Come on,
absinthe. Yeah, I've tried absinthe.
Well, absinthe. I've had absinthe in Prague. Yeah, which is where it came from.
Yeah,
but of course it's legal stuff, so it doesn't have the real tagine in. However, I have bought the real wormwood herb.
Oh,
I've made tea out of it.
Oh, wow.
It's the most bitter thing you've ever tasted in your life. Right?
In a tea.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. Because you're supposed to do it with sugar. Proper way to do it.
You put a cube of sugar in there.
You burn it till it's caramelized.
And you put it in. Yeah,
because it's the proper way to do it. Bitter.
Yeah, it's very bitter.
Like, really bitter. But it's like drinking. I would almost describe it like drinking petrol.
Yeah.
Well, I remember, going down to Mexico and buying like literally. I think I brought back like 11 bottles of mezcal and tequila from different regions, because down there it's like wine.
That's right.
It's like wine there. So the tequila and mezcal is different in every place. So I picked up like 11 bottles. They were like dirt cheap. It was like, I don't know, like $8 a fucking bottle. Wow. And I brought them home, and I remember cracking open this one that had mezcal that had the big fucking wormwood in it, right? And my buddy goes, I bet you won't eat the worm. Why?
I was going to say not wormwood, an actual worm.
An actual worm. It's an actual
maggot.
A maggot, big thick maggot. Yeah. Because it's so soaked with a fucking liquid. It's just blown right up, right?
Yeah, dude.
And so when you eat this worm, of course you're going to get fucking drunk because it has so much fucking booze inside of it. And
I feel like
I've drank myself sober on my
Hey, Line 39, how are you?
I remember years ago, I think it was back in 1993. My old next door neighbor, we went out on the piss, and he got 2 bottles of mezcal. So, and we drank that, and I literally drank myself sober. I've never ever done it. Never done it since.
I guess
never done it. I mean, it was mental. We drank so fucking much of it. 2 bottles we went through like in about fucking 4 hours. Like,
Well, I mean, one of the biggest drink drink mixes with tequila was always like what was it called? It was called oh God, what was it called? It was Tequila Sunrise. Sorry, it was tequila and then a little bit of what's that red mixed shit? What the hell's the name of it? Oh, it's not a liqueur, but it was grenadine. Grenadine, yeah, a little bit of grenadine, a little bit of OJ, and a little bit of your tequila. And I remember I was at this party and I go, fuck, I have no more fucking grenadine. what am I gonna fucking mix it with? I mean, I could drink it straight, but fuck, I don't want to get corked really. I don't want to get too corked too quick. So I'm like, fuck, I go to my buddy. I go, hey, what do you have? What do you have here? He goes, and he's, showing me his little portable bar thingy there. I go, And I remember a Bandito, it was called. It was tequila and Kahlua. Right?
Kahlua. I was literally before you said this, I was thinking, what a nice drink.
It was great. I used to love it. But he didn't have any Kahlua. I'm like, what am I gonna fucking use here? So he breaks out this bottle of fucking Bailey's Irish cream. I go, Irish cream, holy fuck, fuck it. Let's give it a shot. So I went half and half golden tequila, half Irish cream. And I downed this thing and I'm like, oh my God, is it ever fucking good?
Yeah.
I coined it. I called it the Celtic Ombre.
The
Celtic Ombre. It is so good.
Well, I like, you remember when the Big Lebowski came out?
Yeah.
And everybody
great flick.
Everybody was drinking White Russians, and I was right on that. Like at one stage, fuck, I'm gonna have that like White Russian every time. Like, but they're about £7.50. Like when you're buying them.
Tell us in the chat who hasn't seen the Big Lebowski, because all I'm gonna say is nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Yeah.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Come on, if you've not seen the Big Lebowski, go out and watch it.
Come on, tell us in the chat, have you not seen the Big Lebowski?
If anybody hasn't seen the Big Lebowski, you haven't fucking lived. That's what I
think. No, classic flick.
What a classic. I just watched it recently.
If you're to do a double header, what movie would you play with the Big Lebowski?
Fargo.
Oh well, there's a good choice, but I think
that's a film as well.
I'm trying to think. What's that other flick? What's that other movie? That I think would go great with fucking the Big Lebowski.
No, it's on its own, man. It's a classic because the dude is a real guy apparently as well. Like,
well, yeah, it's based on a real character, dude, real guy.
A real guy.
Oh man!
So
and fucking Jeff Bridges plays him perfectly.
And never smoked in his life. Like hasn't smoked.
No, and I mean, think about it. Jeff Bridges before and after. Can you think of a movie? It's a Big Lebowski.
Everybody wants it to be done again. They say, please make another one, but he'll never do it. It should have been done about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
A movie like that, you don't want to fucking sequel.
Nah, man.
It's such a classic.
It's just a classic on its own, man. I watched it just in the last 4 or 5 days back. I watched it again.
What the fuck? What's that other movie I'm thinking about that would go so Kingpin.
Kingpin.
Yeah.
Man, but it's not the same.
It's not the same.
Bill Murray and fucking Woody Harrelson taking the piss out of me.
I know, but I think that would make a great doubleheader.
It's a good film.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good
film. I tell you another one I'd do after Big Lebowski would be Blueberry.
Oh, John, have you seen that?
Ooh.
Yeah, long time ago.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that.
Jesus Christ! On a big screen, when you're taking acid or mushrooms, and you're watching that on the big screen, and it's like the trip sequences fucking start. It's like 2000.
No, you're saying it.
There you go. Yeah, well, it's like 2001. It's like you've gone all the way through this. You've gone through this massive voyage, and then right to the end, it goes fuck you at the end, yeah. And it's a movie like that. It's like right at the end, it's just fuck you, fuck off. It's just like, blueberry.
Cal has never seen The Big Lebowski.
Wow.
Mate, Cal, you have to see it, man.
Gotta watch it.
Watch it, man.
Everybody in their life, watch that film once in your life.
Go watch it. You have to see it, man. It's an
John
experience.
Candy. John Candy still gets into the. Is it John? Is it not John Candy? No, John.
No, not John Candy.
John Goodman always.
John Goodman, yeah.
Still gets quotes every time.
Can you fucking imagine John Candy in that character? No.
Yeah.
No. John Goodman, like he still gets quotes to this day with people coming up to him.
Such a classic flick. Oh,
well,
man.
I spent an evening.
Safari's never seen it either. Wow. Safari.
There you go. You've got a whole world of learning to catch up on.
Sorry, go ahead, Matt. Go ahead. You were going to say something.
I was going to say I spent an evening watching over a field, like looking for UFOs, and we were the crop circle makers, but like a lot of people didn't know it at the time. And guess who turned up in a car? Goldie Hawn. Yeah, Goldie Hawn. Whose other half was Kurt Russell.
Kurt
Russell.
Still is.
And I got to say, she came up there and I was like, hello, and she was like, oh, hi. And I went, that's fucking Goldie Hawn. Fuck me. Goldie Hawn. Yeah. And she said, yeah, is there any crop circles on? And I said, well, I don't know if anyone's making any tonight. And she went, you what? And I went, yeah, well, you know that people make them. And she went, oh, okay. And she just fucking drove the car and she was gone. It's like she was out of there, man. She was fucking out of there. Yeah, seriously. She wasn't happy. She was not happy. Yeah.
Big Lebowski. So now I want to sit down and watch it again. It's such
the tunes in it are fucking
great soundtrack.
You can even sing. I can even sing most of them now. Like I'm watching that often.
There you go. What movie has the perfect soundtrack to it that you constantly think of? I always equate to say like a movie like Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah,
such a classic soundtrack.
Green onions.
Fuck.
Yeah. Or Pulp Fiction with
Pulp Fiction has a good soundtrack.
Captain Kangaroo in it. Captain Kangaroo, which is a TV show over there apparently. Smoking cigarettes and watching Captain Kangaroo.
It was a TV show over here. Hey, Lewis. 10 Cloverfield Lone Classic Goodman. Yeah.
I tell you, one of the favorite soundtracks I love, but I love my werewolf movies.
Kill Bill.
I gotta say, the soundtrack is fucking amazing. It's violins and orchestral and weird and etheric. It's a Company of Wolves.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Great film. Very good.
People are going to Apocalypse Now. Classic.
Well, yeah.
And what I always bring up, and I mean, hardcore, I guess, sort of fans will appreciate it, is a movie called Suspiria by Dario Argento.
Oh yeah.
Goblin
synthesizer.
Goblin score of that is just incredible.
Dang 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 dang.
Yeah, fucking classic. Classic, man.
Yeah.
I had a chance to see them live. What was it, in 2000, just before 9/11 in New York City. And unfortunately the group had their differences. And Claudio, who was the one of the
Claudio Argento?
No, Claudio Simonetti, who was one of the co-founders of the band. He showed up with a new band that he had created called Demonia. Demonia, and they were playing all the classic tunes, and you're like, holy fuck, this is just surreal, because they had never played on American soil before. They've played in Europe and everything else, but even Goblin hadn't played on North American soil, so it was pretty surreal, pretty cool.
Well, John Carpenter in Bristol did
Oh,
an
great.
evening of his, it was like classic synth things from like Friday the 13th, and was it that was John Carpenter, wasn't it? Friday the 13th.
Yeah, no, that's Mancini. So
no, was it Halloween,
the fog, the fog,
incredible. And of course, They Live.
Tell
us in the fucking chat if you haven't seen They Live.
Oh, classic.
They Live. Tell us in the chat. If you haven't seen it, admit it now, and purge your sin, and correct that sin.
Dark Corners brings up Dawn of the Dead. Yes, Dawn of the Dead was the European cut is Goblin's score. Direct. From what I remember, Romero didn't want the Goblin score.
Yeah.
He didn't want the Goblin score, but Argento, because he was one of the producers of it, he kept it in for the European market, which is, I think, brilliant, because Goblin score is incredible for Dawn of the Dead. Incredible.
Yeah,
incredible.
Good film.
Right, if you're into aliens and conspiracies and government conspiracies, you've got to watch They Live.
They Live.
Like
yeah.
it just fucking brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant flick. Yeah, brilliant and film. Yes, Grosse Point Blank did have a great fucking soundtrack.
Yeah. Grosse Point Blank, yeah.
John Cusack, yeah, that is great.
Here's a quote from They Live. Yeah, you don't look too bad. She formaldehyde face.
That's another flick I have to watch again. It's been so long.
It's years since I watched it. It's like long fucking time. It's
been
one
a
of those
long time.
It's got everything you fucking need for like B-movie classic.
You know what?
B-movie,
I'm gonna throw another rarity out there, and I bet you guys have never seen it. It's a short film. It's a short film out of Japan called Electric Dragon 900,000 volts. Oh no way!
Yes!
Oh,
9,000 volts.
I've heard of this.
It's a piece
incredible.
of art. It's a piece of
brilliant
art. Black and white.
So fucking
Black and white.
I'm so dude. I am so fucking shocked that you know that. That is awesome.
I've heard of this.
Classic.
Jesus Christ! It's a powerful roller coaster.
That's
it's a short movie. It's a short movie, and it's fucking on point. It's like
and
bang,
a
bang,
lot
bang,
of people,
bang, bang, bang.
A lot of people recognize the lead from, say, movies like Ichi the Killer and a few other movies, but the score is incredible.
Oh yeah,
I love the score.
Yeah.
Great short flick, but the score is amazing.
It's just like a roller coaster. It's an emotion movie.
Yeah,
it's like it's riding you on emotions rather than special effects.
Wow,
but the
you're freaking me out here, Matt. You're freaking me out. Holy shit!
Like all those really great arty shots of pylons.
Oh yeah,
pylons lined up and pylons and fucking and then rock music.
Yeah, it's
like fucking
angry,
angry.
Yeah.
It's fucking really
such a classic film.
Yeah,
man.
John Carpenter's The Thing. Don't.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, there's two versions.
The Thing. Oh yeah, the Thing is classic. I mean, that goes down.
Yeah.
I mean, you can even say Carpenter's Halloween.
Are they supposed to be? They're supposed to be doing a Thing 2 now, isn't they?
Yeah, but even if they did,
I've heard Kurt Russell's lined up for it as well.
Go ahead, Matt. No,
I was going to say that scene where the fucking head detaches and turns into a spider and runs across the floor. What the fuck?
Yeah.
No, I was not expecting that. I was like, Jesus Christ! Has anyone not seen The Thing?
Oh, you
guys. There was a Thing. The Thing is
there was a black and white version of The Thing.
The original film, yes, from 1954, I believe it is.
And it was about like pod people, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Which was more like that the 70s thing of with Donald Sutherland.
Invasion of the
Snatchers.
Body Snatchers. Classic.
Yeah.
Oh, classic.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah.
Classic flick, man.
Yeah.
Oh man. I'm still freaked out that you know fucking about Electric Dragon. Holy shit!
Yeah, I like my Japanese stuff, mate.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome, man.
Hey,
Oh,
have you seen Big Man Japan?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. What a
Classic.
fucking joke that is. It's fucking
Classic,
brilliant.
man. Oh, you name it, I've seen it. I love Japanese cinema, man. I fucking love it. I fucking love it.
They're so tongue in cheek, but they take
Yeah.
themselves very seriously. That's what's so good about them. They're so taking the piss, but done very serious. You know?
Well, they're over the top. And like I said, I remember what was it? 2002, 2003, somewhere around there. I had a chance to meet somebody I really idolized was fucking Takahashi Miike.
Oh wow!
And I'm like, wow. And of course he doesn't speak English, but I mean,
No,
he had his translator there. It was just so surreal. Here's this dude pumping out 2 or 3 flicks a year. He's like the Japanese version of I don't know if you guys know Just Franco. Just Franco back in the day would pump out like fucking like 3 to 4 films a year out of Spain. Wow. And some of the movies he put together, people are like, what the fuck? Yeah. You'd never sit there. Like his version of Jack the Ripper. He did a version of Jack the Ripper that blew everyone apart, man. One movie though, that was shot in the UK that I absolutely fucking love. It was shot by a Spanish director by George Guru, called, in the UK, I believe it was best known as, well, the overall title was called Let Sleeping Corpses Lie.
Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, yeah.
And it was about how the UK government was experimenting with this sonic waves, and it was turning people into zombies. And who was in it? Arthur Kennedy. Arthur Kennedy was in it. What the hell was his name? Breakfast at the Manchester or something. Manchester something.
Living Dead at the Manchester Morgue.
That's it. Yeah, 1974, 75, something like that.
Which had it opened with music and then had a woman running across the street naked.
Boobies just like hanging out.
What's that in there for?
Exactly.
Why is
he
that
just
in there?
threw it in there because he knew it would attract people, right? You know why? Because I'll tell you why. Because back in the day, Spain had a ban on they had like restrictions on what they're able to film. And he had moved to the UK. George Guru had moved to the UK because there wasn't these restrictions. So he's like, oh wow, this is cool, I could do whatever. So he said, I'm going to film a naked woman just running across one of the major streets of fucking in the UK in London and see what kind of reaction I get. And of course you get that kind of reaction. It's like, holy shit. You know?
Yeah, probably got the censors reaction as well, like in the 70s, like seeing boobies, like, you know, right on, like, look at that, X certificate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a classic flick.
Pack-a-Mac fucking films, like.
What's that?
Pack-a-Mac films.
Yeah, but I mean,
people wearing Pack-a-Mac coats.
A lot of these films, a lot of people fucking wouldn't even bother with. Like, you know, like we mentioned, Electric Dragon. How many people out there have seen Electric Dragon?
I mean, at the end of the day, there was a time you'd see films like that, but they'd be in sort of like studio, like we have a cinema company called Studio, and they used to have like screens that would be dedicated to like XXX or XX films, like X films,
sure.
And a lot of stuff never really got out in the generalized cinemas, like, you know, especially 70s films.
Yeah.
And then when it all came to VHS, a lot of stuff in this country wasn't really shown. You know
what?
Allowed.
You know what? I always, when I think of the cinema in the UK, I always like, I'm like everybody else. I like the Amicus films. I like the Hammer films. I like the Tegan films, whatever. But then you get into people like Norman Warren films. And people like Norman Williams, Warren. What are you talking about? Or Pete Walker. Pete Walker in the 70s. Some of his films were just the flesh and blood show. These guys had. Have you guys ever seen a movie called The Virgin Witch?
I've heard of it.
Oh, check it out, man. But that's what I mean. It's outside the main. It's outside the mainstream studio, sort of. But they are so cool. I think there was like Killer's Moon was another one.
What was the other one they just made a remake to now? They've just made a follow up. Some fucking 20 odd years later. It's The Nun, isn't it?
The Nun, yeah.
The Nun, which is a fucking another. Ooh,
Trauma made some. Yeah, they made some pretty interesting films.
Hammer horror films made on the buses.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing. They were budgeted, right? And that's why they were able to make these movies. I mean, you look at it, but dude, look at the Dracula films.
Oh, Dracula, man! Anything with
classic.
Anything with Christopher Lee in it, or Vincent Price.
Yeah, everyone's like, "What's your favorite Dracula? Your favorite Hammer Dracula flick?" To me, I always say, taste the blood of Dracula.
Taste the blood of the
I love that movie. I love that. I thought that was great.
Well, here's a Japanese one for you. I mean, it's got Beat Takeshi in it, but Violent Cop.
Oh, great!
Violent Cop's a good film.
Violent Cop, yeah. Great. And I think America tried to copy it, and they changed it into Bad Lieutenant.
Bad Lieutenant.
They did. Bad Lieutenant. It was directed by Abe Ferreira with Harvey Keitel.
Which is probably the best version. I would
naked sitting there going like this
in the church. I love that movie, man. I love
the remake of it was terrible. Like, who was in the remake?
It was horrible with fucking Nick
fucking wasn't I call it? Yeah.
Oh
Cage.
God. No, Nick Cage.
Nick Cage.
Horrible.
But they got at the end of the scene, he goes, "Hey!" And he shoots him in the car, like, that's it.
Yeah. You know, movie's really good. You know, movie's really good that fucking Abe Ferreira directed. Bad Lieutenant, but The King of New York with Christopher Walken.
Oh my God, The King of New York! I just watched that recently.
Yeah.
The King of New York, man. The King of New York. Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah. Tokyo Gore, please. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Classic.
Code of Silence was another one I watched as well, like with
Chuck Norris, classic film.
I tell you what, there was a movie which was a collaboration between Japan and China, and it had one of the actors who was in like not Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. It was it's the other one. It was he's a martial artist, and they do all the real scenes. They film it live, so they have to like literally follow the camera through like explosions, jumping down off levels, and fucking they film it all in one go. And it was what the fuck was it now? And that actor appeared in this mixed movie, and it was all about the body organ parts trade.
I know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about, but I can't
fucking. And the first one was boring, but the second one was fucking dicey. It was really fucking dicey.
Yeah,
and it basically, there's his daughter needs a body, like an organ transplant, and he can't get one, and then like something happens, and like him or somebody else ends up in a fucking jail somewhere else in another country, and then he has to escape to try and get back to his daughter to help, and all of the while there's like a really weird arc going on behind the scenes that you're kind of picking up on. There's a fucking weird.
Hardcore Henry, I love that movie. Hey, Punches, how are you? Yeah,
Punches is another one who introduced me to a classic called Free Jack.
Oh fuck yeah, Free Jack. That's classic,
which I put on Twitch not so long back, like
yeah, Free Jack is pretty cool.
Yeah, MLO Esteped.
Yeah.
Martin Sheen's brother.
Yeah.
Most people don't.
They don't know because of the name difference.
Because of the name difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be back in a minute, folks. I just need to sort myself out.
Well, I talk about this one movie, and I've shown a few scenes on the show every once in a while. That's pretty fucked up, man. You want to talk about fucked up? Track down The Bride of Frank.
Oh,
The Bride of Frank is just holy fuck.
That's another. Yeah, exactly.
How do people fucking make these fucking movies?
Fucked up fucking movie, man.
Yeah, but they do, and they get out there.
They're dark, man. They're dark and deep.
They're very dark. They're very dark, and they trip on fucking scenarios that in today's day and age, you're like, you'd never get away with that.
You wouldn't.
Never.
I'm even like a fucking worried to say I've actually watched it.
I remember, like I said, the only reason why I watched it because I got the screener when I had my webzine up, Cinema Nocturnal, years ago, and the director asked me if I could review it. I said, yeah, no problem. Just send me the screener. And I remember watching this thing and going, "Holy fuck! This is just insane,
right?
Incredibly fucked up."
There's a few of those out there.
There's a shitload of them out there. But you know what?
Human centipede.
Human centipede. The first one.
The first one's the best.
The second and third are like, who cares? Once you've seen the first one, that's it. Yeah. What was the storyline? The storyline in The Bride.
Old Boy's another one, as well.
Old Boy's great. The Bride of Frank is just, let's say, it's pretty fucked up. I don't know. The story.
It's long. Do you know what? It's that
long. The storyline is not normal. That's all I can say. It's just, it's pretty fucked up.
It's one of those I put to the back of my mind. I've watched it. And that's it.
Yeah. It's like it's a buddy of mine. He was running a webzine called zombiekeeper.com years ago, and he got funding to put together a film called, and the title alone will set you and go, what the fuck? The Jizz Mopper. And literally it's about a guy, his job is to go in and work in these fucking adult fucking video stores in Los Angeles during the 80s.
Wow.
And he literally he'd have to go into these little fucking cubicles and clean up the fucking jizz.
Yes.
And it was an actual thing. People don't know, but that was an actual job.
That is a job. It still is. It still goes on to this day.
It still is.
Yeah.
But it's fucked up.
Oh,
Okay. So why did your name exactly B? Hey B, how are you, by the way? Yeah, exactly. Daniel's name comes up when you say the Jizz Mopper.
Yeah, because there's a video someone posted on Discord at the Jizz Mop.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you look at it, it's somebody's put a cloth on there.
But the Bride of Frank, I don't know. Hold on.
The Bride of Frank, man,
it's fucked up.
It's disturbing.
Very, very disturbing. But
disturbing movie.
The humor in it is it's very dark. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
It's very dark and it's very hard to find. And I don't even hold on. I don't even think think YouTube has it anymore.
I don't know. At the end of the day, it's one of those you're watching.
Let me see.
Frank. Bride of Frank.
Videos. No, not the Bride of Frankenstein. The Bride of Frank.
No, it's Bride of Frank. Nothing to do with Frankenstein.
It's 1996, by the way. Okay,
1996, yeah.
Oh, look at this. Rotten Tomatoes. What is Rotten? Okay, just out of curiosity, Rotten Tomatoes gives it 38%.
They don't know what they're on about, do they?
No.
Fuck right off.
Okay, so
Sounds like it's a...
archives. Oh, wow. Hold on. This is the story. Oh, guys, hold on a sec. You can watch The Bride of Frank
on YouTube for free.
On YouTube, yeah.
No. Hold on.
Daily Motion will have that up, like probably like.
Remember the movie now that I couldn't remember? It's Ong Bak.
Ong Bak.
Ong Bak. Please tell me you've seen Ong Bak.
No.
Fuck me. It's something like Danny Jar or something Jar. His name is. Or the fuck? What the fuck?
Mark.
It's a bit like Kevin Smith with his
yeah.
Eggy a go-go. Yeah, right.
This is a story of love and evil.
Frank.
Okay, I'm fast forwarding this because this part is
This is like Tyre.
Yeah.
All right.
The film fucking Tyre. Remember that?
Yeah. Eat it. Eat it. Yeah. Right, Frank. Oh, go through the hole. Go through the hole.
Yeah. What the fuck you doing? Hey, you motherfucking hobo.
I ain't a bum, I'm working, man.
A what, man? You look like a motherfucking bum to me.
Don't say that to me.
Don't say that. What the fuck you doing in my neighborhood? Where's that fuck anchor all day?
I'm taking a piss.
You taking a piss in my neighborhood? You taking your fucking dick out where I live? Come on, you fuck! Let's go! I ain't got all fucking day!
I have to pee.
Do I come to your neighborhood and pull my fucking dick out? See me in a Bowery pissing in the street? This woman and children over there.
Get the fuck away from me.
Get the fuck away from me? You got the balls to be pissing in your... Yo, I'll cut your fucking dick off right here, motherfucker.
How about you?
You gonna bite my dick off? You are gonna bite... Yo, here's my fucking dick, man. Bite it off, you cocksucker. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is he doing? Hurry up!
I don't want to see him here again.
And I
Nice
understand
cut.
your concerns. You're a great customer, but you're a good guy. You know how we get along.
All right. Just don't let it happen again, all right?
Fuck you! You're so fucking long, cocksucker! Stick that dick out of your mouth!
Fucking movie, man.
Hey, Johnny. How you doing, Kelly? Here's papers for today's run.
Wasn't that the same actor who was playing the other guy?
You gotta put on a ducky's
Oh, this is funny.
There's some cars there. Maybe I'll go there and ask them for directions. That seems like the best thing to do. Oh. Hello?
Nice.
What are you guys, having a party or something? Sorry to bother you. What are you all staring at, guys? Anyways, are you familiar with this area?
What the fuck is this guy here coming in? What's
Excuse
wrong
me.
with you, man?
Hello?
What?
Hello?
Hello, what? What are you looking for?
Yes. I'm a little lost. You know.
Lost there, catch this.
I'm sorry to interrupt your party. Is it someone's birthday?
Mine.
How old are you? 100?
Hey, nice. Shut the fuck up. You better talk nice to him, guy. Don't fuck with him.
Oh, fucking dare you, dirty.
I'm sorry. I must be lost. I'm visiting my aunt. She got one in a foot. I'm a little lost, so I figured I'd come here. Does anyone know where Maple Street is?
Go through the corner, turn left.
Excuse me, could someone who speaks English talk to me?
I hit you with a 2x4.
Any of you interpret? Could you say that in English, please? I didn't understand you.
I cut your head off, shit down your neck.
Excuse me, were you at Saracens understudy in My Fair Lady? Excuse me, can you say the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain?
Rain that made us staying on train.
What, a parakeet got your tongue?
You're fucking dead.
Let's go.
Wrap him up the right way, this fucking jerk. You come here and you want to bullshit us? Fuck with Frank. Well, now we're gonna fuck you, pal. That's it. Now you're gonna die. How many times did we tell him to be nice? Too many. That's it.
I can't take it. I'm a little bit.
You want to come here? I'm wrong with this shit? No, man, you got it wrong. Now you're going down. Get it wrong. Get it wrong. Tie him up. Get him.
Guys,
Tie him up. Tie him to the things here. Put the other side over here. Take care of him, Frank. Take care of him, Frank. You got him. He's yours.
Frankie,
I love Frankie. I give it to you and I'll pay for gift you.
Don't leave me here.
Do whatever you have. Fucking shit. Yeah. Smile now, you fucking.
Hey, come on. I want to. This is not right.
You got it for good now.
he deserves it. That's what he deserves.
Right. You can't get the head off that way. You gotta cut the neck.
You like that, you fuck? You like that, you fuck?
This was great. It really was great. You know, a jerk like that, it really does. Again, you happy now?
Oh, man. That's definitely going to get thrown out. Oh,
Right. Bury the body good. And don't forget the fucking head.
Enjoy.
Wow.
Oh,
God. How bad is that fucking film?
But there you go. That's pretty fucked up.
I think you're gonna have to delete that video after that now. Like.
Yeah.
Well, Tony Jar is his name, not Danny Jar. Tony Jar.
Yeah, Tony
and
Jar.
Basically, people saying like, first you had fucking Mr. Martial Arts. Hang on, years ago, fucking right, I'm forgetting the name now. Fucking forgetting it. And then you had Jet Li. You had like, what was his name? Who died? Like had the son and was in the Bruce Lee. Yeah, Bruce Lee. Yeah. Then you had like Jet Li. And then you had like they would say like, well, this is the newest guy, and he doesn't fuck about. There's no special effects. There's no speeding shit up. Jackie Chan. Yeah, right. And this is like, yeah. And this guy is all real special effects. It's all real. It's all fucking. It's not special effects. It's all real. Yeah. There's no strings. There's no fucking nets. There's no messing around. This is real action, and it's on back. And it's
yeah. Classic film. Classic. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was in this one. I'm trying to remember, so I'm going to look it up now because he was in that. So I'm going to look him up now by what he's done.
Tony
Tony
Jaa
Jaa.
was amazing, man. The
Tony
guy
Jaa,
was, he was
Brilliant.
great. He was great. He was great.
There's a couple of other guys as well. A couple of blokes in the Black Rain film as well. I'm trying to remember. There's a couple of actors in that as well.
Now, the movie that I'm thinking of, right, has two names, and it's on IMDb as the English name, but it's more easy to get hold of in its original because I don't like dubbed. You know, I like the original soundtrack with subtitles because you get so much more. Like
You got to watch it, isn't it? You got to watch it though with subtitles, or you miss out, don't you? That's the problem.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I hate it when they dub voices. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, I like the police. It was like Police Story.
Oh.
I remember that when that came up.
I think it's Skin Trade, but it's Skin. The original Skin Trade had Dolph Lundgren in it and Tony Jaa, but it's not Skin Trade. It's Skin Trade 2.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Oh, right.
Because Skin Trade 2 just walks all over Skin Trade 1. It's like fucking amazing.
Right.
Skin Trade, I think it is.
I
Yeah.
never knew they did a fucking follow to it.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's called something different. I'm going to just have a look now. Skin. I think it's.
Is Dolph not in the second one?
No.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, Skin Trade official trailer. Skin Trade 2. No, I think I'm just going to have a look now because it's a follow up to it, but they had to call it something different. I think it's like But it's fucking it's on point. It's really on point.
Yeah, Jackie Chan was he used to break bones.
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah,
back in the day, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tony Jaa.
Tony Jaa as well.
Yeah, let's find it. Skin Trade. Follow.
Could you imagine a guy like Bruce Lee today, though? Can you imagine him right now? How do you think?
I don't know. Was he set for his time? I mean, it's one of those mysteries, isn't it?
It is. I mean,
like his son dying as well. Like his son. Died.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Exactly. Brandon Lee with
fucked up, man. All of it.
Yeah, with the Crow.
Yeah.
But I mean, did this guy? I mean, what would be his place today? You know.
I don't know. I mean, End of the Dragon is, to me,
it's
pinnacle Bruce. And there's a lot of Bruce Lee films.
I mean, it's a given that the guy was quick as a whip. He really knew his stuff. He trained vigorously, and he was able to do.
I wonder how much Once Upon a Time in America is based on reality. Remember in that scene, Once Upon a Time in America, he's actually having a fight with Bruce Lee at one stage and throws him against the car.
Yeah.
Some of that film is actually based on some real things that happened. But some of it, and you just wonder, is that real? Like that he had to go at somebody on a film set, a stuntman, and he got thrown against the car.
Yeah.
I don't know. Bruce Lee, if he'd survived, I don't know.
And I mean, we have to remember too, with film, with cinema, there's a lot of prep that goes into a lot of these fight scenes and everything else. Are we truly seeing what these guys are actually capable of, and not necessarily?
I don't know. Do you know? I mean, I'll put John Wick into sort of things these days. Watching a lot of John Wick. I mean, I've watched all 4 now.
Mm-hmm.
I managed to get 4 on 4K. Like,
are you watching the Continental too?
The Continental. Do you know? I haven't seen that yet.
No.
Do you know? Man, you got me on it now. Like the Continental.
Yeah, you got to watch it. It's pretty cool.
What about Mr. Breaking Bad guy?
And
Never Call Saul. He did a movie. Nobody.
Nobody. Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Well, another film that's stepping into. They're stepping into the shoes of like Steven Seagal. films, like really.
Yeah.
You know, where I mean, Liam Neeson did it as well, didn't he? With Taken. You know, they're
Yes,
going
yeah,
in there and they're
yeah.
just killing fucking people like on a list.
Yeah,
It's, you know, it's Seagal films from fucking years ago. Because Steven Seagal's like fucking falling out of the fucking limelight, everybody's like jumping on it. I mean, yeah, that's a good film. Nobody is a fucking good film.
Yeah, yeah.
Really, really good film. It's
On the bus.
very underrated. Very,
Yeah.
on the bus. Bit like the Joker scene, like in Joker
Yeah.
as well. Like, you know, I mean, that's another. Wow.
Oh, Green Diesel, you got to see it. Breaking Bad is cool, man.
Oh, Breaking Bad, man! I got it on Blu-ray, like,
I just downloaded El Camino, which
El Camino,
I didn't realize. Somebody said to me, "This is the story of Jesse Pinkman after Breaking Bad."
After Breaking
I got that on Blu-ray just recently, like, and well worth watching.
I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to watch it.
Better
I
Call
won't say much
Saul,
about it then.
just as good, man.
Well, Better Call Saul's a very slow burner.
It's a slow burner in the beginning, but then it gets going. It's
but then, you know the like I don't want to like piss him off, but he probably knows he's like the ugly looking guy who's the police. He used to be a police officer, but now
the
he's
guy
like
Jonathan, what's his name, isn't it?
Yeah. And there's a movie about him as a spin-off as well, apparently.
Yeah,
really. Which one is it? What is it?
Let's have a look. I'll see if I find him.
I can't remember.
Breaking Bad. Bad cast. Have a look. Jonathan Banks. Jonathan
Banks. That's it.
He plays some good nasty guys, isn't he?
Yeah. And he's a real family man, and you know, I've seen interviews with him, and he's like, you know, I play all these characters, but like, you know, like all I like to do is like spend time with my kids, you know, and just like chill out, you know. And it's
the guy in the wheelchair, like who rings the bell, like. He just passed away recently.
He just did. Yeah.
Weeks.
Classic.
And another great actor, another fantastic actor.
The reason why I point out Better Call Saul, because I think it fills in the fucking blanks with Breaking Bad. It gives you a different perspective.
It gives you a different side to it. Yeah. It's good to see. It's good to see the other guy come back. The bloke who's like Los Polones. The bloke who plays the guy with the glasses.
Mike,
you know, Los Palomas, like chicken fucking empire.
Right. I forget his name. Oh my god!
Hang on, he was in Mandalorian as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's in Mandalorian recently.
Yeah, he's like Spanish. He's like Hispanic, I think.
Hispanic, English.
Yeah. And he's very intense, very intense.
Very good actor. And everything I've seen him in, he's very, very good.
Yeah. And there we are. Jonathan Banks was in one of my favorite movies of all time. Remember I said earlier on, The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. He's in that, and he doesn't look like he's aged. He's one of these he's like he was always old when he was young, and now he's still old when he's old.
I'll tell you the film. He looks pretty young, and it's Lethal Weapon 2, I think. He's in. I think he's in Jonathan Banks. He plays a bad guy in one of the Lethal Weapon films.
Yeah, well, he's in Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai when Dr.
Banzai,
Amelia Lizardo is in the hospital. He's in the hospital. He goes, "Hey, doctor." Jonathan Banks comes in. He goes, "Hey, doctor, you've been using too much electricity this month. I'm gonna have to take these things off you." And he's like, "Yeah, what was it? I can't remember what he says now." He says like, you know, you will fucking die a fucking million deaths or something. He's like, "Okay, doctor." And he's like, walks out. He's like, "Okay, doctor. Yeah, okay." He's like, "Okay."
Yeah. Good. Green Diesel saying Menace to Society. Yeah, that's a funny film.
Cal brought him up. Gus Fring.
Gus Fring.
Gus Fring.
Yeah.
Is the guy's name.
Have you ever seen the backup to the scene where he gets blown up in the fucking care home? Like, it's fucking mental, man. Even fucking whatchamacallit came back for the day just to see him. You go when they met up in the car park and they're talking about the scene before they go in. And they went in an old care home as well, like to do the scene.
Yeah.
You know, and the background to the scene of it just getting blown up is fucking brilliant. Like, you know, fucking hell, wow.
What's this? Better Call Saul, Madrigal Electromotive Security Training. It's a mini series with him in it.
Really?
What the fuck's this? 10 episodes. Better Call Saul, Magical Electromotive Security Training.
Really?
What the fuck?
Wow.
Why haven't I heard of this? It's
Jesus,
a TV
man,
miniseries.
You got to
What
get
the
me on it
fuck?
now. I'm gonna start fucking downloading that in a minute.
What
I've,
the
I've,
fuck?
I've watched most of the stuff to Breaking Bad, and I still like the originals. The original Breaking
Oh,
Bad.
the original series kicks
I'm going to
ass.
put the link down there for anybody who likes Breaking Bad, right? I mean, I've not seen this. Mike Ehrmantraut.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, he's Mike Ehrmantraut is his character name.
Yeah. Mike.
What? Fuck's sake! Why am I missing this shit?
What the? There's 10 fucking episodes of it.
Yeah, 10 fucking episodes.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Well, like, you got me on it now. I'm on downloading tonight. Like, I'm going to be watching that later on.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if those are the extras that they used to show during the episodes.
Oh, these are cartoon versions, aren't they? That's why I haven't seen it.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're right. They are cartoons.
It is. It's cartoon versions of it.
What? Magical Electric?
You're
Is
right.
it really a cartoon?
Yeah, it's a cartoon version. That's why I haven't seen it. And
It
there's
says
only one. And there's only one series as well.
Oh shit! Oh yeah.
Oh, here it is. Here. There's
It says short and comedy, so it says it's funny as well. I don't know where they get that idea from, right? But
Los Palos Hermanos.
And there's another one.
Los Palos Hermanos was the name of the chicken bar.
Yeah, there's an episode there in chat.
Oh man, I'll get on it.
There's a whole. Hold on.
What's this? There's a thing called Better Call Saul Filmmaker Training, which is a cartoon as well. No way.
This is it. See, this is where it goes. This is where it goes wrong. Like all these cartoon ones, I can't sit and watch them. Like real actors.
Yeah.
It's like the new fucking Spider-Man film that came out recently. That's a fucking cartoon film.
I think these are things that they used to show during the release of the episodes.
I know there was a lot of stuff on when you get the Blu-ray editions. You get a lot of stuff.
Even that,
the extras you'll get, but you know it's.
Better Call Saul, I think they should be doing a new one soon, surely as well.
No, it's finished now, isn't it?
Yeah,
He only did 6 seasons of it, and that was it. And on the 6th season, they rushed everything to get it all in because halfway through the pandemic fucking happened halfway through it. That's why it's all fucking rushed at the end. That's why you look at
which kind of sucks.
Which kind of sucks, really. Like, yeah,
I'd have missed that one then because I didn't download that one in the pandemic. No.
Well, I saw there was something.
I'm missing some.
They had a Breaking Bad reunion too.
They did just recently,
yeah.
You
can watch the videos on YouTube.
Yeah, they're great. They're great. With them all sat there together having a chat.
Better Call Saul Ethics Training as well is another one. What the fuck's this?
Fuck me, man.
There's a whole bunch of
it is. A whole bunch, mate. That's what it is.
Professionalism, and then there's
it's only
perimeter
4 minutes. 4 minutes, but it's got 9 episodes.
Yeah,
it's only 4 minutes long. Oh shit!
There's a shitload of them.
What am I gonna watch? No, it's like I say with Better Call Saul. It started off really fucking slow burner, and there's a lot of things about Saul's brother and his fucking madness with all the electronics in the life, and he's like,
he was wasn't he?
He was afraid of electricity.
And so it's all fucked up. Like, you know, you go, where the fuck are we going here?
Then it burned down, didn't it? His house and
it's fine. His house caught fire within a minute. You know,
say my name.
Spoilers.
Yeah, we can't spoil it for anybody, but it is. I'm waiting for it to come out in the box set. I might buy it, but I did watch it when it first came out, right? And I wasn't really too fucking keen on it, to be honest. It's great, man. It fills a lot of things in, but and Jesse and you know, what's and old boy comes back in it at one stage, which they did say they were going to come. They're both in it.
You know what series I always go back on because it's so classic. Sopranos.
Oh man, I got the Sopranos upstairs. I got the entire box set, and I still want to sit down and watch it.
I can watch it over and
oh,
over.
mate,
and
I'm
over again.
really into that. I got the box set just recently, and I'm really wanting some spare time in my life to sit and watch it.
Oh yeah, well, because
I've only got through one episode.
You've only seen that ever?
Yeah, but I've never really watched it.
Wow.
I've seen snippets of it. I've seen him execute people, and I've seen him sat there in the fucking office, like chatting to old Bird, like, you know, doing his like his chats, like, and then I'm thinking, I've got to sit and watch this. I've got the box set upstairs. One day I'll get around to watching it.
What the fuck?
Okay, then. What the
fuck?
What if people,
Daniel?
Tony Soprano? Okay.
Oh,
what about Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Oh, hilarious!
It's hilarious.
There's a new series coming out soon.
Yeah.
There's a new season coming out soon this year. I think it's going to be by the end of the year. I'm waiting for it. Yeah, I love Curb.
Fuck you, you car wash cunt.
Yeah.
Curb
is fucking hilarious. If you ever see the scene where they got Jerry Seinfeld on there, and they got that bloke. You remember the bloke who's there, who's the big tall gadget, and he talks about the wet cunt, and he says, "Oh, your cunt's in the sink." And you see Jerry Seinfeld, man, he really laughs in that scene as well. And they only got one take of it. They couldn't do it again because he really does laugh. You know, because the way he just says, "Oh, by the way, your cunt's in the sink." I can't remember what season. I think it's season 10. I think it comes in, and I can't remember the gadget's name. Who's it? Because he died recently as well. You know, but
and you know what series owes a lot to it, even though is Seinfeld. I mean, Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Without Larry David, it would be fucking dead in the water.
Oh man, when they did the reunion of Seinfeld on Curb, they even rebuilt the entire set of Seinfeld for it. I mean, everybody walked in there and went, "Fuck me!" It's like we've just been out here yesterday. Like, you know, it's fucking it's brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah.
A show about nothing, but it works.
Oh, a great show. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, Larry David, hilarious.
I think Mel Brooks backed that as a producer, doesn't he?
Well, Mel Brooks
did
and he sits in there's an interview with him sat with Mel Brooks, like Larry David.
Yeah,
fucking hilarious.
There's another
and what's the name? What Ricky Gervais actually turns up in it as well, like, you know, and he's there sat with Larry David.
I mean, there's another guy too that was so misunderstood. Mel Brooks.
Oh, Mel Brooks is hilarious.
Wow.
Spaceballs,
Blazing Saddles. The producers as well, which the producers everybody forgets, but that's a fucking hilarious film.
It's springtime for Hitler.
Yeah.
And Germany.
Classic.
In Germany. That's the one, yeah.
Classic. And you know, it's like a lot of people who don't understand say something as funny as Monty Python.
Monty Python, man. You know, Monty Python, the Goodies. I mean, the Goodies I grew up with more than Monty Python because they're 60s, early 70s.
Yeah.
You know, but the Goodies is what I grew up with, and the Goodies is fucking hilarious, man. If you ever watch it,
the Goodies.
Yeah, the Goodies. Bill.
Yeah.
That was part of the same team. But Tim Brooke Taylor had the chance of being in the Monty Python, but he turned it down.
Oh, okay.
And so they went with the original crew. I think it was Graham was the first one to die, wasn't he?
Graham Gardner.
Yeah.
And so Tim Brooke Taylor was part of that thing, and he could have been in there, but he didn't do it. So you see the not the, I think they call it not 1948 in it, and there's another thing.
No, it's Graham. Sorry, I got that wrong. It's Graham something else.
Graham
Chapman. Graham Chapman. Yeah, no, Graham Gardner
Chapman,
was in the goodies. Yeah,
Graham Gardner was in the goodies.
Who was a doctor as well, by the way.
He was a doctor, yeah.
Actually, a proper practicing doctor.
Yeah.
GP. Yeah.
Yeah. Bill Oddie was he's actually quoted. Somebody actually remembers seeing him in the 70s. He went to a party and he actually said, "That's the biggest joint I've ever seen." In the 70s, fucking Bill Oddie, yeah, big for the TV shows, like. Yeah. But yeah, man, they, stuff like that growing up, they have me in hysterics. Yeah, Monty Python as well.
Yeah, being chased around by Dougal, round a maze, wasn't it? Like
that's right. Cat Con as well. What was it? The cat again, or something they called it, wasn't it? Yeah. Or the Eki Thump.
Eki Thump.
Yeah. Pumping people on the head with a fucking black fucking pudding.
Oh, yeah.
The class of, and they're doing it like Bruce Lee. With the training like Bruce Lee, like you're going to the class of Eki Thump.
I mean, and then you had classics like Faulty Tower.
Oh yeah,
Faulty
Tower. They're bringing that back.
Are they?
Back. Yeah.
Oh
wow.
Yeah, he made
it. They filmed it for like something like Netflix or some sort of private service.
Yeah, they did do it. Yeah.
But it's transferred now. It's not going to be in Torquay anymore. It's going to be like out in like Spain or somewhere where he's moved out to somewhere else.
Oh,
and he's causing chaos.
At the end of the day with John Cleese, he's just doing it for the money. That's why
something like that.
That's why he's doing it.
He did say that. He said my alimony is so fucking large. I have to do books. I have to do books.
Two divorces has costed him a fucking fortune. That's why they got Monty Python back together for that tour, was because he was in the shit with money. And Eric Idle as well. Eric Idle's another one who was in the shit with money as well.
Yeah.
Too bad. Classic, and I mean, is it really going to be that good? It's probably going to be shit compared.
Some things just don't need to be remade.
No.
Well, it's like they said. It depends if they capture the weirdness of the original and just like it was racist as well. It was a racist series. It had really sort of like edgy naughtiness.
The series is based on a real bloke. I mean, I've been past that hotel in Torquay. It got demolished not so long back, and there was a guy in that hotel who was like Basil Fawlty, and that's exactly who he based it on. The guy in the hotel. I mean, there's one famous story about the bloke who was the hotel manager picking up his bag from the reception desk and walking out and putting it behind the swimming pool. And he said, "Why have you done that with my bag?" And he said, "Oh, there could have been a bomb in it."
Yeah.
He's putting it behind the swimming pool, what? What's your ethics? Don't leave it lying around in the reception.
Yeah.
Can you give me a breakfast call in the morning, like 7 o'clock? I don't think we don't do that kind of thing. All right then. But don't count on it. But well, I need to be woken up at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
It's based on a real guy, and I know people who met that bloke in Torquay, and he was Basil Fawlty.
Tim the Pigeon Hunter, or is it the
Puppy
dog
Master?
The dog whisperer
yeah.
He's from Barcelona. Barcelona.
Ke?
Yeah.
That's what you used to say a lot. Ke?
Yeah, Ke.
Move. But it's a rat. No, it's a mouse.
Yeah. That actor was quite a serious actor as well, who played Manuel, wasn't he?
Andrew Sachs, yeah. God bless his heart.
Yeah. Andrew Sachs, exactly.
Well, that was all that hassle, wasn't it, with Jonathan Ross and fucking whatchamacallit? They took the piss out of Andrew Sachs, didn't they? I love it.
Some classic.
They rang him up, didn't they?
Rang him up,
yeah.
Rang him up on Radio 2 as well.
So fucking classic shows, man. Holy
a bit like Norman Gunston, who was actually a serious actor, but also did Norman Gunston as a comedy character. He's a serious actor as well, you know.
Yeah.
So.
And those are the guys that are really good because they can slip into this, you know, this character, actor, whatever, if you will, that they've been going on about for years, and all of a sudden they put this skit together, and you're like, wow, this is priceless.
It's like somebody said years ago, and they said, "Why did you make a third series of 40,000?" And he went, "Nah, couldn't do it."
It's too bad.
And now he's in the ship with money. He's done it. Good fucking late, really. Like,
well, that's usually the case, though, eh? As soon as they need money, well, let's bust this out. We're gonna have to do this.
That's when they did it. I mean, Terry Jones died not so long back, didn't he?
Yeah.
And they got Terry Jones before he went goo. I mean, he lost his voice and everything, didn't he? He couldn't talk, and so you could see that in when they got the reunion. I think the reunion was 2008 or something. I think it was
something like that.
2010. And you could see him even back then. He was in a bit of a state. But that was all to do with money. And I remember at the end of it, who was the other one? Michael Palin said, "I'm never doing this again." You know,
I remember that. Yeah,
I've got it. I've got the movie. It's not the original thing. It's called Kill Zone 2.
Kill Zone 2.
Kill Zone 2. The fucking. Oh, I'm just watching a clip from it now. Shall I bring a clip on?
Yeah, bring it on for a bit.
Bring it on. I've got to go.
Let's bring it on. I need to piss as well. Let's bring this up then. I think it's this one. Here we go. Have you got this?
Yep, go for it.
Oh, hang on. I'm so sorry. I haven't done the fucking audio share. You have to share system audio, share that one, and I'll move it across the second screen so we don't get any fuck ups. Right, okay. There we go. Full screen. Come on, full screen. Full screen. There we go. Right, ready to go. Press the button. Here we go. Here we go.
It's not displaying, Matt.
It's not displaying.
No, just
you got the other screen up, mate.
Yes.
What the fuck? What the fuck? I mean,
you know what it sounds like? Sounds like John Wick.
John Wick. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Right. Okay. Let's try it again then. Okay. Sorry, folks. I thought you were there then. Why is it not? Why are we gonna put it backwards? All right. Let's put it backwards then. Right. Okay. Here we go.
Sugar glass. See ya.
Yeah. Trust me, it's wall to wall action, and it's like fucking.
Well, you know what John Wick. You know what John Wick went on then, didn't he? With that,
Yeah,
total John Wick. John Wick's copied that completely.
Good shit. And it's got a storyline as well. It's not just all fighting. There's a heartfelt story that goes behind it, and actually like a weird over arc, which is like, oh, this is getting spiritual, even like spiritual, like, you know, oh, what's this? It's like it's very strange. It's like full on action, but it's a bit like the Matrix. It's like it's full on action, but then it's like there's this backstory, which is like, oh, maybe it's not what you think it is. Maybe there's more going on than you think is going on. It's like fucking, it's nice.
What did anybody think about the remake of the Matrix? Like,
Matrix 4? Oh,
didn't like it.
Painful.
No,
very painful.
Like it's like breaking the fourth wall multiple times. It's like really
horrible.
Like,
why bother?
He was making that at the same time he was making John Wick 4, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, great series, but I think they waited too long.
Yeah, too long.
Way too long to make a sequel to that.
I think at the end of 3, man, it sort of kind of really ended it, didn't it?
Yeah. Exactly. Should have left it alone.
I'll be back.
Yep.
I'll be back.
It should have left it alone. What was the point? But yet people fucking, I don't know what it is. They gotta fucking do shit like this. Why?
It's like just recently, like, right? I just watched, as I say, I went and watched Equalizer 3.
Yeah.
Which came out on the 1st of September. And yet again, one of those films.
Yeah.
Slow burner. Starts off fucking slow as fuck.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden just gets really
just breaks out.
Yeah. And, you know, and I can't wait for it to come out on fucking Blu-ray because I want to buy it. Yeah. It's not shit, but it's not fucking brilliant.
Yes, Tim. Classic. Tim sharing the drunken master. Hold on.
Yeah, Matrix is a safe. 3 films. That was
yeah.
Bringing it back.
The Matrix was just simply like a
John Wick film because he refused to shave his fucking goatee beard off as well. He's going, I'm not shaving it off.
The fight scenes, yeah. 3 films, all. Yeah, exactly. That's all you need. 3 films. Why bother? It's useless. Oh, okay.
I don't know. John Wick films is like how many people we can kill in each film. The body count, isn't it? The body count, really. I mean, what comes down is the most all-time highest body count in film history. Like, you know.
Well, it's like that with the old horror flicks from the slasher flicks from the 80s, right?
Yeah.
It's like, how many fucking people did he kill in that movie? Holy shit!
I don't think anything really could top like A Fistful of Dynamite. Have you ever watched that?
Yeah, I think
the amount of people that get killed in that film is fucking unreal.
Well, I think one of the first movies had multiple body count was a movie called Bay of Blood by Mario Bava.
Wow.
Mario Bava, and it literally had, I think, at the time that it was made, it had like 13 or 14 kills. At the time, it was the biggest, it was the most at that point. In fact, hey, Angel, how are you?
Just bit my fingers to forget. Wow.
Okay. It was, in fact, one of the inspirations for the Friday the 13th movie.
Really? Friday the 13th? Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Anyways, guys, I'm going to have to end this.
That was another series of films that should never have carried on.
Yeah.
Hang on. Who was in the first Friday the 13th movie, which people forget?
Kevin Bacon.
Kevin Bacon.
Am I got this wrong? Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp was.
Well, he was also in Freddy's as well. Like
Am I wrong? I'm just going to check now. I'm just going to double
No, I
check.
think you've got him
Hold on,
mixed
I'll
up
be
with
right
Freddy.
back.
I think you've got him with Freddy's.
Oh, Friday.
Monster.
Friday. Oh, Fred. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, you got him with Freddy Krueger. That was the first film he was in.
Oh, yeah. It's Nightmare on Elm Street. Sorry.
Nightmare on Elm
Sorry,
Street.
I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
But like, you wouldn't recognize him, and you wouldn't realize. Like, I don't have a memory that that's Johnny Depp, but he was like a very young Johnny Depp.
He comes in it, and he ends up like sprayed up on the ceiling, like.
Good old Johnny.
Good old Johnny Depp. Like.
Good old Johnny, who apparently lives in Bath.
Apparently, comes down quite often to England as well, and plays guitar quite a lot. He did a few things with Jeff Beck not so long back before he died. Yeah. Good friends with Ronnie Wood.
Yeah. I'll always remember Johnny Depp for my favorite part he played was Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Great film. I would like to get that on Blu-ray. I haven't. It's one film I haven't got on Blu-ray.
Yeah. Geez.
Never can fucking find it.
Yeah.
Unless I have to go and buy it brand new, which I refuse to fucking do.
Yeah. Well, if Steve's off in a bit, I'll probably have to take the dog out for a walk, and then we'll be all good. We'll be cooking on fucking gas, not electric, like some spastic said on his video the other day. He was like, "It's like, oh yeah, I'm just cooking food. Yeah, no, it's not electric, it's gas." It's like, you're in a campsite, you fucking moron. Where are you gonna You got a fucking big lead of you from a fucking generator or from fucking building of you down to like power your electric?
You know, there was a
campsite. You fucking moron.
There was a guy on this channel a couple of days ago. I think it was one of these like called AML something like they were doing Kensington and all these zombies wandering around. They're in this fucking park cooking a pizza in a fucking electric oven. I'm going, where the fuck are you getting the power for that? Yeah.
And do you know what? Do you know what he said later? He said, "Oh, it's all right because when my gas runs out, I'll just fill it up." What? How'd you do that then?
So you on butane? Is he on butane gas?
You're gonna get a big gas bottle and like charge a fucking can of gas, like a little can this size of gas from a big propane bottle. Have you got the leads for that? Have you got have you got the parts and the regulators for that? How do you do that?
Exactly.
How do you do that?
Please tell me
normally,
how you refill a gas canister.
When you run out of a gas canister, you buy another gas canister. Exactly. The fucking moron said, like, yeah, when it gets low, I fill it up. No, you don't fill it up. You buy another one. Have you actually ever filled one up, or have you ever actually run out of one because you've used the gas because you've been camping enough to actually have used all the gas to want to buy another one? Fuck off.
It just
you
sounds like
fucking gimp.
Sounds a bit deranged.
Get back in fucking Pulp Fiction and back in your box, you prick. Yeah.
Go get your fucking shine box.
Get back in your fucking box. Fuck off. Jesus Christ.
I can't believe people find that really entertaining to watch. Right?
Yeah. Jesus. Yeah.
Roger, I can't really talk at the moment. I'm watching zombies like wandering around Kensington, like fucking Avenue in Philadelphia, like, you know.
It's just like me, like, you know, when my key meter runs out, what do? I go and get a big bottle of electric from outside. I go and get it and I collect it in and I fill my electric back up with that big bottle of electric. There you go.
Don't use electric fucking lighter. Click.
Yeah. I
used to put
I get on a bicycle and start fucking cycling the power back up, you know, like rewind the fucking meter. Like, what a fucking prick. Fucking yeah, Cal's he's fucking Joey Deacon. Yeah,
Joey Deacon.
And
Joey
sadly,
Deacon was all right. Like no longer with us.
Yeah, yeah, he wouldn't even get that joke. He wouldn't even fucking get that joke.
Not many people would like. Joey Deacon died a long time ago.
Joey.
Remember the BBC fucking program about Joey Deacon,
Right. Here we go. So here we go. A deep dive, then, folks. Right. There's this bloke called Joey Deacon, and he used to be. He couldn't speak properly, but his mate used to translate for him.
Oh, he did. So, he used to. Yeah, he did talk sometimes. He was like really bad though, wasn't he? He was like,
yeah. So here we go then. Right. This is why everyone cried foul, because this is how it used to go. Joey would go like this. And his mate
would go. Well, he's just said he's.
He just said, "I'm going down the shops because I really want to get a packet of crisps because they're on special offer, and I would really like to have one." It's like, yeah, it's like Joey went, and his mate just went, "Brom," with his fucking whole opera full of fucking explanation.
I remember that was on the BBC. That was on
people
BBC
cried foul. People went, "Fuck off! He's not fucking translating his bollocks." He's not fucking translated at all. Yeah. Now you know what I mean. Yeah.
Where did he first appear? I think he was like late 70s. That when he
was it like Blue Peter or something? I think. Or...
Yeah, Blue Peter was the first thing, and then they did an omnibus or something like that about him, didn't they?
Yeah.
On BBC Two, like I remember.
Yeah.
Wow. That's going back a few fucking years.
Joey Deacon, and we used to call everyone. We used to say if somebody was a bit of a twat, we used to call them a fucking Joey. And then it got like, and then everybody said, "You can't say that. That's fucking wrong." It's like, well, you know, if the fucking cap if the cap fits, wear it.
Only things that people used to keep saying that even when he died.
You fucking Joey.
You Joey Deacon. You'd be like, who the fuck is he?
Fucking Joey. Yeah. Anyway, on that politically correct note, a bombshell. Clarkson would even get in trouble for fucking saying that one, I'm sure.
God, like, I'm sure there'd be a lot of uproar about it today. Yeah. Prime time TV, like that was like 25 million people watching it.
Oh, bloody hell. It's like, you know, it was like a badly subtitled fucking thing. It was like, you know, somebody going like, and somebody going like, oh, he's got all this to say. Yeah. It's like, really?
Well, no, you could get certain, when he did actually talk, you did get certain things he was saying. But it was fucking hard work.
I think it was a lot of artistic fucking license there, really. But yeah.
Hard work.
R.I.P. Joey. Joey who?
Joey Deacon.
Joey Deacon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Google him if you don't know him, Steve.
Yeah, I will. Joey Deacon. It sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Wow. We're just talking about
British television personality of the 80s.
British, of the 80s, 70s, and 80s. First appeared on Blue Peter.
Then, yeah.
He appeared on an omnibus on BBC Two.
Cal is asking how old was he when he passed away?
Really loud as well, by the way, Steve. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You jumped up.
I think he was like in his late 50s when he died, something like that.
Yeah, it's okay. Just so I'd say, because it's like compared to John, and I don't know what I'm coming like. It's like fucking. It's like, you know, two times louder.
Yeah, I'm on real fucking loud. I am. I'm on a powered mic.
How's that? Is that everything?
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I think we're all. I don't know what I'm like. I might be up there now.
You're okay. Yeah. You're good.
Yeah.
You're good. Good. John, at times, I don't know. He's kind of weird. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I've got a powered microphone here. Like, so at the end of the day, it's up. I found out a couple of days ago it was a full blast.
No, it's good. It's good.
It's going through a fucking mixer now. Like, it's not going through my computer anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, just so you know. Holy, yeah, this has been fun, man. This has been I've enjoyed this.
Going for it.
Yeah. 5 hours almost.
When did he pass? When did he pass? I think he died in the 90s. Cal. Joey
Was
Deacon.
it? He was 90 years old.
No, he died in the 90s.
Oh, in the
In
90s.
the 90s.
Okay.
I think he died probably very early 90s. I remember him. Remember he was around like big in the 70s, late 70s, mid 80s, and then he sort of disappeared. And I think he probably died round about the start of the 90s, like something like that. I might be wrong, like might be fucking 89.
I mean, it was very poetic and sad. Like this guy was crippled in a wheelchair, couldn't speak properly.
Well, he was crippled. Yeah, he was crippled and he couldn't fucking do it.
He couldn't speak.
And this guy was only in his 30s. What?
No, he was in his. I think when he was famous, I think he was in his mid 40s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he'd been through the system, like when nobody really gave a fuck about it, like
Yeah.
Split the difference on the volume, Steve. Now you were leaning right into the mic when you started, so yeah. Sorry. Yeah,
How am I now? Am I good now?
A little bit more.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah, I think he was like pretty. He'd been through the system, like, and of course, in the 70s and 80s, people didn't really give much of a fuck about disabled people. Like, they're probably they should be laughing about it, really, like, but they didn't. So he was like the voice of disabledness, really. Man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. You felt for the guy, but it was just the whole kind of like shenanigans behind, like.
Well, the guy was the interpreter,
Yeah, he was shouting a shower of shit, and this bloke was interpreting it into a whole load.
This is how it got. This is how it went, Steve. This is how it went on the TV. And the guy would ask him a question, and Joe would go, like that, right? And literally like that, and the guy would go, "Oh, he's just said he's." And you'd be like rolling up a fucking great big sentence, like, and be like, "Hey."
Yeah.
Oh man.
People cried foul. That's all I can say. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he was like. I know there was a lot of fucking things that went wrong in those years, didn't they?
Yeah, a bit like that woman who was like doing sign language for a fucking police thing or something, and they said all the people were like going, "I'm a fucking deaf person," and she's talking. She's just going. It doesn't mean nothing. And then they worked out she was a fucking liar. She wasn't really a sign. She wasn't a sign person at all. She just wanted some money. She just wanted to get paid.
Doing bollocks, like no one understood a fucking word. Like what?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Fucking amazing.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
It's been a fun. This has been fun. I love doing this. The movie talk and all that shit. It's been great. It's been fun.
Well,
TV.
I'm gonna fucking what. I'll tell you what. I'm watching Kinvig. I'm not even gonna watch a kosher and watch the Ash kosher or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Kosher. Yeah, I'm not going to watch that. I'm going to watch Kinvig because I really want to rediscover my childhood.
I want to watch that, and I want to watch Threshold.
Yeah, Threshold. You've got me on Threshold. I'm definitely going to do that.
Yeah, I'm going to watch Threshold too.
Yeah, because I've seen something about that, and I thought, wow. Then when you were talking about it earlier, I thought
first 5 minutes will fucking like you're going, wow, this has got some potential. Let's fucking go there.
Yeah, definitely. And guys, don't forget to leave the comments in the chat and subscribe if you haven't subscribed.
Yeah, don't subscribe to me.
Subscribe to
him.
Well, no,
him.
subscribe.
Don't subscribe to me either. Like,
come on, if you guys aren't following back, come on, what's wrong with you? Where the fuck have you been? The secret vault, and of course,
YouTube.
We're back. We're live. Season 16 this Friday with Reeves Cooke. 6 p.m.
Reeves back on. Is he?
Reeves is going to be coming on, and I think it's 11 p.m. UK time. Friday night. So
I really want to try and get Steve Wills and Mr. Ben Emlyn Jones because I've been saying I want to have a chat about this like UFO Senate hearing.
You should, Matt. You should.
Yeah,
right, man.
and
Somebody should do something about that Senate hearing, man. That's
I've been
fucking
trying to pin
riveting.
people down because I don't want to just do it myself, because it's like, well, it's just an echo chamber, isn't it? You know, I want some other views to bounce off,
Well,
you know, and it's like pin them
didn't
down.
Ben did something about it, didn't he? Not so long back, didn't he? About it?
Well, I'll get him on, because the thing is, it's not just immediately after it came out, we could have said a lot of things, but now there's been a lot of other factors to the story.
On,
Oh yeah. There's a constant video on YouTube about the hearing.
Oh yeah. Do you know what? Every night I wake up and I've been watching something, and the video that comes back on again is the fucking Senate hearings. I wake up, I'm like, and the fucking Senate hearings are on.
And
I just
some of it you don't remember, like hearing when you've heard it the first time, do you?
Yeah, and I fall back asleep watching the Senate hearing, and I wake up 4 hours later, and the fucking Senate hearing's on again. I'm just like, it's on permanent fucking repeat.
I think there's one channel that's got it on permanent fucking loop.
Probably, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
And having Matt and Steve on, that'd be pretty cool. Definitely would look forward to something like that.
I need to pin him down. Let's make it happen.
Yeah.
Oh no. You know the video I said I was going to upload to fucking advertise that we were on, yeah? It's just waiting for me. It's waiting for me to press upload.
Oh well.
No.
Whatever.
A bit late now.
It was all good. We had fun, man.
No, knowing Steve, you'll delete this video. Like,
no. This is staying up. This has been great.
You can't do, man. You got a bloke shitting down someone's neck.
Oh yeah.
That's good.
No, this is staying up. It's classic, man. This is a great. This was a good combo, man. We had some really good chat going on. So awesome. Right. Yeah, and I look forward to that, man.
I'm going to upload it now anyway. So awesome. I'll just say like get over there and
great
have it.
Friday night, 11 p.m. UK time.
Reeves Cooke's coming on, kicking off the new season, man.
Not pressing the upload button, folks. What the fuck?
Let's get on it.
Okay.
It was all good. We had fun, man. Thanks, Matt. Yeah. Thanks, John.
Yeah.
And look forward to the next time, guys.
I'm gonna take Doggy out for a walk now, so she can do her business.
I'm gonna carry on painting my fucking ceiling now. So
there you go. All right, guys, take care.
All right, all the best. Cheers. Cheers, everyone in the chat. Bye.
See you, everyone. Chat. Bye.
Bye.